Pewter is about possibilities. It is an idea made real. Crafted with precision. It can make tradition timeless. Pewter evolves. When allowed to be free, it can captivate you. Pewter is our legacy, and we're keeping the legacy alive. Royal Selangor, since 1885.
Hello and welcome everybody to yet another exciting season of Global Edition here at the eRacing GP. My name is Victor Cax. Joining me here is Ammo. We're going to be starting things off here for GE19. Could you imagine how many seasons we've already done of this thing, isn't it?
Yeah, we're almost up to the big 20 after this, right? So can't wait. That a brand new season, and we got some little surprises in store after the new year. It's sort of like a late Christmas present, but I think we're opening it one by one as we go tonight.
Yeah, it's a new year, it's a brand new season for us here at ERGP, and we got so many exciting things to run you guys through about. But yeah, it's great to be back, and we're going to be getting into some nice virtual action real soon. So let's go ahead and recap what happened with last season of the GE here, as we have a look on who are the championship winners for GE18. Muhammad Tasbih from Singapore took the championship for the gold class. Denzel Waitan from Philippines took the silver class. Eric Satra from Indonesia, he was the champion for the bronze class, and Bima Surya is the champion for the copper class, both of them being from Indonesia. So who's going to be the champion this year? We will be finding out. So this is a recap of what the points we're looking at the end of Global Edition 18. Swift Racing from the Philippines were the ones who took the overall here in the team's standings for GE18. In the meantime, as we have a look on the next page here, we have the nation standings. Malaysia having the top of the board here with 747 points, though Indonesia and Philippines, or rather Indonesia specifically, not too far behind. Let's see whether or not they'll be able to actually compete very hard with Malaysia this year coming into this. But yeah, that's our nation standings here. And let's have a look at what we have because for Global Edition 19, just like with all our previous seasons, we're going to be doing 4 rounds. First round is going to be here at Sepang. But next few rounds, well, you're gonna have to you have to follow us on our social medias to find out, because we will be announcing it the week of the competition itself.
Yep, indeed. And next up is the circuit that we're racing on. We saw just now a Sepang International Circuit, but here's how the circuit looks like for those who are not initiated. 5.5 kilometers long, clockwise layout, and 15 corners. But it's a circuit that is dearly missed by those in the F1 fraternity, because a lot of people, when they say, well, you want to put a permanent circuit back onto the calendar, this is the circuit that is always the first to pop out. And when Portimao was announced this year for the Grand Prix calendar, well, a lot of people said it should have been this circuit.
Yeah, I mean, it's like one of Herman Tilke's most famous works indeed here. So it's great to see it being the season opener for us here at GE19. Now, let's have a look at what's going to be new for the season, because wow, we got a new lineup of cars this time around for all our classes. So this time around, the gold class will be running the FIA Formula 3. This is the Race Sim Studio version of the mod. Same thing as well for the silver class, although they'll be running the FIA Formula Regional, which is slightly lower, I think, than
Yeah,
the Formula
it's actually Formula 3.
Formula,
But because the FIA wanted to differentiate the main international Formula 3, they call it Formula Regional because it's run in regional championships. So that's why it's called Formula Regional. But in essence, it is Formula 3, just a step below.
Just a step below. And this is a different mod here brought to you by First Studio Race. For the bronze class, we're going to be running the FIA TCR, a front-wheel drive machines all across the board, if I'm not mistaken. So yeah, this one is brought to you by Fuzo's Workshop. For the copper class, this time they're going to be running the Ginetta Super Cup. This was the one brought to you by Gorilla Mods. It's a super fun car to drive, actually,
It is, yeah.
if you haven't tried it in the sim.
It is, and in fact, it is a GT4 Cup, but they call it Super Cup because it's a one make series where they try to find the next up-and-coming racing talent, particularly in Britain because this is where the cars are from. So the Ginetta Super Cups, or the G55 as they are known by the model, have provide really good racing, especially under the British Touring Car Championship support package, or they call it the TOCA support package.
Hey.
So I'm really eager to see how these cars go.
Yeah, and also I'm eager to see for the first time ever in Global Edition, we're going to be having a brand new class. This one is the women's class. All female drivers are going to be competing here in their own class. They're also going to be driving the FIA TCR by Fuzo's Workshop.
Yep. Again, TCR cars, fun, chuckable, and they really can race quite close. So we're hoping to see some good action with especially in this class. Now, for the format that we're running, we're actually running with the old-fashioned format that we've run for who knows donkey years now. A qualifying, race 1 and race 2 format, races of 15 minutes each, qualifying 10 minutes of course, points awarded in all 3 sessions, with a theoretical score, if you can try to get a maximum, 49 points.
Yeah, definitely people will be aiming for that as much as they can. So there we have it. Again, a format that's very familiar, no doubt, to all of you who have been following eRGP all these years. So great to see that's going to be the one to kick us off here for our first round. So we're going to be getting started with our women's class. We have a 10-minute qualifying session. We're already about halfway through all of that now, as we are seeing some times on the board. Not the fastest times yet, I believe. So we're going to be seeing as we drive on board here with Genevieve Oy.
And indeed, in fact, talking about all things new, you can see we have a brand new graphics package on screen.
Yeah.
So it actually tells us a lot more information that is detailed compared to previous UI. So we'll get to see now what Genevieve has in store. A 214.5.
There we go.
That's actually faster than what she said during practice. And she was actually very close with her teammate and really close rival, Diana. In fact, we haven't seen Diana cross the line just yet, but Jen is going for yet another lap here around the Sepang International Circuit. So good banker lap, shall we say. But it is a time that's going to throw the gauntlet to everybody else.
Oh, Jolie Lau also set a 214, but this is just one, a tiny hair under 215 there. So she's also getting herself up into the board here. Ooh, a bit of a lockup at the back there, and I think we're going to be seeing plenty of that in these TCR cars, because if I'm not mistaken, they don't have traction control, nor do they have ABS.
Nope. And also the fact that being front-wheel drive, all the way at the front. So when you see the rear wheel cock up, that means that they're really on the edge of the braking power to just get the car almost like it to a stoppie, but it's not. It's just one side of the wheel goes up because the car is leaning to a certain direction it's going.
All right, so far those are the 2 benchmark times. Genevieve, of course, with the fastest time here, and yeah, she was also fastest during practice as well. So I think she's pretty much had a lot of practice coming into this season opener for GE19. Here is her teammate in Pepega Racing Team, Nor Diana, who's yet to set a banker lap. Let's see if this lap is going to be the one.
Yep. In fact, the banker lap is not even there. I think she might have cut the road somewhere, but whatever it is, Jen's not going any faster this time, right? As you can see, combined sectors now we have. Yes! At last, we can see how comparison times are on the screen. As for the viewers at home, they get to see how it's going. But for Jen, 4 tenths off in that second sector, whereas Diana, we see that it's green because that's the first time she set. So no comparison to her previous times, but the PB on that first one is always a good indicator.
I mean, if I recall correctly, she already had that lockup going to turn 1 when she started her first sector. So perhaps the lap that she's on right now is not going to be the one. Maybe the next lap here, but Nor Diana certainly is trying her very best now to get the push.
Yep, but how much can she push without being impeded? That's the question, because you can see right now there's a car in front who's equally smoking up those tires. That might be a problem. Let's see if she can get out of the way. As you can see right there, that's the car that we have in question.
Yeah, and you can see it. She's right on the apex as well. It's gonna block her a little bit, but look at that. Nor Diana just slips on right through. Oh, but a hit in the back there. No, that's oh my goodness.
Oh, don't jump back to the pits though. That will actually be costly for her because she does have enough time to get around the track again. That is quite a baptism of fire for Diana because this is her first time competing in eRGP Global Edition, whereas Jen, she has competed among the guys before and she knows how it feels like to be in a bunch of drivers that really can get at each other's necks, even from the word go. So at least it's calmer, but not for Diana.
Yeah, and oh boy, I wasn't sure whether Mutiara was also on a push lap herself. Perhaps that's why she didn't let off, or rather didn't give that much space really around the inside. Probably wasn't even expecting Nor Diana to try to pass her there. But nonetheless, back on board here with Genevieve Oi, who's still having a yellow first sector, so it doesn't look like she's going to be finding improvements quite yet.
Yep, and in fact, we're going to jump to another car behind. I don't know where Jolie is, but she is actually on track right now, and it looks as though first sector also not improving. You can see the yellow bar is following the F1 nomenclature, so to speak. Yellow for slowest sector, green for personal best, and purple where is fastest, the absolute fastest time of that particular sector. And Jolie's not really showing her hand just yet. So we'll just get to know all these drivers as we go along for this round and indeed this season. Next up, this is her teammate in the Valkyrie Velocity, in fact, is the team called, because it is the sister team to Velocity Pantera. And they are running quite a nice livery. In fact, it's almost stencil-like, isn't it? With a pair of angel wings and a sword, you might think this is Hell's Angels.
That was the thing. I was going to say it looked like a design you could find in the catalog of a tattoo shop. Not to say it's a bad thing. It actually looks really cool, especially in this pink color that we have here.
Sick. Looks really, really good. But, wow, actually, look at that. Shinyi has actually managed to get about 300ths of a second behind Genevieve's time. So it's a personal best. You can see the green bar light up. So it's an improvement. But how much can she move up remains to be seen, because she's about almost a second behind Jolie right now. We're not focusing much on the other drivers at this point because they're all on their warm-up laps before the start of the proper push lap. In fact, Jen comes across the line, so we'll wait to jump to her after this if we look at Shinyi, if she can actually improve her time.
In fact, if she does beat the clock in this instance here, she might even have a chance to go for another run here because there's a bit of traffic is coming up really quickly to her now. That's actually Nor Diana, by the way, who still has yet to... is that... No, that's not
No, that's not Diana.
Someone else.
We go into the onboard right now. It's Tanzila.
Yeah.
So Tanzila has not set a representative time just yet either. As we see, Shinyi goes a bit wide the final corner. I don't think she can improve her time. Yep. 4/10 off even her personal best, so that's not going to be it for now. Now, qualifying timer has ended, but we can still see times coming through as here comes Genevieve. Where is the rest of the field going to come by on this? Because Diana actually was only about 100th of a second behind last time out when we were in practice, so we have not seen the best of her just yet. Maybe pre-race jitters, who knows? Probably wants to focus on that one compared to qualifying.
I mean, there's a lot more pressure when you're only given like a limited amount of time to set your fastest lap, and compare that to practice where you have like more than enough time really to try to push the limits and stuff like that. So I think maybe the pressure has unfortunately gotten to Nor Diana now in the closing moments of this. She is still out on track, I believe. Yeah, so hopefully she'll be able to actually set a representative lap time, but as it stands right now, 2:16, not the best we've seen from her, and Genevieve has just gone off track as well. Looks like this lap is pretty much done for.
It's cuffed. So let's see if Jolie can actually pounce on that one. She's only about 4/10 of a second behind, as two cars have entered the pits, ending their qualifying, Chloe Chu and Azrina Arifin. That is end of the session for them. Meanwhile, Jolie is not setting a time. In fact, we don't see indicated button. That means that this is, in fact, a lap that has been invalidated as well. As Diana comes across the line, she's actually 5th. But she manages to actually get around for another lap. So let's wait and see if there's any indicator she can go faster or not.
I mean, we know that she can go faster based on the practice time, so if anything, like she's just unable to actually put it together neatly here for this 10-minute qualifying. So she's gonna have a lot of work up ahead of her, knowing that Mei as well as Shinyi are both like in the 2:15s. Oh, speak of the devil though.
Whoa.
In the Daniela has just put up 2:14.3, beating Genevieve by 2/10 of a second.
Now that's upside the apple cart. We didn't know that it was possible from a driver that's outside of that top 2 that we were talking earlier, but Inda Daniela has done it. She's actually taken the first pole position ever in the women's class by 0.2 of a second in front of Genevieve Oy. And Genevieve has not improved a lap time. That's not Jolie. That was actually Xin Yi coming across the line, but no improvements from both of the Valkyrie Velocity drivers. And look at that, practice starts already, so they know what's at stake. They need to get it off the line quickly. Meanwhile, no such improvements from some of the other drivers, I think, unless of course Diana can proper surprise in the final seconds that remain in this qualifying session, Vic.
Yeah, she's still on the push lap right now. She'll be coming across the line soon here. Also, just of note as well, Mei Gumila has also put herself up in the second row here, right next to Jolie Lau with a time of 2:15.4. Let's see if Nor Diana will be able to join her or maybe even overcome her in this next lap.
Oh, that... You can hear it. You can see visually that the car was just trying to step up. No, she didn't have enough time to change it. Oh, that's the end of it.
Yep.
She has qualified outside of the top 5, so no points here for her. But for Inda Daniela, 5 points that can be so precious in the grand scheme of things, has managed to take pole position for the first ever race of the women's class.
Nice. So that's going to be our 10-minute qualifying over, and very unfortunate for Nora Diana because we know that she was capable actually of putting her car in the 2:14s, but not this qualifying session though. She's going to have to do it the old-fashioned way, which is doing the actual race itself. So another we're going to be going into that soon. Our first race, 15 minutes of running here at the full layout of Sepang International Circuit. Yep. And, well, looking at the times, I mean, it's got to be very competitive for the top 3 here. I mean, with Inda, like, coming up with this really impressive time. We didn't see it at all throughout practice early on. It was more dominated by both Genevieve as well as Nor Diana throughout that. But, wow, just literally at the nick of time here for Inda.
Indeed, it was in the dying embers of qualifying. She just pulled the rabbit out of the hat when the other drivers seemed to have gone off the boil a bit. So, that's the grid right on the left-hand side of your screen. Inda Dianella in front of Genevieve Oy and Jolie Lau. That's the top 3. Gumila in 4th, and then Xin Yi in 5th. The first point scorers of the season now have been locked in. And the rest of them will try to find a way to just get back at them, especially race 1 just on the horizon very soon. Diana in 6th, Chloe Chu 7th, and Azrina Arifin, the last of the noteworthy times, starts in 8th. And behind them is Mutiara Stephanie and Tanzila Mahbub, who didn't really get the times that she wanted. It was not representative of probably her pace that she would have liked.
No, I think there was a lot of like deleted lap times for her as well. So we'll see when we get to the actual racing itself. So there's only 10 cars that's on the grid right now. So I think that's going to be something something helpful, I suppose, for those who are a little further in the back here, because it means there's less traffic to deal with. Yep. But you still have really 3 very outstanding drivers here in qualifying so far. So trying to chase up to them is going to be quite the work here, especially for Tanzila, given that she's starting in the back. But even for Nor Diana, even with the speed that she has here, she really needs to hope that they are closely bunched enough for them to work it out. So. Yep. Here we go. Lights are coming up on the gantry now, and we're going to be kicking things off here for Global Edition 19 in 2026.
False start already. We got Tanzila Mahbub. She actually got off the line quickly, so that will be a drive-through penalty for her for sure, Vic.
Yeah, and she's going to be slow off the line as well. Jolie already trying to fight her way past Inda Dianella. Will be able to drag race together with Mei Gumila, who's actually got a really good start now, having the nice line around the outside. Now he has to do it under braking as Jolie takes on the inside, but watch out. Ooh, coming onto the inside, Inda Daniela couldn't really keep her position there, does Jolie Lau, as she concedes that. Going into turn 2 now, around the outside, here comes Inda once more, and she takes her place in second, now just behind Mei Gumila.
Yeah, but can Gumila actually defend on this, because she actually has left herself a bit high and dry on the outside. Now there's Gumila on the inside between the Filipino and the Indonesian. Can they get it stopped in time? Yes, they can. Inda goes into P1 in front of Mai Gumila, but they're still going at it side by side through turn 5 and 6.
Yeah, well, I mean, there's a good recovery actually for Inda, all things considered. I think she might have been a little bit slow on the start line there, unfortunately, but seems to have recovered nicely, got herself back in the lead, and now is in control of the race. In the meantime, Genevieve now putting the pressure onto Mei Gumila, goes into the inside, tries to rattle away from the apex, almost loses control, but still remains in P3. But for now, though, Jolie Lau senses an opportunity. She's now closing up onto Genevieve.
Yeah, well, right on board with Jolie now. She's got the box seat on this. The top 3 are fighting each other hammer and tongs, and behind her is Chloe Chu as well, so she's ready to pounce when the going gets tough for the front 3. Meanwhile, Chloe on the other hand,
I think Jolie actually might be more worried about who's behind her right now because Chloe is actually closing in on the braking though. Big lockup though coming out from Jolie right on the top of the hill. Could be bad for her in this sector.
Yeah, as you can see then coming through the sweepers at turn 13, 14. Let's see then what they can do here. In fact, behind Chloe is Xinyi, and Xinyi is on the inside. She's going to make a big dive here. You don't normally see that. And there's the result of it. You don't normally see two cars go each other side by side because the turn just goes away from them. But having said that, she managed to get a better drive out of it, even with a collision, and take away P5.
Yeah, they're lucky that the damage is not very pronounced here in the settle course. Otherwise, that could have been a retirement, I think, with how hard she actually hit Chloe on the inside. But still, the racing goes on. Xinyi now up into 5th place, trying to keep Chloe True behind her, while her teammate Joey Lau is trying to catch up. Genevieve has actually gotten the gap opened up now between her and Genevieve, so she hasn't really made much of a gain in that last lap.
Yeah, it was only the opening lap, of course, so can you imagine? That's the amount of action we saw just now. I can't wait to see what the rest of the 12.5 minutes that we have in store is. Oh, Jen!
No.
Jen goes very deep there. You can see the throttle and brake trace, how much she was on the brakes, just trying to get it stopped. But the car just kept going forward because, again, if you go narrow in a touring car, especially these TCR cars, you're not going to make the corner. You have to actually take a wide line just to get it through.
That's the thing, like, felt like the line that she took there was more akin to what you do in a Formula car if you're taking turn 1, but these TCRs can be quite the handful. Again, without any traction control, without any ABS, you have to be super precise with your inputs in order to be able to make that corner nicely.
Yes, indeed, and the key point to note is that you don't really brake 100% because no ABS, and you just want to get the car stopped a bit because you're not traveling at ridiculous speeds like a Formula car. You just want to get it stopped a bit so you can clear the brakes and get through the corner because coasting in these things is like really unvalued currency. It's just really important.
Yeah, ooh, more smoke coming out from Megumila's rear wheel there, so still lockups are plaguing even the top 3 right now as they are continuing to battle. Inda Daniela, though, has already pulled ahead by 1.7 seconds, so she's pretty much in a league of her own now as Genevieve putting the pressure on the main. She's actually closed up under braking here, True Bajaya corner. Can she actually fight her to the top of the hill, though? Trying to keep up as closely as possible, trying to set up a nice wide entry. Slips in, but Megumila still in the way, though. Still not giving up her second place yet. Genevieve now tries to open up a possible position here on the downhill. Couldn't quite find a way onto the inside of Megumila yet. Find the penultimate corner coming up now. Genevieve gets a good braking point there. Megumila locking up her rear wheels as she tries to stay around the outside, and she does stay on the outside, and it's still in front of Genevieve.
Brilliant driving from the both of them. Did you see that? You thought May would have lost the position, but she held firm and just got it in time. What a great bit of driving from the both of them, and we still have 10 minutes to go, so more of that, please.
Yeah, I mean, again, like, May is just driving absolute hell out there right now, trying to keep ahead of Genevieve, and Genevieve as well. Like, literally last weekend, she was at the actual Sepang International Circuit, you know, driving her final season, the rookies class, so she already had plenty of practice in the, well, particularly only the southern part of the circuit, which might be important, actually, because she actually nailed that last corner, though Megumila was still very feisty indeed in the defense. They lock up again, and this time a clatter into the back there from Genevieve, but May still keeps the car on the black stuff and still stays in P2.
We're not going away from this one because you never know what's going to happen between these two. Inda Daniela has actually gotten away from the both of them, so that has paid dividends for her big time right now. As Jen, we can see clearly she's got the pace, but she just can't get the move done just yet. As she dives one on the inside at turn 4. Can she make it this time? Block passing. Classic bit of touring car driving. Knocks her out of the park and takes away second place. Now, she's got 9.5 minutes to gain about 3 seconds. Can she do it?
Nice one there from Genevieve. Now, can she keep it, though? That's she's still got another 1.5 sectors left here to try to hold her back, but it looks like she's actually got it in the back, though. Opened up nicely, half a second now between her and Megumila. She's flying away now, trying to catch up to her race leader, Indah Daniela.
Yep. Meanwhile, we're looking behind here. I think it might be a battle between the two teammates. Yes, between the Valkyrie Velocity teammates. Had to get used to that because, again, Velocity Pantera and Valkyrie because, you know, Ride of the Valkyries. That classic Wagner tune from Apocalypse Now.
Especially appropriate given the livery. That, I mean, that's definitely a reference to the Valkyries of lore. So there we go. Riding out with the Valkyries here, Jolie as well as Xinyi. As they are currently in 4th and 5th position. Very solid position, I think, for this race here as the later on we'll be going to race to a reverse grid, and they're certainly going to be hoping to continue to pick up points here for across the whole season. And another lockup there from Jolie, as you helpfully pointed out there. But yeah, I think lockups are going to be very common here, I think, in these TCR cars, just simply because, like, you know, in a real life car, you not only have the G-forces to feel how much your brake pressure is, but in like a sim rig, typically you don't have any feedback on the steering wheel. You're really just relying both on like your the feeling on the wheel, or also like the audio cue of like the wheels getting into lockup to really tell where the braking point is. And sometimes, you know, especially over the course of a race, that braking point does move, rather the optimal brake pressure does move around. So it can be very tricky to be able to get it nice and consistent, which is pretty much the challenge, I think, for driving these TCRs.
I think we were trying to allude to his brake fade. Yeah, I mean somewhat, because
somewhat, yeah.
But it is not really that prevalent in a sprint race, but you can feel that the 100% bike point is not as much compared to when you're in the race after, later into the race. So I can see what you mean, but when in terms of braking points moving, sometimes it's the visual cues. Let's say you use a shadow to brake, but then because there's an actual sun that's setting, that's when it actually becomes difficult to judge. Like, oh, that's my cue's not there where it was before. So that's why you want to actually have some sort of permanent brake cue, as opposed to just something that's akin to a moving target.
Yeah, but again, with no ABS, you know, braking is just going to be less consistent overall. So this really is a test, you know, of how well you understand the dynamics of your car in the entry all the way into the mid corner, into the exit as well. So all those inputs had to be precise here in order to get the catch up. And Xin Yi actually seems to be catching up to her teammate now. She's almost within touching distance, now entering Sector 2 as we see May Camilla and Genevieve continuing to battle out in front. May Camilla, although she's been overtaken, still within a second of Genevieve, at least around the last breaking point.
Yep.
But as of right now, the Valkyries, they are trying to catch up to those two now. But it seems like Xin Yi is going to be catching her teammate first before any of that happens.
Instead of Flight of the Valkyries, this is Fight of the Valkyries. So between the two of them, let's see if they... No, of course, no team orders. This is the very first race of the season, but you might think that you don't want to fight too hard, because otherwise you will lose time to the podium position. So will Jolie give Xin Yi the position, or are they going to try to continue to draft each other? That might just be the option, but 2 seconds now between May and Jolie. You might feel that Xin Yi might just need to get a move on and overtake. Otherwise, they're going to drop further and further behind.
Yep. So these two are still battling it out for 4th place. I think second place battle pretty much just all but over now, because May is now 2 seconds behind Genevieve. This is the last time. And in that Daniela, wow, my goodness, almost breaking under 214 there with 214.49. That's incredible here from Daniela.
Yeah. And in fact, 214 flat, that's faster than what she was doing in qualifying.
Exactly.
So that's a really good turn of pace she's showing, even though she's carrying more fuel than she does during qualifying itself. Regardless of that, great bit of driving from Daniela. She just came out of nowhere, because we were thinking that all the girls would be competitive, but didn't expect her to come out of the woodwork and literally just knocked it out of the park.
Somebody get in the really nice livery to commemorate this right now, because she's still using the default Hyundai livery right here. But what a way to kick things off in this first round of the season here in GE19. She's already almost 3.5 seconds ahead of Genevieve at this point. I mean, that's also partly because of the battle for second place early on that's allowed Inda to build such a huge gap, but she's very much in control of race number 1 now.
Yep. So, right on back to the battle for P4, because we see that Xin Yi is much closer to Jolie than she was before. Nearly clashing into each other. Big amount of wheel smoke coming from the front tires, because they are begging for mercy right now. Front wheel drive cars, of course, that's the first thing you'll see. Just smoking front tires. And in an endurance race, that's often the tire that gets the most changed, because they wear out within the hour. Yeah,
well, good thing we're only running for 15 minutes here, so no pit stops really needed actually for this sprint race here. But that also does mean that, you know, with all the lockups, all the rubber being rubbed off right now, I mean, that could certainly hurt in the final minute of this race. But so far, I mean, Jolie has been able to keep that 4th position. Xin Yi has tried a few times, having peaks here and there, still nowhere to go.
Oh!
No, finally, the cardinal sin has been committed here. Xin Yi clatters into the back of Jolie Lau in the penultimate corner, almost spinning her out. And now she takes up 4th place, but Jolie certainly will not be happy about that.
What was that rule in Formula 1's official video that said, rule number 13, never hit your teammate? Never ever do that, and unfortunately, it has happened. But you cannot blame Xin Yi, because he thought that the door was open But unfortunately for her, it was closing ever so much because you can see that Jolie was trying to get back onto the apex. The door was just closed and just all she wrote. It was almost inevitable afterwards.
Yeah, that's very unfortunate. But Shinyi will still benefit from that, being taking out 4th place. Or rather, in terms of like for the Valkyries themselves, no real damage to their current result here because it's still 4th and 5th. It's just that the drivers got swapped around.
Although you might say that Jolie might just protest her own teammate. It can happen.
It can happen, yeah.
You can protest your own teammate. Even the great Richard Petty got a protest from his own father when they were racing together. Because Lee Petty thought, no, you're just racing for fun. You ain't gonna get that money tonight. I'm with the breadwinner.
Yeah, that's a real awkward Thanksgiving dinner that they had later that year for sure.
I mean, the night after that.
Yeah,
Can you imagine, like, why did you protest? No, you're racing for fun. You're not racing for real.
well, all's fair in love and war, and unfortunately a bit of a civil war here between the Valkyries. But I don't know if this is going to set the tone, I guess, for the rest of the season. But for now, seems the Valkyries are pretty solid in their own respective positions here. Genevieve, in the meantime, still trailing 3 seconds behind Inda. She's actually made just a slight gain, but really not enough to challenge Inda for the lead here, unfortunately.
Yeah, in fact, she was about 2.5 seconds at one point, but because Inda just had a great term of pace in the midpoint of this race, even the fast lap as well, for good measure, it wasn't enough for her to catch up anymore. It's just a tall order because she was fighting with the other drivers so much in the initial stages.
Yeah, I think I'll just chalk this up to like Genevieve not being able to get that to keep the pole position. She was a provisional pole position holder actually throughout the qualifying. It's just that Inda pulled a massive lap towards the end there, and that's what allowed her to start in first place. She did lose that lead initially.
Yep.
I remember doing that start, but she managed to recover and actually got it back, which goes to show that her core pace itself was already very good.
Absolutely. And now she rounds turn 15 for the penultimate time because next time by will be the final lap of the first ever women's class race. And boy, oh boy, was it absolutely fun in between with the battles. Yes, the win up in front may have run away with it, but granted, we had some excellent racing throughout.
Yeah, I mean, again, you know, if before you can finish first you have to finish. So it's still not over until that clock ends here. Daniela, woo, another big lock up here, but still actually kept it nicely on the line, though. So all things considered, I mean, especially given it's only going to be, what, at most another lap or so to go, I think Inda is pretty much still in control of this.
Yep. In fact, the one driver that we did not highlight, we saw her during practice, was Nor Diana. In fact, now that we are actually watching Diana on her last lap, we're not going to focus on her until the final few corners. We see what Diana has in store because right now, she's only about a second behind Chloe Chu. And Chloe, her fellow teammate in the Papega stable, let's see if this is going to be a battle between 6 and 7.
And the chat gold smiled.
Now let's hope that a certain Neil Harris will be watching this because he will be laughing his head off just hearing that.
I thought you said, like, I mean, just before the show that, who was it, Genevieve, or was it Nor Diana was also carrying the number 67 in their car?
No, 878.
7-8, yeah, 878.
And in fact, that Genevieve is carrying number 933. She couldn't get 93 because that's Marc Marquez's number, her hero. So she got an extra 3 on the side. So there's a bit of lore in between that for why the numbers are chosen.
Yep. So, catching up to Chloe Chu. I mean, the thing is that Nor Diana is down 1 place from where she qualified, so Chloe seems to have gotten the better of her so far in this race here. So, again, could chalk it up to first round jitters here from Nor Diana. We know based on her qualifying. Oh no, boy. That's a lock up there from Chloe Chu. That's going to allow Nor Diana to catch up now, but still not enough to actually overtake her quite yet. But, like, smelling blood in the water right now, maybe Nor Diana might choose this moment here to try to battle it back for her original spot.
Yep. In fact, we got a small camera there. It's a bit glitchy, but we can see where Diana is behind Chloe Chu. Meanwhile, here comes Inda Diana to actually take the first ever win in the women's class. And what a commanding performance. We did not expect to see that. A real confident and really metronomic performance across the line. She's doing a Vettel! She's doing Sebastian Vettel across the line. 2013. Well, that's one way to showboat across the line and take victory here. Daniela wins it in front of Genevieve Boy, and third place will be Mike Gumila. That is one way to celebrate it. Well, we know who's the real showboat this year.
Well, I would be. Well, okay, she decided to teleport in the pit. I thought she was going to stay there throughout the rest of this race here while the checker flag's going on. Meantime, Chloe Chu now trying to fight with Dor Diana. She almost caught her in the last corner there, but still, Chloe Chu comes in 6th place here. Genevieve, of course, is 2nd here, ahead of Mei Gumila, as well as Shinyi Chia finishing ahead of her teammate Jolie Lau after a bit of a scuffle going to the penultimate corner a couple laps ago. And they're still pushing each other.
I think they're still racing. They think that the race is not over yet. Now they know it's over. I think they probably have someone in their ears telling that, no, stop. Don't race now. It's already over.
Yeah, I think, unfortunately, I think our graphics also doesn't reflect the checkered flag coming out for, I think,
a bit of afters.
That's
light afters across the line. Now, with that, a sign of things to come here.
Man, race 2 is gonna be spicy, though. I can feel it already. But yeah, Jolie certainly was very not pleased at all with what Shinyi did in their little teammate battle. So
yeah,
oh boy.
I mean, the one instance that I've seen in the real professional world that have done it was in GT1 2010 in Silverstone, where an Aston Martin driver just got so angry with the other drivers that he actually rammed into them post-race. Such as was the tenacity of GT1 racing at that time, but it goes to show that maybe there's a bit of fire in lit already, even though it's only the first race of the season here, Vic.
I think it's still burning, pretty much going to be burning through into race number 2 here. It's Tanzila Mahbub will be finishing her lap here, so that should be signaling the end now for race number 1 of our first ever women's class race in Global Edition. So here we go. Getting to the reset now, so we're going to be having a reverse grid start here for race number 2 based upon the race 1 result. So we'll be seeing that reflected in a moment as the drivers are getting themselves set up for the next race. But what do you think? First women's race ever.
Very positive. Actually, it wasn't a crash fest. That's actually a very good thing. So it's very much showing that these girls know that give space when it's needed and attack when necessary. So really then, can't wait for what race 2 will survive after this, because now we flip the script. Tanzila Mahbub and Nazrina Arifin will be right up at the front. Let's see how they can handle the pressure.
So we'll be waiting to see when they'll be getting themselves on the grid. Bit of a wait right now with the server is all control on the server side here, so we're going to be waiting for the server to get everything sorted as we have a look now on where things stand. So with race number 2 also being 15 minutes, it's still going to be similar. I think we're going to be watching out to see, especially for Inda, like her start during race 1 was not the best. So hopefully she'll be able to get it a little bit better this time, because she's going to be starting way into the back, I believe.
Yep.
So if she does get a poor start like she did with race 1, it's going to make things bad. So it's going to be a top 6 reverse grid here. So she's going to be taking up with Genevieve Oy. She's going to be sandwiched between Genevieve and Nor Diana, actually. So that could be interesting.
And in fact, look who's going to be up in the front. It's Chloe Chu.
Hey.
So can you imagine if Diana actually overtook Chloe? She would have been on pole right now, but Chloe gets the benefit of by virtue of the fact that we reversed the top 6 on this one. Now, let's see how this race is going to go. So, as per usual, we run through the cameras of where everybody is, and in a big field, it will be quite daunting. But because this is still a decent-sized field, it's quite a long way away, isn't it? For especially Tanzila Mahbub right at the back, this is what she'll be seeing. And for Inda Daniela, a race 1 winner, only just 5 cars to overtake, but still quite some work to do, Vic.
Yeah, quite a lot of work, and again, hopefully she gets a better launch this time around, because she's going to absolutely need it in order to make up the places. Again, you know, she actually started in 7th place during the first race, so we'll see whether or not she actually gets it in this one here. So, lights on the gantry are coming up again. This is going to be race number 2 of our first ever women's class race here in Global Edition. And another one moving forward. There's Azrina Arfin. That's going to be a false start for sure. And off we go. Megamila and Jolie getting a very good start and pulling ahead of the rest of the pack here. Chloe Chu, conversely, very poor start. She's actually holding up Genevieve Boy behind there, while the Valkyrie of Jolie Lau is pulling into the first turn first. And will be taking that position, it looks like, from Megamila. Can she keep it though? A bit of collision at the back there. It's in the Danelia. Tries to get past, I think, Chloe Chu there. Didn't quite make it nicely there. Unfortunately, she's going to take around the outside there. She's still continuing to battle with Nor Diana. A bit chaos going on here in the back of the field here.
Chaos, but it's almost organized chaos. They didn't even take each other out through that first corner, so glad to see that despite the RG-Bargy, nobody was actually collateral.
Yeah, but Jolie Lau, Megan Miller still fighting in the front there, and very much cooked under braking there, does Inda Danila.
She actually got helped on the way out. So that by Xin Yi. So that's what happened to Inda. Mercifully though, the car was still pointing in the right direction. Yeah, she might have actually made it into a 6-pence coin, but regardless of that, she still kept it going.
Now let's see whether or not the core pace that we saw from Inda in the first race is going to come to help her in this one here. Azrina moves out of the track there. That's going to allow Inda to be able to move on the inside. She gets putting the elbows out there, trying to stay on the racing line there, forcing Azrina to take to the grass once more.
Oh, wow. Okay. So RG-Bargy, but not complete and utter chaos as we've seen in previous years, especially in the copper class that we saw before and in bronze. Luckily though, for Inda, she still kept it going.
Yeah, meantime, I think we had to go back to the front here because Mei Gumila has actually won out that battle between her and Jolie Lau, and Jolie has unfortunately dropped down to P3. Genevieve has taken up her spot here in second place and is back into the racing here. This time, Genevieve chasing up the Mei Gumila once more.
Ooh. We've seen her do that before. Remember between these two earlier, and how Genevieve actually got it through. Now Maya actually got a very poor exit, and she found an opening, but no, she actually went from the outside. Well, I think she knows for a fact that if she goes narrow, she can't get it stopped in time. Now then, side by side on the back straight into the last corner. Can Genevieve hold it out, or can May actually go back on the inside and take the lead again? There we go. Can she get it stopped? Yes, good bit of braking there. Gets it going and stopped Genevieve from actually overtaking her.
Yeah, bit of a collision in the back as well as Nor Diana tries to make the pass into Jolie Lau. Couldn't quite complete it though on the exit, and Jolie Lau almost moved her out of the way in that final corner. So now they're back side by side. So is her teammate Genevieve Oy. Alongside here, trying to still keep that first place. Megumila takes onto the inside first and left. Genevieve completely wide around the outside. She takes back the lead here from Genevieve. And right now, it's back to square one here.
And these two had a hammer and Tom battle in that first race as well. So lovely to see that they are actually still going at it here in race number 2. No loss between these feisty competitors up in the front.
Yeah, and in the meantime, has not made her way up the grid that quickly though. So this could be a lifeline here for Genevieve. And she puts her elbows out, trying to force Megumila off into the shoulder there and takes back the lead.
Oh, wow. Again, a typical block pass in touring car, but you didn't expect her to actually pull that out. I think Jen still holds a bit of a grudge on Sepang, knowing how that final race went for her. She knows that she means business. She wants to make amends, avenging herself and what happened there by just taking the championship lead if this continues at this rate.
I mean, again, like that weekend for her, it actually was quite strong, leading up to the actual racing itself. I mean, she was really, you want to think about it, she had a lot of practice, on this track, specifically like this final sector here, which is the South track, where we raced last weekend with Genevieve. So we'll see whether or not she'll be able to take all of the lessons that she's learned during that last race here into this very one here, and it seems like she's putting herself into good work here, getting herself into lead now. Almost one whole second clear Mei Gumila at this point, and Inda, who won first race, still stuck in 6th place here, so not really has made any moves so far.
Yep, as Chloe goes a bit wide, let's see what Shinyi has on the inside. They both have actually faced each other before in another tournament last year, the Castrol tournament that was on Gran Turismo 7, and look at that. That was just nip and tuck, wasn't it? Very close, but Chloe manages to just close the door on Xinyi, but at the expense of her exit.
Yeah, or rather, in fact, I think she was actually blocking Xinyi through the exit of that final corner, the penultimate corner, although she's not going to be able to get the block this time on the actual final corner. So now are side by side. And looks like Xinyi has a lot more momentum coming out of there. She's going to probably get it under braking here unless Chloe pulls a very, very late braking maneuver. She does have the insight in her sights, but nope, she tucks in behind Xinyi Chia, effectively conceding the position.
Yep. Chloe couldn't do anything about it because it was a poor exit through turn 15, and thus, the stalling her momentum. Once again, 2 consecutive corners doing that will cost you a lot of time, and as a result, positions. But the saving grace for her right now is that she's not that far behind, only a second behind Xinyi, so still can make up for it here, though she has to string together some good corners if she wants to keep herself in the fight.
So yeah, as it stands right now, I think Valkyrie is still going to be getting a lot of points out of this first round alone, just based on the performance of both your drivers here. It's just that Jolie certainly would prefer if she's the one trying to chase after Xinyi right now, but nope, she's got to have to deal with Chloe Chu first. A little bit wide off of turn 6 there, so this is not looking good for Chloe right now.
Yeah, not to say gone off the boil, but probably just a bit shaken by the fact that she lost the position there. Needs to get her head back in the game, but look at that, the amount of tire smoke coming out. She's really trying to push, but the car is just not giving her the impetus to do so, as now she comes up to turn 9, really on the back foot, and locks it up.
Yeah, I think she's already struggling with grip already, very early on to this race, in fact. Yeah, could also be shaken a little bit from that pass by Xinyi. So it's all the struggles that she's facing right now is putting her very far away from her teammate who's still in the lead currently, and by almost like 7 whole seconds now. It's crazy how far ahead Genevieve is now, just really trying to secure her race 2 win here.
And in fact, judging by how that particular thing goes, we need to go back to P7 there, because that is Inda Daniela, who's not really had the best of second races.
No, not at all. I mean, she's lost a place now to Nord. Oh, gone completely off there. What the heck happened there? It felt like...
No, lockup.
Either lockup. I mean, yeah, she had her wheel turn. I was thinking that she somehow lost input to the steering just now, but no, it's just a lockup.
It's just a matter of physics, isn't it? Because when the car just really slips out, it just couldn't get it stopped in time. As Jen says the fast lap rate, you can see the indicator turn purple for a second. We hear in our ear there is a bit of a beep, so that's actually a good sign for her that it's actually still metronomically increasing the lead up in front of Megumila.
Indeed. So, I mean, again, really wanted to make sure that without a doubt that she is going to be able to win out race number 2 here, especially if our current winner, whom we're on board with, still stuck in 7th place.
Yep. And judging by the lap times, yeah, last lap 2:14.5. That's the fastest lap of the race, of course. But still, not as close as what we saw Inda Daniela do in the first race. But it doesn't really matter to her, doesn't it? She just wants to get this win, good haul of points, and potentially, if things stay the way they are, leading the championship after the first round of the entire season.
Yep. Leading by quite I mean, it's literally the same margin that Inda was leading her in that first race alone. So came back really strong here. Does Genevieve Oy? So let's hope she keeps it for the next 7 minutes or so.
Yep. Meanwhile, we're gonna jump to Jolie because I think it is gonna be Fight of the Valkyries Part 2.
Part 2. I think Nor Diana behind Chloe Chu. She's actually getting closer, breaking into the top 5, where we were honestly thinking she would be.
She got it.
Practice. Oh boy, yeah. I think Chloe's gone completely wide off of Berjaya corner, so Nor Diana's all able to just pass her by. I think she might have spun out actually.
Actually, it's almost weird that she came to a complete dead stop. And look at how scuffed that car is. That's been through the wars, but that definitely wasn't the reason why she stopped him in the road. I think the car might have died on her for a second. Maybe. Because the way she just spun out and almost stalled, the car just found a box of neutrals.
That's strange, because like I said, of course, it doesn't really do the stalling of the engine.
Well, some cars do. Some mods actually...
Oh, some, yeah.
Yeah, they do.
That's
Because
fair.
if you come to a complete dead stop, you have to kick the clutch in and then the car comes alive again. I mean, some of them come with starters and ignitions, but sometimes it actually mimics anti-stall, where the car just goes to complete stop. You just have to play the clutch, kick the clutch, and go through. As in fact, fast lap of the race now, it's Genevieve Oy.
Still Genevieve, yeah.
In fact, that indicator should have come a lap earlier. That's the exact time she said, 2:14.527. Unless she did the exact time as before, we can actually just check that out. In fact,
I mean, it feels like she's like pulling qualifying lap after qualifying lap, really. Just really trying to make sure that without shadow of doubt that she's dominating race number 2 here. I mean, 4.5 seconds now between her and Maid Gumila. That's an even wider margin than we saw in race 1 between Genevieve and Inda Daniela.
indeed. And we're coming into the closing stages now of this race. Normally, the final 5 minutes of a race is when things really kick off after a point of... It's a bit of a lull, isn't it? 5 minutes of intense action in the first part, 5 minutes, a bit copacetic, and then the last 5 minutes will be where it really kicks off.
Yeah, but unfortunately, I think the gaps between the drivers are not that close enough to give us any of that last lap excitement, at least not yet. Still holding out for hope because we still have another 4.5 minutes or more than that remaining here.
In fact, you want to give some love to the drivers who are not part of that particular squadron up in front. Let's just see what Adriana Arfin's up to. In fact, she is still in the race. In fact, all drivers that started this one are still in it. She slides it around the final corner. Well, bang on cue, we actually got to on the right time. Unfortunately, front-wheel drive drifting isn't exactly the most advisable thing to do.
And it's still incredibly easy to spin, even in a front-wheel drive. I've had debates with people actually, like saying that front-wheel drives can never oversteer, can never drift.
Yeah, okay. Technically, you're not wrong, but at the same time, when you really chuck a car through the corner front-wheel drive, the best thing to do is to go full throttle and the car straightens itself out. So technically, it is the best drifting car, even if it is the worst to initiate.
I mean, it's easier to save, let's put it that way. I mean, compared to driving a mid-engine or even worse still, a widowmaker of a rear-engine car, if you know what I mean.
I mean, no disregard to Porsche, but they did have a reputation of sledgehammering through corners.
Yeah.
Especially the old RSRs. As Jen goes 13.8. Whoa. Okay, I think she proved your point of saying that she wants to actually really win this, and she's gone out and do so. 7 seconds to the good up in front as we look at Gutierrez Stephanie. Going along gingerly a bit, but she's still in the race, so that's the most important thing. She still is going to get points in this one.
You know, in like a real life race, like I think her crew chief will be like screaming into the radio, "Slow down! You're already way ahead. Keep the car safe and keep it in one piece." But I don't know. I mean, again, it's full. I mean, it's still great for Genevieve though, and yeah, we get a nice view of Tanzila Mahbub.
And look at what chair she's riding on.
I know, that's so regal.
It's almost like, oh, that's a queen driving.
I mean, again, it's got nice cushioning for sure.
Yes, and the fact that if you talk about queens, or this one never became queen, Princess Diana, she was into cars too. Very much a big F1 fan. We're gonna go into that particular namesake in a moment as we run through the vote. There we go. Not much Diana, but Inda Daniela. She is still running in P7. Not the best of second races, but I think the positive is that she showed what she meant by when she won the race. She wants to really shove it into everybody's face that, yep, if you want to beat me, do it the hard way. So that's what she showed at the front when she won the first race. Not so the second race. Maybe just a bit of reality check.
Yeah, last lap for Inda is really slow, actually. I was wondering what her previous laps were in that case, because it feels like that pace that she was showing in race 1, not really showing up in race 2.
Yeah, 20.3, so that's not really indicative of her pace that she said earlier.
It's crazy. It's very far cry, but I don't know. Could be nursing some sort of damage to her car. I mean, she was involved in a bit of a scuffle, you know, to be fair, in that first lap. So maybe that's unfortunately affected her pace in race number 2 now.
Yep. And speaking of damage, you can see what we pointed out earlier about the car looking quite scuffed. It's almost as if it went through a mud bath, because look at the state of that at the front there.
Yeah. I mean, oh my god, it's going to be getting more dirt onto that bumper. She's getting through that penultimate corner again. Not the fastest lap of Genevieve. I think as the car is lighting up, she's still continuing to push and push harder. So the lap's just collapsing quickly. I mean, it was the 2:14s and a half earlier. Now it's already 2:13.7. That's crazy.
I think she kept her powder dry a little bit too long. She should have actually probably shown that earlier, but regardless of that, she's showing it now that, well, if Inda Daniela wants to do show voting, she can do it as well by putting in the lap times.
11 seconds into the lead compared to Meg Mila right now. That's incredible progress that she's made here. It's almost as if she should be in one, starting in 6th place there, because that would have been a really more interesting midpoint of the race. But then again, still very impressive here from Genevieve Boy.
Indeed, and I'm happy to see that delivery of yours truly being up in front here. So at least we got a bit of airtime. And meanwhile, actually, there might be a battle between 2nd, 3rd, and 4th. Because look at that, Gumila falling back so much, she's actually falling to the clutches of Xunyi and Jolie. So the Valkyries then are gonna swarm right at her.
I think there's probably a Wagner playing inside of Meg Mila's car right now.
And
seeing the 2 Valkyries behind in her rearview mirror. This has got to be the most intimidating final lap for her now.
Yeah, that will be her having Nam flashbacks now. With that one, as we can see, Genevieve's now crossing through the final corner here as the final sector, sorry. In fact, she's up in front. No worries about her. We're going to jump to her later. But here comes the rest of that fighting pack. And make no mistake, even Diana's not out of this if all three of them whack each other out.
Yeah, chasing very hard now. Shinichia, the timer has already run out here as our race leader is on the back straight here. But the battle right now for P2, P3 possibly might be in the cards here as Megan Miller makes a slight mistake on that final exit there. Shinyi tries to capitalize but loses out at speed and momentum on the curb and the penultimate corner. So Megan Miller still able to pull ahead. Meantime, Genevieve Oy is going to be turning around into to the start line now, and she'll be taking the victory, absolute victory here in race number 2.
But let's see if the set battle for second is going to be rescinded. In fact, it's not.
Oh, no.
The battle for third is going to be very close. It's going to be a drag race to the line. But Jolie wins this particular inter-team battle by finishing ahead of Shinyi, whereas Shinyi was in front of her in race 1. Fourth is Shinyi. Fifth will be Diana. She'll be a little bit miffed by the fact that she couldn't get the best of the performance. But I think it's a positive sign that she still can be competitive with these drivers up in front. So that we've not seen the best of her just yet. As the rest of the field come by pretty soon, we're going to see Chloe, her teammate, come across the line, P6. And then race 1 winner, India Daniela. Unfortunately for her, no weaving this time.
Yeah, well, she already did the celebrations early in race number 1. It's still a handy amount of points.
In fact, she's doing it.
Oh,
She's actually doing it. Oh, wow. Yeah, was she listening to us in the box because she's still wiggling across the line. And the car, even though it's a bit jiggly, but I think that's one way to end it. Now then, the rest of the field come by. Tanzila Mahbub will be actually coming across the line in P8. And then Mutiara Stephanie will be in the penultimate position in 9th. And then 10th, Azrina Arifin. Well, Vic, good racing.
Good racing, actually. Wow. That's a way to kick things off here for GE19, our first ever women's race, and actually turned out very nicely here. So, Mutiara Stephanie now coming across the line. Azrina Arifin is still in the final sector here, but we'll be seeing her across the line soon to close out our first ever women's class race here in the Global Edition.
Oh, drifting again! Oh. Well, hopefully she didn't stall it. Yes, she actually found out that the clutch means something in the cars to get it going again. Some people actually forget that the clutch actually is to keep the engine alive.
Yeah. In case she will be able to get to the checkered flag, hopefully. But yeah, that marks the end of our first ever women's class race here in eRGP. So, well, that was actually a pretty good race.
Yeah. The girls have definitely delivered a good one, and it was an absolute corker. Yes, the battle for the lead may not be as close as we would have liked, but the action throughout the entire field showed that maybe as the season progresses and the pace gets better and better for everybody, we might just see maybe a championship fight between 3 or 4 drivers.
Yeah, exactly. So that's only going to be the first of 4 rounds we're going to be having in the season. So make sure you guys stay tuned for the rest of GE19 because we're going to be seeing more of the women drivers for the first ever women's class in eRGP. But we also are still going to be having our bronze class, our copper class, our bronze class, as well as our gold, silver class races coming up later on today. So don't go anywhere, guys. We're going to be taking a short break, but we'll be right back with more action here in Global Edition 90. My name is Victor Cax. Join me here is Ammo, and we'll see you after these messages.
Pewter is about possibilities. It is an idea made real. Crafted with precision. It can make tradition timeless. Pewter evolves. When allowed to be free, it can captivate you. Pewter is our legacy, and we're keeping the legacy alive. Royal Selangor, since 1885.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome back to the eRacing GP. I've got Genevieve Oy, winner of race 2. Oh my goodness, how do you feel after all that?
I just feel like I just had a workout. I'm sweating a lot. When I saw that I got like a decent gap in race 2, I was like, okay, just don't screw up. And then the tears and the sweats, I couldn't tell which was which. It was just streaming down my face.
Oh man, I mean, that's a far cry from how race 1 turned out for you. I mean, you were pretty much struggling actually to catch up Inda throughout that race. I mean, how was that race particularly for you?
I think for race 1, I had a problem with my launch because I thought auto clutch was on, but it wasn't on.
I see.
And that's why I was like, oh, this is not how it's supposed to go. So because of that, and then I had to fight with some of the people. I think I was fighting with Megumila as well.
Yeah.
And that caused a significant gap to the person in front. So I was struggling to catch up a bit because I started locking up the tires because there's no ABS on the TCR cars. And then I just had to remind myself to keep my cool, and that's what I did for race 2.
Yeah, I mean, and on that note as well, how the TCR cars for you to drive personally? I mean, again, there's no traction control, no ABS in that, so was it a bit of like a struggle trying to get used to that?
I think when I first started driving the TCR cars, definitely because the ABS, it's also quite sensitive in AC. So the minute you pass a certain brake threshold, everything just locks up and you go straight into either the gravel or the wall. None of that's good. It took some while to get used to, and I feel like the TC cars are by nature quite understeery. So it's quite hard to find that perfect balance to get the braking right and also to get the rotation right into the corner.
That's right. I mean, you saw a lot of people locking up even, all the way throughout the races now. But anyways, congratulations on winning race number 2. Let's hope that the points are going to be reflecting that later for round number 1. But going on to round number 2, what are going to be expectations now after taking this race here, going to the rest of the season?
I think I'll try not to sweat so much.
Might be a tough one there.
Yeah, I'm going to have some like Kleenex beside me. Definitely be more consistent because I mean during quali my lap time was like a 14.5 or 6 when I can do a 13. So definitely keep my nerves a bit cooler and keep focused onto the next corner instead of looking at the delta all the time like oh my gosh I'm losing time. No, 1 second, 2 seconds.
Okay, so thank you very much, Genevieve, for joining us here. Hopefully we'll see the progress for you in the rest of the season. All right, so ladies and gentlemen, we're going to be moving on to our next class of the race here. We're going to be jumping into our copper class. We say goodbye to Genevieve here and say hello to Des Corkhill, who will be joining me for this race.
Absolutely, season 19 of eRGP. I was there at the very start, and there's new things all the way. I love the women's race that we've just seen now. It was ultra competitive, very stock car-y in the early stages. There were a lot of contact, and then it got very, very disciplined, I'm glad to say.
Discipline is one way to put it. But yeah, certainly like the TCRs are kind of like, to me, kind of like the stock car racing of Europe, isn't it?
It certainly is. It certainly is. And drifting in these cars. I didn't think that was part of the equation. I didn't think you were meant to be able to do that.
Well, we'll see how things will turn out, because we're going to be going for a different sort of racing going on here for the rest of our classes. We're going to be coming up with our copper class in this next race here. So let's have a look at. Okay, so we're still going to be running just the results from last season itself. Bima Surya, of course, was the overall champion.
Impressive
here.
as well, wasn't he, Bima? Low alongside him, and Dodo Prasetya as well. Malaysia well represented, but Indonesia, as always, it's the big two countries who are involved.
Yeah, so we'll see how Indonesia will fare in this new season, this new year of racing here at eRGP. So we're still going to be racing on Sepang International Circuit. These guys are going to be running the Ginetta Super Cup, something I think you might be more familiar with.
A little bit. I've seen a little bit of racing with these, but I've not actually worked on them on the eRacing on the sim. So be interested to see how the guys are able to control them. But I'm pretty sure certainly in the copper class there'll be lots of ducking and diving, lots of contact in the early stages, and then as with the women, I think we'll find it gets a little bit more disciplined.
Yeah. So let's have a look on the rest of the graphics. Rather get onto the track now, so we see who is going to be on a flying lap here. We're already about 2.5 minutes into qualifying. It's a 10-minute qualifying session, of course, as per our format A. Currently, we're not having any like fastest laps here. Everyone's still kind of an out lap right now, but here are the Ginetta Super Cup cars, a GT4, or rather a GT4 class kind of car. Very light, actually. Considering that this is like a full-bodied car, but it's also such a fun car to drive, especially in the sims.
Yeah, it looks heavy, but you keep telling me it is very light to drive. Lots of new names to look out for here. Klopman Onutu, I've not heard of him before. Vijay Cho, Shazwan, who's quickest at the moment. Mononutu, you've just gone on board there. What are we? We've got 6.5 minutes left. Couple of banker laps in. 2:27s. We'll be getting well inside the 2:27s. Any big names here, or are these all a lot of new guys coming here?
We got a few returners. Ezra Collins.
Ezra, of course. He was in the top 10.
Yeah, he was in top 10 last year. I think Evan Jose, I remember him in one of the previous races as well. But yeah, very, very new names going on here. I mean, of course, the copper class is usually like the first step, of the what do you call it? The first step on that ladder, going up to gold and silver.
That's one of the joys, actually, of coming back intermittently, as I do every, 4 or 5 rounds. There's always new names. There's always new faces. Benjamin Koo just there. We're on with Fatur Rahman. I think we saw Fatur Rahman. I do like these liveries. I love how heavy they do look, but they're flying around at the moment. Still no fast laps, 6 minutes to go. Somebody's going to have to make a move at some stage, Victor.
Yeah, it's getting very crowded on track. I mean, you can even see from the mini-map just how many cars just bunched up together at the start of this qualifying session here. Let's see who is going to be making their first of their flying laps here. I mean, Aryan Aditya, I think, is on the flyer. So he's coming around to the final course. Got Dafa just in front of him here. Might be putting a bit of interruption, but then again, it's going to be slipping onto the inside here.
It's so crowded. Well, Xavier Kuz just put in a 2:12.129. 2:11.691 for Ajisaka. I think there was a little bit of tailgating going on there because they've dragged their way through. That's a serious livery that we've got there, isn't it? Multicolored.
Yeah, and that was on Seth Martin's car. Aryan Aditya has just set what's now the third fastest time. Arif Rahman has taken away that pole position time for Ajisaka.
Gosh, Xavier 2:12, and immediately he's lost 6 places. Cliff's gone into the pits. He's P6. So already 6 drivers inside 2:12. A 2:11.5. That's pretty quick.
Yeah, I mean, it's super competitive, this new grid here. I mean, a lot of really new names here that we have not seen in previous seasons as well. So this is going to be exciting to see how things will turn out in the race.
Evan Hosea.
Yeah, just pulled another one there. Almost, that's only 20 milliseconds or thereabouts. Faster than Arif Rahman here. So still extremely close this qualifying session here.
Where will they really be able to pick up time? Is it in the 2 long straights in this car that they'll power through?
Well, the cars are light. I don't think they're particularly powerful. I mean, after all, these are GT4 standard cars here, so they're usually not that high up on power. But the lightness, that maneuverability certainly will help them a lot in particularly the tighter corners, slower corners here. But potentially, especially the aerodynamics package they have here in this Super Cup for their Super Cup series, it certainly still gives them a lot of grip in the faster corners too.
Evan still on fastest time, and purple through sector 1. He's looking good. We're on board with Evan here. And he's taking nice lines through Sepang. Of course, Sepang just down the road from us. We know it like the back of our hands. And even on the virtual track, though, we know exactly where we're coming to there. And it's a famous circuit. And Evan looks like he's raced this circuit once or twice in his life.
I bet he must have here. I mean, he pulled an extremely impressive time now. I mean, in what is already a super competitive qualifying session here. We still have less than 3.5 minutes to go. Evan Hosea has just set another fastest sector here in Sector 2, no less. Cliff Mononutu, splits out, but thankfully he's just off of the racing line, so Evan is able to stay away from that bit of chaos and continue his lap. Still has that purple Sector 2 though, so this is still looking good for him to keep that provisional pole.
Certainly a little bit of traffic coming on ahead of him though. We just saw what the traffic can do to him. This might stop him, but no, there's enough space for Evan. He'll be able to race down this penultimate circuit. Let's see what he can do on the hairpin. You line into this hairpin, no matter the vehicle, can actually make or break the lap.
Exactly. I mean, he's already done a bang-up job of the previous 2 sectors. It'd be such a shame to just messing up just before you get across the line, but I think it's looking very neat and tidy here for Evan Hosea. Right now, 2:11.480 was his last lap. He's come through, improved it, goes under 2:11.
Half a second up. That was phenomenal, and he was fastest right through sectors 1, sector 2. Did well enough to give himself enough tarmac to avoid any of the traffic in front of him, and that is mighty impressive. Arif Raham is behind him, but gosh, it's 3/4 of a second, Victor.
Yeah, that's impressive. Let's just, I mean, again, everyone else behind him is only separated by like what, 1 second all the way down to like, oh my goodness, it's all the way down into the top 10 actually, within a second of each other. And Evan Hosea is like more than half a second ahead of Arif Rahman here. Is seriously impressive. But Aryan Adieta has just set the fastest sector 1. What's sector 2 gonna look like for him?
Wow.
Because Evan Hosea, by the way, still has that purple sector 2. Didn't quite make it. In fact, he lost out a bit of time in sector 2 here. So in spite of an impressive start to this lap, maybe the finish may not be what he's looking for.
But he has got open tarmac ahead of him. He's got nothing to really concern him so long as he gets his lines right as he's coming through around the turn 14 and then into the long straights. Well done, Fly, getting out of the way.
Yep.
Very good work there by Ajisaka getting out of the way. Right then, what kind of pace does Aryan have coming down here?
Well, the thing is that even the sector 3, purple is still held by Evan Hosea. So Evan is now inside the pits. I think he's pretty much done more than enough to prove that he's probably one of the guys to beat in this race here. It's going to be coming up. But Aryan Adita still has a purple sector 1, yellow sector 2. But what is sector 3 going to give for him? An improvement here, moving it up to only 3rd place ahead of Ajisaka.
Right, that second sector really hurt him, but very, very quick on sector 1. It is qualification, but it does give you an idea on who the quick boys are going to be. There's going to be about 20 of them.
Yeah, there's going to be a lot of them for sure. So in the meantime, Arif Rahman going to be going for another push lap, but he's really stuck in the middle of traffic here. So it's going to be very difficult. No, in fact, he's going to teleport into the pits. Decides that he may not be able to find the improvement he's looking for. So that leaves Kyle Vidya, who's very quietly, he's got himself up into 3rd place here.
Well, he has. Again, it's the 2:11.6s, but that outstanding lap from Evan Hosea. Gosh, 3/4 of a second fastest on all 3 sectors. He's a chore, as you say, and he's easy to pick out.
Yeah, although I don't think he's the only one carrying the splotch livery, because Ezra Collin also has a similar livery as well, but this was the number 73 here, driven by Carl Vidya.
And Seth Martin as well, I think, in that same livery as well.
Yeah, I believe so.
P9, yeah, indeed. So maybe not that easy to pick out. Maybe we'll just pick him out wrong. But where is he? He's on a flying lap.
He's on a flying lap. I was trying to see what his sector times were, but this seems to have not come through. So maybe the lap got cancelled here. We are in overtime, by the way, for qualifying. So this is going to be the last attempt from everyone involved here, including Aryan Aditya, whose sector times we're seeing here. Carl Vidja, not sure how his lap is looking right now, but he's still on the road here, still trying to push for a good lap. Currently sitting in P4, only 4 milliseconds faster than Aryan Aditya at the moment.
Aryan's putting in decent times, though. The green is a fast lap for him, or fast sector for him.
Well, it's not going to be the fast lap anyway after this, as he spun around here. So that's the end of qualifying here for Aryan. Unfortunately, Kalvija still in the running here, possibly going to try to fight more P3, but no, gets taken out on the penultimate corner.
Okay, so Vishacho is going to have to be content with the place on the second row of the grid, which isn't awful. Joshua Chin will be on the fourth row of the grid as qualification is over. Seth Martin will be on the fifth row. And I tell you what, though, the number of racers that we've got out there, this is going to be very congested. The front guys need to get away quickly because there's going to be an awful lot of action going on in the middle of this track.
Who's running the car horn right now? I'm hearing my ear here. That's funny. So yeah, Evan Hosea still the class of the lead here, top of the class here.
3/4 of a second,
right?
Is remarkable.
Crazy fast time that Evan managed to pull off here on Sepang National Circuit.
And immediately we think, is he in the right class?
I mean, he's probably already angling for an upgrade into the bronze class soon, perhaps, especially coming off this kind of performance here. So someone is still playing around with their horns. Self Martin still out on track. The timers, we're still in overtime here, so I think we're just only waiting for the last few drivers here to complete their qualifying session.
Yeah, Seth, as you can see, he's in the final sector. Gives a chance just to have a look at the virtual Sepang. That's always a corner that I like. You get that right into turn 9 and you can sweep away around. And this can be a very, very quick part of the circuit, providing you get the drive up the hill.
Yeah, and once you finish getting up to the top of the hill, it's all downhill from here until the penultimate corner. This is another place where it can be easy to lose control, but unfortunately, we're not going to find out Seth lose control there because qualifying has just officially ended.
Well, the star man, Hosea, absolutely incredible. He's certainly set down a marker. If he doesn't win from here, well, he will have done something wrong.
Indeed, he would have. So just based on that pace alone, yeah, Evan's really setting himself up here for race number 1. And it's pretty much, I think with that kind of pace, it's going to be pretty hard to beat because everyone else around him pretty much are showing similar pace here. Like within a second, everyone all the way up to 7th place here. So this is a crazy margin that Evan Hosea has just pulled off here in qualifying.
5 points for Evan, of course, accumulated in the season rankings. There are 2 15-minute races coming our way. And there is your man on pole position, Evan Hosea. Again, the fast lap, 2:10.750.
Yeah, sporting the classic Project Nexus livery we're seeing on different cars, but this time it's going to be on the Ginetta Super Cup GT4 car. It looks so sick indeed. So yeah, we're going to be waiting for it on transition into race number 1. So Evan Hosea going to be on the front row together with Arif Rahman. So 3/4 of a second behind our pole position qualifier. Shazan Naufal Mizval will be in the 3rd position, the 2nd row, right alongside Carl Vidja, who's the fastest out of his team here. So keeps himself ahead of Aryan Aditya. As we are now getting transitioned into our actual race here. So Evan Hosea going to be on that front row as mentioned. Arif Rahman also on the front row. Shazan as well as Carl going to be in the 2nd row. Aryan Aditya and Ajisaka in that 3rd row. So as we have a look, this is what the view is like from Evan's position. This is what the view is like at the very back. You can barely even see the gantry from his point of view here.
And that's a lot of traffic to get through. The one thing that the guys at the back, try to get yourselves up into the top 10 because race number 2 is a reverse grid race. I don't think you can even think of picking up big points here, but try to get some points on the board.
Yeah, so going to be getting our countdown, 15 seconds to the start.
That horn is still going. That car horn is still blazing. I'm hearing it.
Well, we're going to be hearing a lot of that, I expect, as we get into the racing here. So here we go. Lights of the gantries are on, and we are off for round 1 of the Copper class. Evan Hosea in the lead getting a good start so far, but watch out for Shazan. I think Shazan's got an even better start here, trying to fight alongside Aryan in order to try to get into that third place. They're going to be side by side now, almost 3 wide. Look at the pack of cars now coming into turn 1 as Evan Hosea pulls into the lead here ahead of Arif Rahman, still ahead of Shazan, who's now fighting and gets into P2, but still has a fight. Arif going into turn 2, still around the outside. This battle is not done yet between him and Arif Rahman.
There was contact though on turn number 1. One of the drivers in P4 was turned around and he's lost 8 or 9 places. But up at the front, Evan Hosea, he's got off to a nice clean start. It wasn't the fastest start. Behind him, look at that, Arif Rahman tries to go around the outside of Shazam. Shazam's done really well. He's come up from the second row and has he got himself into P2? No, he's lost it once again.
Yeah, it's still going to be very close between the two as we ride on board with Joshua Chin, who's having front row seats to this battle right now. Shazan attempted many times through the last few corners, but still couldn't get the better of Arif Rahman. Can he get it here through turn 7 and 8? Not quite, no! He slips in there, and unfortunately, Arif Rahman gets spun around.
Well, what a benefit that is for Joshua Chin. You could see that. I'm expecting contact in the early stages, particularly in this contact. That's another 3. Gosh, we've had 3 big contacts within 3/4 of a lap.
Yeah, big contact as Faris 1 is still stuck out on track as everyone's going to be passing him. Evan Hosea very clear in the lead right now, 2 whole seconds ahead of Joshua Chin, who benefited off of that contact between the second and third place earlier. Cliff Mononutu, who we saw struggle during qualifying, actually found his way back up into P3, so it could be a good recovery for him.
Certainly was. Again, another beneficiary of that little spin going on there. Aditya's in P4 ahead of Zempul Bagas and then Mohammad Faturahman in P6. Aryan Aditya, he had a bit, I think he was the one who was spun round in the very, very first corner.
Yeah.
If so, he's done well to recover himself down to P7.
Still within the points, at least for race 1. Certainly would love to be more ahead of everyone else. In the meantime, I think Fatou Rahman is getting very close now to Zenpool here. Let's see if he's going to be able to close out the distance on the main straight. In fact, he's already cutting onto the inside on the final turn here too. He's getting very good progress now, getting into the position here to try to get the slipstream.
There was contact there. Aji Saka just barred somebody out the way on the hairpin at the end of the first lap. Tell you what though, that top shot, it showed Evan Hosea way, way, way in the distance as they came into this straight for the first time. This is Aji Saka. He showed us some elbows to earn himself into P8.
Who's that? I think it's Fatou Rahman, who's just spun out here, and he's dropped all the way out of the top 10. As a result, coming back into the circuit here, it's going to be behind 12th place right now as the rest of the grid continues to pull past.
You make those mistakes and it will really, really hurt you. But Evan Hosea, he showed how quick he was in qualification, got up to a solid start, hit the first corner well, and this could be a procession so long as he doesn't make any mistakes.
Yeah, and if he does, Joshua will be all over him, but Joshua is now almost 3 whole seconds behind, so he really needs to try to pick up the pace here. Cliff Mononutu still in that third place. I believe that graphic is a little wrong. I don't think Cliff started in 20th place, but we'll see.
It was so congested though. There is a possibility. There were so many on the 211s.
Although I didn't notice even from the women's class, it was also displaying the wrong starting position during the race, so I wouldn't trust that graphic too hard at the moment. But still, I mean, considering how Cliff was during his qualifying session here, this is a good recovery for him regardless.
Certainly is. On board here with Cliff Mononutu. He's just trying to have to work his way closer to Joshua Chin. The gap is, what, 1.3 seconds at the moment. He's got Raditya for company right behind him. We're on board with Aditya. 4th gear down into 3rd. Good control. Although we've seen some spins, it's been contact rather than misdirection from the drivers. The discipline of these copper races is significantly better than when we started in Season 1.
Oh, you will definitely you'll definitely be the one to know for sure. But yeah, it's been, what, 19 seasons now, and we're still running strong here. Raditya getting stronger and stronger versus Cliff, actually, closing up the distance on the final turn here. So we might be seeing a bit of a battle as Evan's still pulling the fastest lap here as we're riding on board with him here. He is flying away with this lead here.
Last lap, 2:11, 1:22. That is quick. The lead is 3.3 seconds within 5 minutes of the start of this race. Yes, there's been some contact behind him. Yes, there's been some things to help him, but nonetheless, a 3-second lead inside 3 laps.
Yeah.
Mighty impressive.
Oh, who is that spun around? Oh no, it's Aryan who spun around here. He was up in 6th position just now. And I was looking at him and I was considering switching over to see how his progress is because Ajisaka seemed to have caught up to him, but seems like a big mistake's come out here and he's lost 3 places as a result.
He's done well to recover, actually. Seth Martin was trying to come in and take that place, but he's done well. He recovered very quickly. In the first women's race earlier on, we saw a couple of women stall and have difficulties getting the car started again. No problems there for Aryan Aditya.
Yeah, and in the meantime, Raditya, which I'm not sure, oh yeah, they're probably in the same team as the BRM, the Balapan Random Motorsport livery that they're running here. So his teammates right now, Cliff as well as Raditya, conversely having a much better time with Cliff on the podium, Raditya being best of the rest. Zenpul Bagas is also, wow, I mean, this is an impressive here for BRM because they got 3 cars inside the top 5.
It's our first look at a lot of these guys as well, and it's pretty impressive so far. Zempel, a brand new name, certainly as far as I'm concerned. I suspect Indonesian with the Bagas as their surname, but I'd need to double check that. Raditya in P4 ahead of him, and Cliff Monanutu. And they are closing up on Joshua Chin. Josh isn't having things his own way just at the moment.
Yeah, and he's still stuck 3 seconds behind Evan Hosea. And I think Cliff is now within a second now as we get out of the penultimate corner here. So BRM's making good progress here. Joshua Chin is probably going to have something to think about here in the next few minutes.
Yeah, he needs to make sure he gets this hairpin right. It's always an important part of the lap. Takes a nice tight line behind him. Cliff takes a completely different line. Well, that's a lovely helicopter shot. Like that one very much. Probably a drone, actually. They wouldn't let a helicopter that close. But look at that, the distance and the drive out there from Joshua Chin. But Evan Hosea increased his lead at the end of that lap.
Yeah, unfortunately, it looked like coming out of that final corner, Cliff actually lost out a bit of momentum, so that allowed Joshua to continue to pull the lead, but no! He loses control just by himself through turn 1. Cliff says, thank you very much. P2 goes to him, and excitingly as well for BRM, Raditya moves up into 3rd place on the podium.
Well, Josh Chin has actually lost 4 places, 5. He's still going backwards. He's not been able to recover. I'm wondering what happened there. His teammate, Farik, is right behind him. Aryan Aditya's come back into the reckoning once again. And maybe Farik can just look after Josh Chin because he's driving very, very nervously at the moment.
Yeah, certainly going to be feeling his nerves hitting the wall right about now with having lost that position pretty much all by himself. There was no contact, I believe, between Joshua and Cliff. He just pretty much spun out on his own, and as a result, it's now out of the podium position by a country mile.
But then everybody went past him. I tell you what, that's excellent defending from Farik. Whether or not it's deliberate or not, but he stopped Aryan Aditya getting through. Aryan looking at the back there of Farik Mubarak. No doubt he's saying, Farik, what are you doing, son? Get out the way. I've got Josh in my sights.
Well, he's going to have to fight him, actually, if he wants to get that position. But the fact that Farik is the teammate of Joshua, he'll be certainly happy enough to pull defense for him to allow him to stay ahead. Oh, Aryan almost cooked it, though. Almost clattered in the back and spins around for good measure here.
Well, you were right on the button there. You're in control of the direction there. Aditya, I think he just got overexcited there and suddenly realized, oh, brake. Forgot.
Well, regardless, that's going to open a lot of breathing room now for the Downshift Esports team here. So Joshua Chin now is going to be having a bit of clear track in him. Hopefully be able to recover after that spin here, but certainly going to be very much wishing that he didn't because he was really on the run there for a P2, but now is looking to try to get some damage limitation done.
Well, Joshua Chin, he'll be hoping that he can make a better fist of turn 1. It's not this one.
Oh, what's happened to Cliff? I just saw...
Oh, yeah, he's gone off and he's lost a couple of places at least.
Yeah, at the very least, he's going to come back in P5 just ahead of Tristan Adiansha, who may be able to pass him on the straight here, given that he just came out very hot out of the final corner. He does pass him now for 5th place. Cliff Monanutu, who at one point was in 2nd place, now having to fight back from 6th.
Well, this is what Copper is all about. We expect the unexpected.
Well, I think Ajisaka might be expecting a possible podium in this position here, though. He's going up against Zenpul Bagas for this fight here, BRM Motorsport versus ZRT. And looks like Ajisaka is really all over him now in this first sector.
We're at the 2/3 mark of the race. We're coming down to the 5 minutes
to
go. More contact. And that time it's Bagas who's knocked out the way from Aji. You called, Aji?
That's cold indeed. Just moves on as if nothing has happened. An easy podium for him as a result, though, but certainly could result in a protest should Ajisaka wish to do so after this race. But nevertheless, the show will go on here.
Good recovery this is by Cliff Mononutu. He's coming around the outside here of Tristan Ardianza. That's a brave move. And gosh, he had slung shot around the outside.
Yeah, it's beautiful there from Cliff Mononutu. Certainly really driving hot under that helmet there after having lost that second position. He's now driven really to try to get himself back onto a podium position.
Certainly is. Well, I tell you what, these guys, they're showing raw pace, raw determination, and nerves of steel to go around the corner like that, even on a sim.
Yeah, and oh boy, I think Tristan's problems will continue to pile on here. It's Joshua Chin seems to have recovered very nicely in his pace here. It's now all over the back of Tristan Adian Shah. Let's see if Tristan will be able to hold off the driver here from Downshift Esports.
Tristan Ardianza feeling the heat of Josh Chin. Josh not quite close enough, or shouldn't be close enough.
Yeah, Tristan in the meantime really doesn't have the benefit of a toe coming out from Cliff, given that Cliff is more than a whole second ahead. So Tristan really needs to pull good defensive move going to turn one, but Joshua closing in that distance though in the middle of the last corner. This is looking very good for Joshua now.
This is looking much better for Josh Chin. It was all about the line he took on the hairpin. But this lap is running, or this straight is running out of space for him. If he's going to make a move, he's going to make it now. He tries to take the inside line, bravely goes around the inside. Ardianza goes far too wide. Josh Chin won't have the line coming through here. Ardianza, contact inevitable. Ardianza's the man who comes off worst.
Yeah, and Seth Martin's going to try to swallow him up as well, trying to take advantage of this wounded Tristan Adian Shah, and he does still stay alongside him through turn 3, maybe able to beat him to the breaking point of turn number 4, but Tristan is not giving this up quite yet. The Entropy Motorsports car is still trying to keep up side by side, but no, it is still the 214 of Seth Martin who moves up into 6th place.
I'm imagining Tristan Ardianza in his rig at the moment.
What happened?
Josh Chin.
Slow and coming into turn number 5, got overtaken by Seth Martin as well. He slides out again, going out of turn 6, and Tristan says thank you very much, takes back his position.
Well, Josh Chin has given us some real highlights, but he won't be happy with that. He has to allow Zampel Baggers to go through him. Xavier Koo is going to maybe get alongside him. Xavier indeed does go through, as does Shazan Naufel. Oh, this has been a nightmare for Josh.
Yeah, Shazan taking advantage of that, gets himself ahead of Xavier Koo, whom he was actually chasing up until he caught up to where Joshua Chin is. Joshua still trying to fight back, going up alongside Xavier Koo. He will be able to get to the apex first on the Bijaya corner. Stays ahead so far, but still Xavier Koo doesn't quite back down a bit. Goes uphill together with Joshua Chin. The Ginetta doesn't really have a lot of power in the uphill, but certainly may have an advantage on the downhill. But then again, Xavier Koo still ahead of Joshua Chin throughout this section here, and Joshua tries to make another move. Still cannot find a way past Xavier Koo yet.
But he's on the downhill, as you quite said. The Ginetta doesn't have that power going uphill, but he tries to go around the outside once again. He's going to have a go here, this time on the inside lane. He's got the pace. What kind of a drive has he got out? They are side by side coming down the penultimate straight. 1:35 to go. There'll be one more lap after this. Xavier Koo alongside Joshua Chin, and Josh doesn't have the inside line. And look at that, Xavier takes it, and the switchback from Josh. That is beautifully done, and the drive coming onto the home straight. Oh, great God. Love that drone.
Yeah, he got the momentum. He just got the momentum here ahead of Xavier Koo, but Xavier takes a slipstream. Now he's fighting back. He's going to have a peek on the inside going to turn 1. This is going to be a very tight one here between the two of them, but Joshua Chin takes braking very, very late, and Xavier Koo just really trying to nudge him out of the way. Keeps it out of the way, but Joshua comes back, second turn, takes the apex first. Xavier still frustratingly stays ahead of Joshua Chin throughout that.
What a great battle. That is for P10, would you believe? And behind them is Arif Rahman, who at one stage was on P2. He was second on the grid, actually, early on, so he's trying to get into the points as well. Let's keep an eye on this one, though, because I don't think Josh is going to give Xavier that much of an easy time, and Arif is right behind them as well. 3 into this little space, 30 seconds to go.
Yeah, look at that, Joshua fighting around the outside, going down turn 5, coming into 6 now. Joshua is ahead of Xavier Koo again. Brilliant three-way battle here with Arif Rahman also getting into the mix. He's now up against the Singaporean Xavier Koo, while the Malaysian still leads ahead. He's going to try to slip in together with Joshua Chin and kind of cross the curb on the inside there in order to try to make the corner and also in order to stay ahead of Xavier Koo.
A bit of rallying as well on eRacing GP just for you. As Josh, he may well have lost out there because Arif has come through and Xavier comes through. There's more contact as they gun up through turn 9. And look at that, Xavier Koo. Give the fella a lot of credit that he gets bumped out by Arif. Stock car racing as well as rallying, all in the same couple of corners.
We're representing every single spectrum of motorsport right here in eRGP as right now Arif Rahman in the 10th position. In the meantime, Evan Hosea comes around here and he takes the win and our first ever race of 2026 here at eRGP for the Copper class.
Well, there was so much going on. We didn't catch Evan in his moment of glory, but that moment of glory was 6.4 seconds ahead of Raditya.
Tries very hard at the final lap here, but still will not beat Aji Saka to third place. Aji will take third. Raditya in second, Cliff in fourth. Seth Martin takes fifth position. Tristan Adian Shah finishes in sixth, and Farid Mubarak in seventh. Then we got Senpol Bagas in eighth. Shazan Nalva Mizval in the final moments of this race pulls off a ninth position finish, and Arif Rahman finishes ahead of Xavier Koo and Joshua Chin.
So Arif will be on the front row of the grid in the second race, a reverse grid, the top 10 reverse. I think that's how it works. He was on the front row in the first race and it didn't seem to do him so much good, but that was mighty, mighty competitive. Evan Hosea, wow. We didn't give him much love. Well, we did early on, and we did in qualification, and now he's showboating just a little bit. And might as well, he might as well do. Lucky they get new tyres for the second race.
Yeah, he's going to get maximum points. We're aiming for those maximum points. We still got race number 2 to go here, and Evan's going to have to fight his way through what's possibly the top 10. I think, yeah, should be the top 10 given the size of our grid here in the Copper class. So Evan's going to have to fight fight Raditya, Ajisaka, Cliff Mononutu, Seth, Tristan, Farik, Shazan, as well as Arif, and finally Benjamin Koo. I believe there's actually one more name supposed to be a bit in front of him, although it seems like he actually may have finished in 10th position here.
Was that Xavier or Benjamin?
Benjamin.
So where did Xavier finish?
Xavier finished in
11th. Gosh. So Xavier, after all his shenanigans on getting into the top 10, lost it on the final corner.
Yeah, very much a shame for him.
Terrific racing.
Terrific racing, actually. Like, all things considered, I mean, Joshua Chin's still on the track. They're probably very much miffed, you know. This could have been a P2 for him, but contact between him and Cliff Mononutu has unfortunately relegated him very far back in the points here, but hopefully he'll be able to recover come race number 2.
Absolutely. The difficulty here for Evan Hosea, he was clear the whole way. Now he's got to get through traffic. And as we've seen, there's a lot of bump and grind in this traffic.
A lot of bump and grind, and especially we've got like, what, 43 cars, I believe, in this competition here for the Copper class.
Only 43, it looked like 143.
I know, it's, okay, I stand corrected, it's 41, but still, incredibly huge grid that we have here. I mean, wow, Copper class, again, like, it's always, somehow, in spite of the fact that it's almost all, like, newcomers, always delivers really good racing here.
So Evan obviously has pushed his way up to the top. Let's see if he can carry it on, because there were some really good drives. If you can get the consistency, Joshua, for example, you take those couple of mistakes out and he's much, much closer to Evan Hosea. So maybe over this season, it's an 8-race season, four rounds. Maybe we'll see some of these guys getting better and better as the campaign goes on.
Yeah, so we're still going to be moving on to race number 2 here for our Copper class. Later on, we'll be having our Bronze and Silver Gold class races. So make sure you guys stay tuned for the rest of this evening. So we are going to be waiting for our start of race number 2 here for the Copper class. Evan Hosea was the winner for race number 1. He's going to be starting in the 10th position later on for race 2, given the top 10 will be reversed. And yep, there we go. So we are going to be loading into our map here soon. So here we are. So Arif Rahman is going to be on the front of the grid here, ladies and gentlemen.
Alongside Shazam Naufal. Second row, we've got Bagas, who again had his moments, alongside Farid Mubarak.
Yep, Farid Mubarak, teammate of Joshua Chin. He's going to be the one to try to fight with the front here for race number 2. Well, got to watch out as well for Tristan Adiansha. A little bit shaky, I think, in race number 1, but still is going to be starting from 5th position, so certainly going to be in good position here to do some battles here, especially alongside Seth Martin. Cliff Mononutu will be coming in really hot here, knowing that he has a 2nd place possible in that first race itself. Let's see what race 2 will bring here for our top 10. Evan Tesea, he's in the 10th position here. Lights of the gantry are going on here, and we are gonna be off for race number 2.
That was a long old hold, and nobody actually burst away. Arif not off to the best of Scots. Zempel has got alongside him, and Zempel will go into this first corner in prime position. He's got the perfect racetrack. Oh, he's braked very early, and there's contact. And look at that. Arif Rahman is able to take advantage of a poor position by Zempel.
Yeah.
And wow.
Massive chaos in the back here.
Concertina.
Well, Jan Concertina very much in effect there, but Arif Rahman will still be pulling into lead. Zempel, Vaga still trying to fight with him. We have a second, picks to the grass a little bit. That's going to lose him some momentum going into turn 4. Seth Martin, in the meantime, continues to stay ahead. Joshua Chin has already made his way up into 4th place, avoiding most of that chaos that happened earlier on in turn number 2. But looks like he's joined again by Xavier Cruz, so the two of them will be battling at the opening of race number 2.
Okay, how about the first race winner? Because I was wondering if I know he was in P10. He's not Ezra. Where is he? Down in 11. Evan, I'll say in P11. So he's dropped 1 place.
Yeah, he's very much stuck in the middle of traffic now. And yeah, there was that massive crash that happened. Rather pile up Concertina in effect, as we mentioned earlier on in turn number 2, and Evan Hansea unfortunately was not able to capitalize on it too much. Now having to fight Raditya Maheswara into the Bajaya corner, loses out the position, he drops down to 12.
He's not used to traffic. He's not had to deal with it on the qualification. He made sure there was a lot of tarmac ahead of him and he could race away, got his lines right, but now he's got to be aware of who's in front of him, who's behind him, who he's can track. Gosh, this is a problem for Evan.
And again, this is exactly why we do these reverse races. We want to test the drivers in every single scenario, including having to fight through traffic, and it seems like Evan is going to have a heck of a time now if he wants to be able to get himself into the point. Xavier Koo, in the meantime, trying to keep up with Joshua Chin, who himself is chasing Seth Martin. He's within a second now going into that final corner, so this is looking good for Joshua now.
But if we learned anything from race 1, we know Joshua will spin at some stage.
You're already putting your bets in onto that, aren't you? So we'll see. Maybe Josh might be able to surprise us come the very end here. So I think someone's gone a little bit off there. That's behind Ajisaka there, Ryle Jazia Almazora. Who just went off on the final corner there, is now being chased hard by Benjamin Koo, who appears to have finished in the 10th early on. Was maybe just outside of the top 10. Now he's trying to fight with Ryle for 7th position, tries to take it around the outside of turn 2. In the meantime, Raditya behind is also trying to get in on the action here, but Benjamin Koo couldn't quite find a way past Ryle. He's now having to defend against Raditya, but I think he may have left the door way too open here as Raditya and Lachiran moves all the way up now to 8th and 9th respectively.
Got a feel for Benjamin Koo there because he had his eye on P7 and instead he finds himself down in P10. You can't just focus on the man ahead of you in when it's this congested.
Yeah, and speaking of what's going up ahead, Seth Martin's catching up with Zenpul Vargas. In the meantime, still things are heating up for the 8th and 10th position here as Raditya and Lakshman, in spite of having gotten past Benjamin Koo, they're still fighting it out for that 8th position here. So I think we're going to have to jump back to Seth Martin because it's getting closer and closer to Zenpul now. This is the battle for P2.
Okay, this is the problem for Zenpul. Does he look at the track ahead of him, or is he very aware of where Seth Martin is going to be? Takes a nice tight line through that corner. That's again, this drone shot is gorgeous, just to be able to see what's going on. And Seth has got a lot of work to do here. Zenpul, so far, so good as Royal Selangor gets its moment in the spotlight. Thank you for your continued sponsorship on ERGP.
Yeah, thank our sponsors very much for keeping us running for 19 seasons long here for the global edition. And Seth Martin is looking to try to make it a P2 now in race number 2, but Zenpul still remains ahead of him now through this final sector. Now coming up to the final turn here. Let's see whether or not he'll be able to catch that momentum here. He's really close. Also just behind him as well. I think Ryle is in a drag race here with Lakshman as well. Ooh, coming into contact as well, coming into that final corner as Benjamin Koo, who's also behind, is trying to slip around the outside as well. Seth Martin, in the meantime, not able to close the gap to Zenpool. In the meantime, Lakshman looks like he's going to be able to get himself clear of Ryle here. Oh, but the two of them do come into contact in the final corner. Lakshman's going to try to continue to pull away here, but Benjamin Koo is going to be getting the better of him. So does Farid Mubarak, who actually ends up in front of Lakshman.
It was Ryle who came off worse there. He was far, far too tight around the hairpin. He called Lakshman. Lakshman did well to survive as, again, you've got to be brave. You've got to leave your braking late, but not that late.
Yeah, that's too late there for Benjamin Koo. Loses out. Oh, no, my goodness. Out of the top 10 now for him as Farid Mubarak and Lakshman continue to move on. And Muhammad Fatur Rahman just inherited 10th place as a result.
Watching that, it's like one of those cartoons where the cats are running on hot ice and they can't stop.
Yeah.
Brilliant stuff.
Brilliant stuff. Oh, well, not so brilliant for Benjamin, unfortunately, but might just be brilliant here for Seth Martin. Around the outside, and Zen Vargas will take second position from him in the transition, but can he keep it? No. Zen's come back into the inside, going to turn 7. This is going to be a hard battle here, and Joshua Chin is just holding back in the middle of all of that right now, as he also trying to keep it with Xavier Koo.
There goes Josh. There you go, Josh.
Aji Saka will inherit the place there from the two of them as Zenpool continues to fight with Seth Martin up into Bajaya corner. Seth around the outside still carries a lot of speed. He's on the racing line. He's still in P2.
If you get momentum going up the hill, it helps you enormously. Seth gets ahead of Zenpool Bagas. Hey, I told you Josh should spin out at some stage. To be fair, he was given a little nudge on the way, so we won't put that down as a Josh error.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, that's certainly going to be an excuse for him, I guess. But yeah, it's certainly Joshua not having the best of luck so far in this first round of GE19. But Seth Martin and Zenpool having an absolute banger of a fight right now for P2 as Arif Rahman still 3 whole seconds into the lead. Haven't seen him much in this race here, but let's give some love to our current race leader in the copper class.
Well, he's benefiting from those bangers of fights that are going on behind him. There's so much contact, and as we've seen earlier on in race number 1, you get free track ahead of you, and it gives you such an advantage.
Yeah, so here comes Seth Martin hot on the heels. After having made the move onto Zenpool Vargas, Aji Saka as well. Very quiet race for him. I mean, he just like with Arif, really benefited off of everyone crashing around him here, you know, to get up into 4th place. Zenpool, in the meantime, still within the second of Seth Martin, but Seth is slowly but surely pulling away from him as the corners continue to stack up here. Raditya Maheswara currently in 5th place here for BRN. Farid Mubarak for downshift still up in 6th position. It's currently the fastest of the downshift. Oh wait, no, sorry. Seth Martin is the fastest of the downshift cars, currently in 2nd place. So Evan Hosea,
he's got it. I was waiting for you to get down to P8. He's come up 6 places in the last lap.
And he's already catching up. He's back into the points here for race number 2. That could be all important in the 4 rounds of GE19. So let's see whether he can keep this progress going. We still have under 7.5 minutes to go here. So there's still plenty of time here for Evan to try to make up some places.
It'll be too tough for him to make up P1, but you never know. He's not far enough behind Fatur Rahman. Fatur's in potential distance. Farid Mubarak also there. They're the two. I think they're the two that Evan Hosea will have in his sights.
Yeah, for sure. But he needs to catch up first. Fatur Rahman is still 1.5 seconds away, but half a second behind here. That's the battle going on behind Evan Hosea. Zohaib Hussain is currently battling with Joshua Chin. Hussain is trying to hold him off here in the Bajai corner, but the gap is just shrinking between the two of them. Joshua Chin might be sensing an opportunity here in Sector 3.
If Josh can stay on the tarmac, he will be deadly. He's got to stay on the tarmac.
Yeah, he's got to stay on the good line here through this part. Quite tricky, but then again, the very light Ginettas here could certainly make use of these very fast sweeping corners here. Try to get a gain. Joshua takes the braking very late, slips into the inside on the penultimate corner, and keeps Zohaib Hussain on the outside.
He is very quick, Josh. As he gets the long straight. You can see the main grandstand. It was away to the left. It's to the left of the boys here. This is for P9 at the moment. Evan Hosea is ahead of them. Seth Martin has just put in a fastest lap. 2:11.205. That's quick from Seth.
And it got taken by Raditya Maheswara. Wow, these guys are really fighting for that fastest lap points, which, by the way, it gives you 2 bonus points, so it could be important over the course of the season. Raditya, though, not going to be happy with this. Picking on the inside, Aji Saka. Aji will be able to pull back on, still in 4th place at the moment. Raditya, thankfully, able to recover before Farid Mubarak catches his position.
There is a reason why you have a copper class in eRacing GP, and that is to learn the racecraft and to avoid confrontation like that. We are seeing a lot of contact, which is great for the entertainment value.
And speaking of which, Evan Ozea, now we've been half a second of Muhammad Fatur Rahman, the winner of race number 1, looking at trying to gain more places here for race number 2. He's got traffic throughout this whole bit, having started in 10th place, but after having lost a place early on, now has moved up into 8th position. His pace looking good so far.
I think it was down in P14 at one stage because he caught up in traffic, but now he's got, as you say, Muhammad Fatur Rahman had wager your money for him to get past him.
Well, we'll see. He's got another under 5 minutes to go here towards the end of the race, and being this close with Muhammad Fatur Rahman, Farid Mubarak, and even Raditya Maheswara, he's certainly got a lot of potential here to make up even more points. Fatur Rahman loses control here, breaking into Bajaya, and Evan Ozea just takes that so easily.
We see so many issues coming up on turn number 9 on the Bajaya corner, and that's really well done by Evan Ozea. He didn't have to do much there. He just had to wait for the mistake.
Yep.
He's going to have to wait a little bit longer from Farik. I think Farik's a little bit more accomplished and a little bit safer, if not as quick.
As we've seen from race number 1, I mean, he has, certainly was not one of those who have made a lot of mistakes there. So let's see whether he can keep that streak going here with now the winner of race number 1 breathing down his neck.
Where are we now? We're 4 minutes to go, which is, what, 2 plus... 3 laps to go, including this one. But they're on. There's your race leader, Arif Rahman. And he started on the front row of the grid. He started on the front row of the grid in race number 1 as well. Wasn't able to hold on, finished P10. Started on front row of the grid in race number 2. Made it count this time.
Yep, and still 2 seconds clear of Seth Martin, although it was at 3 seconds earlier on in the race.
Good call.
Seems to have fallen back a bit, but then again, he's still very in control of the race regardless, though. Evan Ozea now catching up to Farid Mubarak. We've been 3/10 under braking into turn number 1. Now getting on the inside of Farid Mubarak. Can he actually get the position from him, though? Tries to go around the outside of turn 2. Couldn't find a momentum exit. Still is behind Farid Mubarak, though. Will be benefiting off of that slipstream coming off of his car. Going uphill now into turn 4. Evan Ozea, who had gotten maximum points in race number 1, now needs to gain as many points as he can in race number 2. And Farid's just holding on that 6th position for dear life as Evan Ozea still tries to creep in closer, still cannot find a way past.
Behind them, interesting to see Fakhrouan is just hanging on there, but Farik under intense pressure. A good line from Evan Ozea once again, asking questions of Farik, asking questions of the man in front of him. Looks on the inside, it's not quite there. Look out though for Fatur Rahman. He's just looking for any mistake, any contact in the 2 drivers in front of him.
Yeah, just waiting, just biding his time right now. There's still at least another lap to go here before the checkered flag. So Evan Ozea is now putting maximum pressure here onto Farik to try to snatch a position, but he cannot afford to lose control here. Otherwise, he may find him finishing out with the points. Fatur Rahman still keeping very close. Let's have a look on his onboard now as we get onto the uphill portion and into Sector 3. Farid Mubarak trying to defend, but he left the door a little bit open here, allowing Evan to try to get alongside, but couldn't quite keep the momentum up on the exit. Now going downhill, Fatur Rahman again still holding back, still waiting for the doors to open up, for the sea to part right now for 6th and 7th place here, so they can try to capitalize, but still Evan Ozea still keeps his car very nicely on the racing line.
He'll have the slipstream down this long straight. You've got the 2 long straights. It's a feature. Is he going to make a move? Looks on the inside as they approach the hairpin. Farik is a little bit more cautious. I don't think Farik is going to really try and blast it through. Evan Ozea eases his way into a top 6 position. That is wonderful work. That is 3 laps work coming to fruition there from Evan Ozea.
Brilliant stuff here from Evan. Winner of race number 1. May not be able to fight for the win here, but he's certainly going to be getting a good haul of points here in round 1 of GE19. Let's keep a close eye on that progress. Meantime, Raditya actually just got the fastest lap, 2:10.9. Actually faster than the rest of the top 5 here.
And he's closing in on Aji Saka as well there. This could be a battle. We have got 1 minute to go. I suspect 2 laps. Where's car number 1? No, 1 lap after
I
this.
think 1 lap could be possible. Yeah, still under a
It's
minute.
going to be tight, isn't it?
I think it
This
might
could be the last lap.
could be, yeah. So we'll see if that timer does run out before they end. Yeah, this could be the last lap here. So Arif Rahman now just several corners away from seeing that checkered flag. Raditya in the meantime still catching up. Ajisaka, it's actually gained in terms of the gap between the two of them. So now he's really putting up the pressure now, going to turn 7 and now into 8, literally closing within 3/10 of a second now. This could be close.
It certainly could. This is the battle for P4. Raditya looks on the inside, takes a much tighter line. Is he able to hold it? The drive up the hill is very, very good. That's nicely done from Aji.
Yeah, Ajisaka still hanging on there, but Raditya has the inside in the next turn. He's going to try to get to the apex first. He will be getting there first. Now he has a block. Ajisaka who gets a little bit loose on the exit there. That's not going to help his case now. Going downhill. Arif Rahman, meantime, just comes around the penultimate corner. We'll be keeping an eye on him. I think the timer's already run out. This is already the last lap here for Arif Rahman as these two are battling it out in the top 5. Raditya has done well to stay in P4 for now, ahead of Ajisaka. Arif Rahman though comes into the final corner. He's not put a foot wrong in this second race here and will be enjoying first place in race number 2. Seth Martin already celebrating very maturely behind him, or maybe just lost control, but Arif Rahman finishes in a checkered flag here, winning race number 2. Seth Martin comes in second place, covered well from that. Zen Paul Vargas in third place, brilliant here from BRM because they are having third and fourth finishes here with Raditya beating Evan Hosea,
Who
comes fifth and actually comes through here, taking past Ajisaka, who seemed to have lost control, lost 2 positions. Muhammad Fatur Rahman is the one who will be finishing in 6th place ahead of 7th place Ajisaka.
What a result that is for Evan Hosea. I tell you what, that is it's not a perfect race round 1, but it's a P1 and a P5 plus a fastest lap in race number 1 plus a qualification. That's very impressive him. But Arif Rahman, I think, equally impressive as well, as the boys enjoy burning a little bit of rubber at Sepang. They don't have to pay for the tyres.
Yeah, they don't have
That's
to pay.
what I always say to them.
They don't have to pay for the track time either, so just brilliant racing all around. Here is your race winner, Arif Rahman. Very well deserved here, having led the race through and through. Only, this is going to be a really brilliant season of racing. I just feel it, based on even the newcomers here already impressing us from this first round.
Absolutely. Arif, though, let's not forget, P10 in race number 1, a win in race number 2. He'll pick up good points as well, probably second in the championship standings. Of course, join us on Facebook to get the overall, because there's plenty of complaints that come in. The race control have plenty of work to do. And it's very difficult to turn the results around in 5 minutes. But I don't think there was too much there to stop Evan Hosea being number 1 and Arif to be number 2 for this round 1.
Yeah, so that is our Copper Class race, the season opener for them here in Sepang, already done and dusted. We got 2 more races to go here, so make sure you guys stay tuned for the rest of this evening here. Congratulations to Evan Hosea for winning race number 1 for the Copper Class, and for Arif Rahman winning the race for race number 2 in the Copper Class as well. Stay tuned on our social medias where we'll be releasing the official results, so then you guys will be able to find out who exactly will be leading the championship from then on out. But we're going to be taking a short break here, Des. So my name is Victor. This is Des. We'll see you guys after these messages.
Computer is about possibilities. It is an idea made real. Crafted with precision. It can make tradition timeless. Pewter evolves. When allowed to be free, it can captivate you. Pewter is our legacy, and we're keeping the legacy alive. Royal Selangor, since 1885.
Very good evening, very warm welcome back to eRGP Season 19. Amo and Des along have been here right the way for the whole ride. We have got our third competition of the season. It is of the season.
Yes.
Of the round coming up. We had a debut for the women. Very exciting that was too. New names bringing us some excitement in the copper class. And now we move on to the bronze class, where we've got some of those promoted from the copper class who are trying to make a big name for themselves in eRGP world.
Yes, indeed. And in fact, a couple of them who were in the top 3 last season have moved up to the bronze class this time. Can't wait to see how they go, because they were, for example, like Bima Surya, the previous champion in copper class, definitely was showing the way of how to do it. Now he's got a different kettle of fish to play with.
You mentioned Bima Surya. Let's just have a look at those who won the title last year. Eric Satya was the champion for the bronze class last year. He's moved up. So some names to look out for: Jeremy Yo, Ryan Lim, Randy Go, Naufal Faiz. I think they're all racing today. Dave Chen. Is that the guy who's my age? Dave Chen? No, that's a different one. Different one. But Eric Satya was a massive, massive winner last season. He has been promoted, so there will be a new champion for the bronze class for this year. Right, let's move on to... Are we into qualification? No, we're still into practice at the moment. Any of these guys who have caught your eye in practice that you've seen, Amo?
I would say one of them is Chandramauli Anandan. He is actually a guy that is kind of like a sim racing polymath. He drives in every single thing possible, whether it's on AC, iRacing, Gran Turismo. He's done the lot.
Does that is that an advantage or a disadvantage? It means you're a master of many?
A jack of all trades.
Okay.
But sometimes it can be a bit of a burden when you don't know the idiosyncrasies of one simulator when you're jumping from a previous one. So it's just adaptability, and I think Chandra is good at adapting, but he does kick himself a lot when he doesn't perform.
Indeed, indeed. As for the car that we're using, we're in the TCR once again, and we've changed things around in eRGP in the cars for this season. What do you make of this TCR?
I quite like it, even though personally I don't like driving them. I like watching the racing these because, as a certain 4-time Formula 1 World Champion said, it's like anti-driving. You just unlearn everything you do in a normal rear-wheel drive car when you drive these things. But it has its own skill sets. It's a specific way of driving, and if you find that little groove where you can get the fast times out of it, you just hold on to that. You just cannot do it anywhere else, even in rear-wheel drive cars.
So is this something that needs an awful lot of practice, an awful lot of lap time to get used to this vehicle?
Quite, surprisingly. Even though it's easy to drive, but it's very difficult to master.
Okay, as for Sepang, we know the Sepang circuit very well. It's very undulating. It's a little more hilly than we anticipated. Or, well, it's a lot more hilly than it looks. The GT4s, they struggle a little bit with power going up the hill. How about the TCRs and the undulations of Sepang?
They're about the same power actually. Maybe the GT4s are slightly more, of course, because more aero, more power to play with. But the thing is, these cars in terms of lap time are not that far off from the GT4s. In fact, if you get some really good drivers to drive it, like we see Jeremy 2:12.2 in practice, it's only about 1.7 seconds off the fastest GT4 times. In fact, he could easily been on the grid in the Copper class we saw just now if he drove the TCR car.
Absolutely. In the Copper class that we just saw, the fastest times were at 2:11s in the race and in qualification. These guys are putting in 2:12s in the practice. So I'm anticipating us getting certainly in the 2:11s, maybe even higher in the 2:10s perhaps.
No, I mean 12s maybe, very high 11s, yes, but maybe close on the cusp of the 12s just there.
Okay.
Yeah, that will be just a guesstimation right now because you just can't go any much faster when you know that the class was designed to be at a certain limit in terms of lap time.
As for the, it's a pack grid.
Yes.
We saw an awful lot of contact in the Copper. The reason they're driving in bronze is because they're a little bit more disciplined. They've got a little bit more racecraft to them. Are you still expecting to see some collisions in the middle of the pack?
Highly likely, yes, because we got a big field of cars. In fact, 37 drivers, and this is after we actually did them all out through pre-qualifying. So there was more drivers that actually took part in this. In fact, I think it was 60 plus drivers.
Fantastic.
We were doing what the Indianapolis 500 does on a normal basis. We had to do a cutoff to how much we can actually allow to race. That's how popular it is. It's oversubscribed, but since we use pre-qualifying, it's weeding out the really, really slow drivers from the drivers who are really competent and capable to join in.
Excellent. Okay. All right. Qualification is underway. We have got a minute gone. The guys are out on the out laps. Jaden Liao will be one of the guys we'll keeping an eye on. But as you can see, gosh, it is very, very congested out there. You want to try to get a little bit of open tarmac in front of you.
Yep.
That's going to be difficult. The only real chance we've got are maybe Neil Harris.
Let's see who's actually out in front, in fact, because I don't think it's the guy that we think is up in front. Yeah, still trying to find because it says P21, but that's not a car in 21st in first position, in first on the road at least for track position. So we'll wait and see because once the banker laps are coming in, then we know who actually break the timing being first. But my God, this is like peak traffic jam in the middle of Jalan Tengku Rahman on a Friday night.
You saw a little bit of parking there. I think people are just trying to create just a little bit of space. Let's get off the federal highway. Let's.
Yes. I mean that's for those who are in the four-wheel variety, whereas you come in on a different mode of transport, two wheels, don't have to worry about the jam at all.
Indeed, indeed. Just have to worry about the weather. Right, how do you find a little bit of space there? You slow down, you just try to ease your way. Who is going to be first one out on the track? Right then, we've got our first guys going out there.
Yep, in fact, it's the guy that we were focusing on when we were leaving the pit lane. It was Judiel Nino Gonzalez, brother of Francis Angelo, and there he is right now. You can see the family resemblance, plus the fact that they love to wear singlets while driving anyway.
Very Filipino. Judiel is, he's got a little bit of company there though. With Joel Kelly. Well, a little bit of Filipino aggro early on in the season. That's what we like, boys.
I mean, not just Filipino aggro. We saw it among the Malaysians, even in the women's class.
Indeed.
There were a bit of afters post-race, and in fact, some of them, they came into the broadcast room, they were just saying, well, she shouldn't have hit me. No, she shouldn't have done that. We're both teammates or something like that along those lines. Cannot name any names, but we know for a fact that
they were driving pink.
Yes, and not in the pink of health.
Oh, very good. Just looking at Judiel there, he's chattering away to himself. It's nice and relaxed, nice and easy in this early stages. We're not really getting through. The out laps, don't really keep an eye on those, but Jaden Liao 2:31. As you say, we'll be looking down to maybe touching the high 2:11s.
Yep. Based on how Jeremy was doing. In fact, we can jump to Jeremy right now. We can find him because he's got an interesting livery on his car. Just about seeing it right there, he says, "I miss my car." And in reference to the fact that he loved the GT3s from last season, and in fact, if we can even go on board, we can see. Can we just about see it? No, we can't. Not in this view, but it's a picture of Wolverine holding the frame, missing that car right now.
Very good. Very good. Okay. Hopefully he can drive.
Yep. There it is. That's a good view. There's the view in question. It's that Wolverine meme where he's missing that old BMW. But I think he's found himself pretty much at home with the TCR because he was fastest in practice, a 2:12.2.
All right, now then, the serious work begins.
Yep.
They're launching into 5.5 minutes left. They'll have one serious chance to get a good lap time in. No bankers down at the moment.
In fact, yes, there it is. It's the Copper Class champion, Bima Surya, who's done it, Des.
2:13.606. That won't be number one for long, though.
Yep.
Joel comes. It's not number one for more than 10 seconds. Aiden Tang comes in. We're going to keep on going down to the high 212s, maybe even better.
Oh. In fact, we're close to the 12s now with Dave Chen, and he might have gotten a tow from Chandramauli Anandan there. And to the detriment of Chandramauli, he has to give way because they're both impeding each other.
Dave Chen takes the inside. Chandra is one of the ones that you looked at as one of the guys to really keep a lookout for. He won't be happy with that because that will really stop him getting a fast lap here. That means he's only going to have one more chance out on the circuit to get a lap in.
2 more laps at least because it's about 4.5 minutes left to go, give or take. But yeah, not the most ideal start to this next lap. Meanwhile, speaking of ideal, Neil Harris is a 12.4. So the Quenzo Racing Team driver, who was a bit disappointed last season to miss out on the top 3 in the Copper Class, is starting his Bronze Class journey with a fast banker lap.
Okay, into the 212s. We knew we'd get there. I'm certain that we'll get into the 211s in the Copper Class in a different vehicle, of course. We got a 210.750, 3/4 of a second faster than anybody else. Nobody so far has really looked at of that caliber. Not yet, anyway.
Yep, in fact, I think maybe Jeremy's probably started his lap right now. I just can't find him on the timing screen, right? Due to the fact that we are oversubscribed with a huge number of cars. It's almost difficult to find some of them sometimes. Yeah, so far not yet, but...
Neil takes the country roads. It's a nice part of the world down in Sepang. He takes another one. I think he's happy with his fastest lap at the moment.
Well, maybe this is using it as a sort of way to go off the boil for a bit. Try to give himself a gap. In fact, he is in pretty much no man's land. There's nobody in front, nobody behind. Just clear road, so he could afford to do a bit of slip-ups here and there. But really,
it's not like he's got a fast enough time to say, hey, I'm going to be in P1 here. I would imagine that you're in qualification. You want to get as many fast laps in as you possibly can.
Yep. But sometimes when, like that, he's probably just doing it to warm up his tires because it does cool off quite easily. So maybe he's just doing it just for fun of it, or probably he knows he's on camera.
Bima Surya, the Copper Class champion, is in P2 at the moment. As 1 or 2, Nofov puts in a 2:14.
Oh, yep.
Here is Bima. You win one category and your immediate reward is to get a promotion, which means that if you win that one, it proves you're a potentially top driver. Is Bima in that kind of a class?
I think he is, because he's shown that he was very consistent throughout the entire time he was in Copper. He only finished off the top 3 twice, and his entire result for the season was top 5s. So even with the reverse grid shenanigans, he still managed to make it there. As Jeremy Yao then, well, we have to look up for him. Look at that. 33.2 in the first sector, fastest of all.
Well, he is one that you told us to look out for. We'll focus on his driving now, not on the livery. I know you love the liveries, but let's look at the driving. He's obviously his fastest through Sector 1, because this is quick. Is he going to be able to do the same in Sector 2? Nobody else is really putting things on. Jaden Leo, fastest through Sector 1. Bima.
Oh, big slide, but unfortunately, there's not the best way to actually get lap time. In fact, he has... Well, actually, it's not too bad. He's still about 10th off his previous best, but he would really like to get a move on here if he wants to get within 5/10 of Neil.
Dave Chang currently in P4, Mohamed Ozair 5, Adam Hakim, who's in the pits, in 6. Evelyn Adisha. All right then.
Yep.
What are we? 1:28 to go. A lot of rubber being burned there by Bima.
And not in the best way possible, because front-wheel drive cars, the moment you wear them out, you don't have enough purchase on them. So not the most ideal to do, but since this is just qualifying, maybe it's just to get some heat into them. Okay, so you can see there's the new feature for this season. We get lap times on both cars. In fact, Jeremy just pulled back into the pit, so that's unfortunate. We were about to compare whether or not those 2 sectors were enough to get him on pole, but he's actually jumped back. So we're waiting to see if Bima can actually improve his time here.
So Bima, a 2:12.922. And no, he's not going to improve that time.
Yep.
1:63 shorter, actually.
Yep. As meanwhile, I think Neil might be having the same thing. He's not even fastest through his first 2 sectors.
Well, maybe that banker lap that Neil Harris put in was good enough. And it's quite significantly quicker. It's half a second quicker than Jaden Liao, who's just gone ahead of Beamer into P2. Randy Go into P4. Jeremy drops down to P5.
Yep, Jaden just now, we did see he was setting the fastest lap of all in the first sector. Fastest times in the first sector, but unfortunately, second and third wasn't as good, so he's still about 4 tenths behind Neil Harris.
Okay, let's see these lap times tumble as drivers go over the line. We are into the final 10 seconds or so. Everybody is on their final lap.
And he is jumping to the pit, so he knows that that time wasn't fast enough. But it's also a good opportunity for them to practice their starts, because I think most of them peeled off into the pits just so they could actually practice it, because there was a bit of lobbying from the drivers that can we have automatic clutch off so that they could actually use launch control. Yes, these cars have launch control, so you can see the rear hunker to the ground when they get off the line.
Well, Beamer, second row of the grid. Jaden Liao is out there at the moment. Right then, is this potentially quick? Let's see if he goes green. No, again, nobody's really been able to make a major move on Neil Harris. Neil set that fastest lap time 5 minutes ago.
Yeah, and you think that the track would be rubbered in by now, 100% rubber on the road, they'll be going faster, but no. It seems as though that the best times to get for these cars to set is very early on, and after that, everyone's just droning around.
Wow.
Now that's quite a surprise, but let's see then if Jaden can do it. We're also keeping an eye out on, in fact, Sharif Durrani. I was about to say that third place Sharif Durrani might just be able to upset the apple cart here.
Fastest through Sector 2. He wasn't fastest through Sector 1 though. We're on board with Sharif Durrani. His best lap 2:12.906, which is half a second down. He needs to make up 5 tenths of a second.
Yes, and the fact that he has some drivers in front can be useful, can be a detriment, because these cars, unlike Formula cars with slicks and wings, the draft is not as powerful. You have to be really close to just get pulled into the other guy in front, because otherwise you're just being impeded by another car in front. Okay,
Sharif, we're on board with him as he comes into the hairpin for the final time. Tries to get a good drive out.
Ooh, too wide. That may not be an improvement, but he could just get up to second place. That will do him a world of good.
Drops indeed, and then back up to P3.
And in fact, because Chandramauli Anandan was up to third, then he jumped back up to third. So, there we go. The drivers that we are tipping to do the business are actually right at the sharp end.
Well, Chandramauli, that's a decent response from him. Let's get on to the second row of the grid. You want to be high up. Of course you do, particularly when it's this congested. You want to be up in the top 2 rows.
Oh, certainly. Otherwise, you end up like Zach Wong right now in P39 in the Speed 7 car. 39. You're actually halfway to the last corner before you even see the start gantry.
Indeed. And got to have good eyesight to see the red lights go out as well, so that... okay. So Neil Harris set a lap time very early on in qualification. And that 2:12.487 stood the test of time, and there he is. It's a multicoloured livery. It's, what are we, mustard on one side and lime green on the other?
Yep, and in fact that it is a reference to, oh, we could jump back into him now. It's a reference to a video game series called Persona, and that's his favourite character, a robot girl named Aegis. That's quite a very mystical name to it as well.
Splendid work. How about Jaden Liao? Let's, he's on P2 on the front row of the grid.
Yeah.
Far more.
More
esoteric.
corporate.
Indeed, more corporate. That's a word I'm after.
Well, if we say esoteric, then we'll probably have to look at people who watch anime, because they have really clashy colors to put on a car. But yeah, I quite like Legion Racers liveries, especially given the fact that it does stand out as a brand identity for them.
I'm trying to work out what language the writing is, or is that a number?
No, that's actually the logo of the team, Legion of Racers.
Ah, my apologies, Legion of Racers. I've only been with you for 5 years.
Meanwhile, we have another classic one actually. In fact, this is a bit akin to Toyota TRD USA's livery back in the 80s, where they have white and then on top of red and yellow on the side. So a bit of Florida colors there, shall we say, pastels.
Absolutely marvellous. Okay, can they drive though? Can they drive? That's the big call.
Let's see if that would be the case, because we're still ticking over from qualifying to the first race. But I think it gives enough time to do it. Oh, that's a personal favorite of ours.
Of course.
Yes. I mean, I love this one. This is Kazusa from Blue Archive.
Different generation, you boys. Different generation.
Yes, I approve. Don't hurt the cat.
Randy
Okay.
Go in P6.
Oh, in fact, we're just going to go onto the grid now.
Just
If
sort
I
them
do-
out.
Yep.
let's talk us through. Neil Harris on P1 alongside Jaden Liao on the front row. Sharif and Chandramal on P2. Beamer and Randy Go on the third row. Aiden Tan and Jeff Chan on the fourth row. Jeremy O and Jeff Tan on row number 5.
Yep.
They're the rows you want to be on.
And in fact, this is the highlight we like to show. Drivers who are further behind, well, you got a mountain to climb there, bigger than Mount Kinabalu right now.
You can probably see Mount Kinabalu from this distance.
Indeed. And in fact, meanwhile, somewhere in the middle, Jordan McNeil, less work to do, but still plenty to play for.
Okay, we await the red lights going out in the serious work of the first race of the season. Or the second race of the season, completing the first round of the season. Right, we have got underway, and Neil Harris indeed has got off to a solid start very, very early in the qualification. He set his time and he's made his marker very, very early here. This is what you call a solid start from Neil Harris. He's going to come into this corner very, very nicely. Behind him, there's so much congestion, but Harris can really control things from here now.
Yeah, he got the whole shot. That's what he wanted. And the fact that he used the launch control to good effect. But someone who's done it even better was Chandramauli. He burst his way through that pack, and he's up to second from 4th.
Yeah, Chandramauli came in late in qualification to get into the second row of the grid. And now he's, as you say, up in P2. And he's right on the tail end of Neil Harris. Neil... Oh, a little bit of contact. Harris has to really work hard to hold on. And Chandramauli might be able to capitalise.
Now, in fact, look at that. Jaden Liao's on the inside, and he's there to take them both. Look at that side by side coming through 5 and 6. You won't see that in Formula cars. You can see in touring cars. And look at that. Amazing racing. And Jaden has now taken to the front.
Well, Jaden Liao is the new race leader. And Harris, who looked like it had control, was just eased away. And Jaden Liao for Legion of Racers. I recognise that. They are in P1. And Chandramauli alongside Harris and Bhima Surya. The front 4 are 1 through 4. Harris desperately tries to earn a place back. He's got to hold on going up the hill, and he has done so. He's back in P2 now, Harris.
Yes, and that's a good recovery, because remember, being bumped from behind is not what you want, especially it just disrupts your groove a bit, but he manages to recover quickly and now ready to take on back to the guys in front. But look at that, the chain of cars behind, the gaggle of them are ready to pounce on whenever the opportunity arises.
Well, there was just that little tap, and Harris has done really, really well going wide. Is Chandramauli, and he's lost 2 places as a result.
Wow, that was the sort of thing that he did not want, and he lost a handful of positions in one fell swoop. So really, then this place has not been so kind to him, because I remember seeing him in the race last year. He was leading an endurance race, dropped it at the very final corner after 2 hours.
Oh, and there Aiden Tam went wide. Bhima Surya's got up, and that's Sharif, who's just seen a little bit of rubber. But Aiden Tan has got himself moved down from P3 to P4. Jaden Liao has obviously set the fastest lap because he's the race leader. So, congested opening lap. And look at this, Jeremy O tries to barge his way into P4. The tyres are burning it. Oh, it's so tight in there. Going into turn 2.
Oh, and look at that, Chandra as well. Speaking of tight, that was a door that was never going to open, and it was completely locked. Luckily, though, Jeremy saw him in the rears and did not have the same contact that what happened to Neil in the first lap.
When we started Season 1, that would have definitely been contact.
Indeed.
Season 19, our racers are more race aware.
Indeed, and that's the sort of thing that we love to see, is improvements all around from everyone from top to bottom.
Absolutely. At the moment, Jaden Liao is top of this race. Neil Harris
Oh!
isn't too far behind him. Oh, Jeremy O was caught.
Yeah.
And has made a remarkable recovery.
The beauty of front-wheel drive. I did say earlier it was anti-driving, but the moment you flat-foot the throttle onto the floor, you can just save the car from a certain disaster. That was what Jeremy did, and he will be thanking his lucky stars. It's not BMW GT3 this time.
Well, he's got himself up. He's lost a place there, but it could have been so much worse. Aiden Tan comes through. Chandramauli, he's had an interesting race already. Chandramauli in P4. Aiden Tan right alongside him. Chandramauli, car number 90. Aiden Tan looks on the inside. Chandramauli just closed to the gate at the last time as they use the green stuff a little bit more than they're meant to.
Yeah, I mean, for touring cars, you just need to use all the road because, again, front-wheel drive cars don't have the best of turning radiuses, so you just have to use all the road you can and then some to get it across.
Again, remarkably, Jeremy was still in there. That was a phenomenal save.
I think even though we only just started the race, first race of the season, that's already save of the season.
Indeed it is. I do a lot of bike racing, bike commentary, and you get saves like that on the 2 wheels, very rarely on the 4.
Indeed. And the proper way to use that if you were to actually go out of control, the death wobble or the tank slapper, but now applicable to cars. I'm actually quite figure that. I mean, I come from a family who does bike racing, so when people use the word tank slapper in the car, it just makes my hair stand up a bit.
Yes, yes. Not fun. Not fun. Bima Surrey has got himself up into P2. Harris has dropped down into P3. It's been interesting. Dave Chen is there. There is Harris. Bima, the copper champion last year, and I asked you whether you rate him, and you said you do. And I think he's showing exactly why, because he overtook Harris, who offers a big wide backside when he's driving. He's a very good defensive driver, is Neil Harris.
Indeed, and the fact that we saw how tenacious he was last season in the way he attacks and defends, but this time he's got an even bigger immovable object to fight because it's a guy that he raced with in the copper class last season, and it's a case of deja vu again this time.
Jaden Yao is the man who's leading the way. It's only 0.8 of a second. He's not been able to really establish a lead, but these 3 are pulling away from Chandramouli, who's 2 seconds down. And these 3 have done magnificently well, but Chandramouli, he leads. Well, if it is a train, it's not a well-connected train.
Yes, it is a carriage going out of control where you want to go up north. As well, speaking of that, someone went north up into the inside. Who was that coming through? I think that would have been Aiden Tan.
Yeah.
No, it's Jeff Tan, the other Tan, but it's not no relation.
Jeff Tan, indeed it is, goes up into P6. Dave Chan is there. 3 abreast as they go round, and that corner is not big enough. There ain't enough tarmac there.
And unfortunately, David Chan was hung out completely to dry. Mercifully, though, he didn't lose that much time at the expense of just losing positions.
And then he takes another off-road. This is rallying. This is eRGP rallying.
Yes. I mean, we do have another Santa Corsa game on the horizon that's ready to do rallying, so wink wink. Maybe we could do that one day. But wow, what a good race we've had so far, and we're only about halfway through in this first one, Des.
Certainly are, not even halfway through. 8.5 minutes still to race here. Jaden Yao and Bima and Neil Harris are pulling away, but this mid-race is absolutely wonderful.
Yeah, we did talk about the middle part of the race being a bit of a lull, but it looks as though no one told these guys that. They're still going at it and not even letting the foot off the throttle at all.
As they come round the hairpin, which can be the most congested part of the course. Thankfully, everybody's gone around that one nice and safely. Aiden Tan in 6, Jeff Tan 7, Dave Chen in P8. We're on board here with Jeremy Yeo, who's got Chandramouli within his side sleeves. He's braking late. You want to get this first corner right, because it just flows into turn 2, and the first half of this circuit just relies on getting T1 right.
Yep, indeed. And the fact that sometimes it does feel a bit slow in the touring car. You just want to get it moving, go forward, but yet you do, when you have the toe, it almost looks like it took off into another category of car.
Chandramouli feeling the heat and using the full width of the road. Good suspension on these.
And you can hear the revs dawdling a bit. When you hear them hit the red line, it just goes back off because the car is shaking so much.
Well, there's real pressure coming here from Jeremy O. Right on the tail there of Chandramouli. I know you like Chandramouli, but he's certainly got to drive with defensive awareness and also be trying to close the gap in on Neil Harris. He's not doing too badly. 1.5 seconds down. It was 2 seconds, the gap at one stage for Chandramouli. So maybe when you're actually racing, it's not always bad.
Not necessarily. In fact, that if anything, the guy in front as well is having to chase somebody else. So that's why he's not being impeded either. So, sorry, he's being slightly impeded by the fact that he can't overtake. The cars can't concertina if they start battling.
These two are actually pulling just a little bit close. Oh no, it's 1.6 now, but they're pulling away from Aiden Tan, Dave Chen behind them, and Randy Go. So we've got 3 groups, 3 distinct groups over the front. Front 3, 4, 5, and then 6 down to 10.
Yep, and the fact that it's almost like a peloton, isn't it? A group of racers in different groups. This is probably the sprint portion or the mountain climb version before they drop back to the sprint. As we can see then, Jeremy on the outside, Chandra on the inside. Chandra left the door open there, but can he actually get it stopped in time? Because being narrow on the brakes in the touring car is not the best thing to have. He gets it stopped in time, but Jeremy gets a better drive on the outside. Hyundai versus Hyundai, who's going to get the better drive here?
Well, I tell you what, that's really well done from Jeremy. Very, very close to the retaining wall. and he'll just have the lead. He'll also have the right line coming into the turn number 1 at the end of the lap. Bima Surya has just put in a 2:12 lap. Jeremy Yeo able to hold on as Chandramouli can't pull it through. Jeremy Yeo up into P4.
That felt like a very long dance, wasn't it? You just wait until the coda comes up, then you know who's got the position. Jeremy, though, he bided his time, got the move done, and Chandramouli, to his credit, didn't attack too hard because they would have lost more time if they were going at it hammer and tongs. But Chandra then comes back at him on the inside. Now they're going to lose time here.
And he's just eased him out there. I tell you what, that was aggressive, but it didn't quite work from Chandramouli. He got himself momentarily into P4. Jeremy O wins it straight back.
And to their detriment, you can see Aiden Tan now lurking behind like a shark, getting ready to attack.
Indeed he is. I tell you what, these boys are going on the green stuff an awful lot.
And it's fair game though, because for touring cars, again, wider turning radius, they're allowed to do that. So the corner cut penalties in normally TCR races are not as strict as compared to, say, single-seaters or GT cars.
This is Aiden Tan. He's ahead of Dave Chen and Randy Go. They're just a little bit far behind, and similar liveries. Well, will they work together just to try to close that gap on Chandramouli and Jeremy O? Good quality race, got to say that, with 4:25 to go.
Yep, and in fact that we saw just a snippet of it earlier that Jaden was actually being caught by Neil and Bima. In fact, we're going to go back into that because Neil's right up his chuff. There
is Neil Harris. He's been chasing Bima Surya for the best part of 3 laps.
Yep, and the fact that he's got a bit of a toe here right now, and I did say earlier that you need to be very close to another car in front in TCR races so that you could get the draft. He is within 3/10 and he is reeling him in right now. Can he get to the move done? Nope. In fact, Bima goes for a late block, and that's fair because again, you don't really need to do it too much. It's just subtle enough to put Neil off from behind, but at the expense of the fact that both of them are now still 1.6 seconds behind Jaden, so Jaden has managed to eke out an advantage in the front.
Well, he was able to take the line where Bima had Harris in his rearview mirror. They have actually both lost quite a bit of time on there on Jaden Leo. As the tyres lock up, Harris tries to go through the inside. Bima somehow manages to hold on. That's brilliant driving by Bima.
Yes, indeed, and he's showing why he is the Copper Class champion, and a dominant one at that, because he was almost untouchable in that one last season. Now he's showing his quality again in the Bronze Class, showing his mantle in front-wheel drive cars. Completely different from what he drove last season, still competitive.
This is the battle for P2. Battle for P3 is pretty intense as well. Jeremy Yeo has been overtaken by Chandramouli. We were looking at that battle. They are just behind. Chandramali's got himself ahead of Jeremy Yeo, and they put a bit of distance between themselves and Aiden, Dave and Randy Go.
You can see the picture-in-picture there, although not too perfect. We can see that Neil's lining one up on the inside. Can he get it? No. Through 7 and 8, just not possible because it is just way too tight. While we're looking at the battle between Jeremy and Chandra right now, we can actually now see 2 different battles. This is the beauty of the new graphics package.
The one on the left is the battle for P3, or P2 actually, as Harris goes through on Bima. Bima, little kiss to say congratulations, you did very well, sir.
Yes, but now is my opportunity to take this. But has he left it too little too late though? Because 2.5 minutes left to go. Only 1 lap after this. I think Jaden's got this in the bag.
Oh, Jaden had this in the bag a long time ago. Jaden is now 2.5 seconds clear. While Neil and Bima were having their little dance. And this is now Chandramouli. He's winning this little dance. This is a good performance by Chandramouli. He's another one you called out as being one to watch earlier on.
Yes. No, sorry, just pointing out about that Wolverine thing again. But yeah, Chandra and Jeremy are 2 guys that I know that can do the business, but I thought GT cars will be their forte. It looks as though touring cars, they're doing not too bad either.
Chandramouli looking to maybe just take the nice tight corner. Looks for the switchback. Harris trying to get through onto Bima. He's alongside him. Bima has got the drive. There's going to be a bit of slipstream, but he's going to have to work it very, very quickly, and Bima has got a perfect track position. How late will Harris leave? The braking, very, very late. Too late is the answer. Bima can control as they go round tight turn number 1. Has prime position going into turn number 2. Harris making a real attempt, though, there to get onto Bima. 1 minute to go.
And somehow Bima, despite going very tight to turn number 2, has a better exit compared to Harris, and now it has left Harris a little bit on the lurch.
This is the last lap. And so Beamer just needs to make sure that he has the right line. Harris has got to take all of the risks. Harris has maybe got to go around the outside, or maybe even bump Beamer from the back and risk a collision.
Well, the old bump and run is applicable in touring car racing. You can do a Dale Earnhardt if you wanted to, or if you want to get really British touring car low, Jason Plato, you just knock a bit of driver out and just take the position away. I think Neil's not that kind of driver. He will try to overtake cleanly, but Beamer is proving to be one resilient opponent.
Certainly is. Neil Harris, morally uncorruptible according to Ammo. And let's see if that is indeed the case. Neil Harris in P3 at the moment. They come up the hill. Beamer, it's been a good battle between these two.
Yes, and the fact that it's a battle between two anime colored cars is just perfect. Yeah, one is a robot, the other one's a cat girl with a gun, so it's the cat girl with a gun that's firing right now.
But 3.5 seconds behind Jaden Liao, who is racing away with this one. Jaden is coming into the penultimate straight. Let's just see if Harris, went too wide and lose it, and Harris may even lose a place coming through. Chandra Marley has got through, as has Jeremy Yo. Big mistake, as has Aiden Tan. Jaden Liao will come through and take this victory. He's in the camera away to your left in P2. Beamer is nice and clear, but Chandra Marley is going to get a bonus third place here. There's your victory, a runaway victory for Jaden Liao. Superbly done. Bima Surya from Indonesia, 3 seconds down in P2. And Chandra Marley, well, you wouldn't have called that one. He gets P3 ahead of Jeremy Yo.
Wow, wait. And would you believe it? It's only race one, Des.
Neil Harris, 8th.
Yes. The only saving grace for him, he will actually start in third for race number 2 as a Randy Go then shakes his wheel. I think that's just a bit of gesticulation. There's a bit of bar between these two teams in the past, but I hope that they can keep it clean for the next one.
But that was such an unusual place to lose it. Coming into he just lost it too much.
Yep, I think he might have actually tried to look on the inside, but because the corner is always escaping from you, it is a very long radius corner. The moment that you go narrow and then you're on the brakes, the car will just step out, and that's what happened to Neil. He just left his braking a little bit later than he would like, and the car just shifted balance.
The good news for him, he holds the moral high ground. The bad news, he finished 8th.
All is not lost. It's still around number 1. Plus, he's in that top 10. So
Indeed.
So when you flip the script, he's still in a chance of getting some good haul points for this round.
But as for Jaden Liao, we didn't exactly show an awful lot of him because he wasn't really competing. Once he got the lead, he led from around about the 2nd minute onwards, maybe a bit, maybe a 4th minute onwards. But once he got into the lead, he just streaked away.
Indeed, and it's quite a turn from what is his usual performance in GTs. I think he's fast there. It's just that he hasn't had the best luck in them. But it seems as though he's a touring car merchant. He loves these front-wheel drive things. And guess what? Being so dominant up in front, and I think he got the fastest lap as well, it looks as though he might be feeling bullish about his chances of aiming for the championship this season.
Indeed, it's a 4-round season. We're here at Sepang for round number 1. We don't know 2, 3, and 4. They will be released as it comes through. But you want to get points in the bag early on. It's amazing how important that is because, yes, you can drop around. Yes, you must drop around. But you'd rather have points in the bag.
Absolutely. And given the fact that sometimes if you have a streak of wins, your worst round, even though it's a good one, may also be to your detriment. It can happen sometimes. It has been the case before where despite having the glutton of the wins, a driver has lost a championship by just a mere few points because the other driver can drop the worst possible score and still get the best one in the tally at the end.
That's a long way ahead. That's another 7 races ahead, it must be said. We've got race number 2 coming up here. It's a reverse grid race, again a 15-minute race. Top 10 drivers will be reverse, which means that Jaden will be starting on the 5th row of the grid, having to get through all of the traffic.
Yep, and he has to worry about the fact that he's not only among those drivers at the top 10, he's got 29 other guys behind to deal with coming through. So it is a chock-a-block, so to say the least. And
just mentioning Neil Harris, he will be on the 2nd row of the grid, hoping for a little bit more fortune and maybe not be so aggressive trying to get points because that he was just trying to be aggressive to get into P2. Sometimes you've got to hold on to P3.
I think, yeah, the best way to describe is that he should have been more circumspect about it.
Yeah.
Because he kind of thought, 2nd place on the card's going to take it. But then suddenly, when all the chips were lost, he actually came away with just a couple of dollars at the end. It wasn't really worth the suffering for that one.
As for your mate Beamer, Surya, you said the Copper Class champion will perform well in bronze. Indeed, he will. Indeed, he has.
Yep.
A P2 for him.
And
a second row on the grid as well. He did everything right.
And Chandra as well. I'm actually quite pleased that he managed to overcome the hoodoo that he has in this place, because it's sometimes he performs well, sometimes he will have an absolute mare when it comes to racing a Sepang, but this time it's not the case, and looks as though he'll be having a strong one, unless of course that is a premature premonition.
We are at Sepang, race number 2, the reverse grid race about to get underway in a very, very short time. We have the grid here. Naufal Arif and Jeff Tam will be on the front row of the grid. This is the view from the back of the grid for Mohammed Hasif, P43. We didn't give an awful lot of love to the guys down in the 40s, did we?
Yeah, but
And we're not going to this race either.
well, we can give them a bit of airtime here, as well as somebody in midfield like Joel Kelly about, but Des up in the front is going to be more of the same.
Okay, we wait for the red lights to go off and we are about to get underway. Race 2 of the season, race 2 of the day. Harris tries to come out from behind and Harris gets off to a flyer and he's got the inside line. That's wonderful work from Harris alongside Jeff Tan. He's got ahead of Randy Go, and Neil Harris, having messed up badly at the end of race number 1, starts magnificently in race number 2.
Wow, look at that. That was traction control at its finest. Oh no, he's taking out somebody. I'm not sure who's that one, but that was a momentary moment of lag, and that has caused that person their race.
Wow, Harris having just given him the big thumbs up. He's lost a place there to Jeff Tan, but nonetheless he has held on to it. It looked like Harris was the man responsible for that incident.
A bit of netcode, I think, because the car just jumped for a second behind, causing the driver behind to just jump backwards. So it's unfortunate. It's something that's out of his control, but maybe it will be looked into by race stewards after this.
Bima Saraya's got himself up into P4 as well. He was the man who finished in P2. How about the race winner? Jaden Liao's not been able to make any impact. He's down in P10. Race number 1 winner, and he's got a battle there with Jordan McNeil. Looks on the inside of Jordan McNeil, can't pick up that place. That is so dangerous. There's so much traffic there. You've got to have eyes in the back of your head, literally and metaphorically.
Indeed, and speaking of that, eyes on Joel Kelly Mabau. He's on the inside. He's going to try to take 2 for 1. He manages to get Jaden, but knocks it to the side. Jordan McNeil has more and more afters behind there. The driver going around, Naufal Faiz, and then the rest of them just pile on each other.
Fairground Bumper Cars has got nothing on this one. Darian Zufar, he's taken out. He loses 6 or 7 places. I said we weren't going to give any love to the 20s, 30s and 40s. I lied, you've got to.
Yes, certainly, and we have got given him plenty of airtime here. Not in the best way possible. In fact, airtime to Chandra Mauli. He is right at the back. Would you believe that? He's dropped like a stone.
Wow, Chandra Morley, he was on row number 4, but now he's down in P32. Those collisions that we saw very early on, and look at the damage on the front of his vehicle as well. He has been in some real action as Chandra Morley.
Yeah, kind of jinxed him a bit, to be honest. I feel bad now because I said that he could actually have overcome this place, but unfortunately, it looks as though the place has come back and say, well, reality check.
Well, at the front, as we go away from the stock cars, Jeff Tan has done well to hold off against Neil Harris. I didn't expect Jeff to just drop because he didn't seem to be the quickest, but he's defending pretty well. And Beamer's a full second down on Jeff Harris, although Beamer's lost the place to Naufal.
Yeah, and the fact that Naufal Afif, we saw it just now, Naufal Faiz, his brother, got taken out, and Faiz has unfortunately retired from the race. So the field of 39 has now become a field 38, and hopefully there's now more to come.
Tell you who's got up into the top 6, Jeremy Yo. He was in P10 when we last looked before we went for the shenanigans in the middle.
Wow, good overtaking move there by Bima. Blocked past him on his fellow Indonesian, so no love lost between those two guys, especially given the fact that in stock car racing, you cannot really give a room to anybody.
Well, Naufal, he's been relegated down to P5. I do like that one from Bima. And as you say, they're using plenty of the green stuff, making full use of the touring car facility. Look at Dave Chen, really putting pressure on the back there of Bima Soraya. He will have a bit of a drag, but he's maybe not long enough these straights, although he's gone on the inside. Bima just tries to cut back as they go up the hill. That's brilliant from Bima. I like that. No panic.
Yep. They thought, okay, he's going narrow. As I said before, if you go narrow in a touring car, can you get it stopped in time? Well, Dave Chen couldn't, and to his detriment, loses a position that he should have gained.
And indeed, he's gone down because, yeah, man, he's lost that position, exactly as you were saying. Now for Lafif into P4. Jaden Liao looks on just to see what mistakes the guys in front are making.
Yep, and behind him is Aiden Tan and Jeremy Yao as well. So this is going to be really feisty. These are very, very, very feisty drivers.
Up at the front, Jeff Tam and Neil Harris. Again, really working hard. Harris trying to get close. Looks on the inside and then, as they come around the hairpin, these first two are just pulling away from Beamer. Problem for Jeremy.
Yeah, got knocked out there. He was in the left of the entire sandwich between Aiden Tan and Jaden Liao, and now they're both at it here on the straight. It could have been a three-way had Jeremy not half spun it.
Now Jaden Liao drops down to P7. Aiden is there in P6, but Jeremy will have Jaden will have the line coming into the corner. Bounces. Gosh, they've got good suspension, these touring cars.
Whoa!
Wait it. That's Jeff Cham.
Yeah, Jeff Chen there got a bit of a knock from Jeremy, and as a result, then Ronaldo J. Alojado has actually come up from behind him.
Ronaldo.
That's a familiar name for us who are into footy.
And Jeff Chen. Oh, they're three abreast. Love that one. More contact. I'm liking that one from
El Pico Oscar.
Pico.
Yep. El Pico sounds like Luis Figo. But no relation there. But El Pico probably thought better of it. He gave the position back to Ronaldo. All the while then.
Coolest of liveries. The coolest. I know you don't like that. But I'm Mr. Bland.
Yeah, stealthy livery. I think he's just going for full camo, not to reveal much about his performance.
Well, he's trying to cut on the inside. He's got himself... where is he? He's in P11 is Alpico at the moment.
Yep. And last positions on the points, in fact, because points in race 2, of course, go all the way to P10. So if he wants to get at least 8 points, he needs to get a move on as... Whoa, that was a big dive then. Who's that? Bernardo Blair. And he's actually bumped into Joel Kelly Mabao. Mabao's actually jumped into the back of Jordan McNeil, who in turn knocked into Ahmad Noor Ihsan.
Joel was corrected there. He looked like he was going to go square on the circuit and was just knocked back into shape. As we come through, we have got 8:40 to go. Race number 2 of the bronze class. Gold and silver to go. In P1, Neil Harris is the new race leader. Jeff Tan has also under pressure from Bima Surya, who's got himself up into P2.
Oh, this is going to be really nip and tuck stuff. In fact, Bima thought better of it. He's actually in the narrow part of the circuit. Narrow as in like narrow line, so he doesn't want to actually get caught out. And guess what? That circumspect bit of driving, even though he lost the position, he's in a prime spot here because he's in the draft of both of them.
He certainly is. Jeff Tam had been leading for, well, much of the race from the start indeed. But now he's given that place up to Harris. This is where, indeed, turn number 1 is where Tam was able to get the better of Neil Harris. And again, he's pushing Harris. A little bit of contact there. Harris again, though, looks on, has control. And then Beamer with a little of a touch and a kiss onto the back there of Jeff Tam. These three having a rare old tangle.
Oh, certainly. And in fact, that we have a trio battle for the lead is exactly what we want. We want to see how these cars are in close proximity. But, oh, he's on the grass! He's on the grass! Would you believe that? He managed to save it! Around the outside, can he actually get it stick?
Well, he's trying to, his Beamer. And he's got the inside, and he might even be looking to take on Harris for the lead as well. That is remarkable from Beamer Surya.
Lovely bit of car control. I don't know how he saved that. Normally, 9 times out of 10, you will just lose out, but he managed to keep it safe, and he's in the lead.
He is in the lead, but track limits are being absolutely abused by all three. And Beamer goes from P1 to P3, and Jeff Tan is once again your race leader.
3 different leaders in the space of just 2 sectors. I don't know how the third sectors are going to go here because it is still anybody's game, and it's half the race left to go.
There certainly is, and this is fabulous racing. And full credit to Jeff Tan here. He is going toe for toe with 2 real battlers. Beamer and Neil in race number 1 had a real battle that ended with a mistake from Harris coming into the penultimate corner. Indeed, this corner.
And on the last lap as well. But
He's gone wide again.
Yeah, but this time I think he just let him through because he knows that Beamer's just going to come in and look, love tap all the way. But it's just is it like a game of chess? You do want to actually attack at the right time, or you want to go for broke?
Well, Jeff Tan is there. In the meantime, Jaden Liao has got himself up into P4. They're quite a way behind. They're 2.5 seconds behind. As Jaden just controls things. Nice tight line through the hairpin. He's got, 6 minutes just to try to make up 2 seconds.
Yep.
Possible.
And look at that, the fastest lap times are tumbling, 2:13.6, then 2:13.3 for Jaden. So the fourth man in this queue is the fastest of the lot, yet somehow he's stringing along an entire gaggle right behind him. So it looks as though everyone's just waiting for that last minute spurt to get it all the way to the end.
Well, Jaden made up a 0.3 of a second there on Bhima Surya. That wouldn't be enough to get him the victory, not with, what have we got, 3 laps left, maybe 4. 4 laps left. Wouldn't quite be enough, but it tells you that he's in the mix.
Well, meanwhile, we have to go back out to the front here because you can see that Jeff goes narrow, and then Bhima, this time last time around, was almost losing it, out of control, but yet somehow still in control, and he's right around the outside here through turn 5. Can he get it stick? Jeff holds his line. Good bit of driving from the both of them, and Bhima gets it through once again.
Exactly the same place, and Harris is there as they try to go 3 abreast. Again, somebody ought to tell them there's not enough room on this circuit, but it's fantastically done. Tyres screaming from Jeff Tam.
And all the while then, since Bhima's broken through, he might just try to make a beeline for it here, Des.
Well, there's a possibility. He has the right line coming up the hill. Jeff Tan follows him. What kind of a drive does Bhima get out of this? It's a good drive. Oh, you're quite right. He's taken 0.7 of a second. That is really well done by Bhima Surya. A, the maneuver, but B, the track position, and C, the drive up the hill.
Indeed, and he just got it all timed to perfection here. But at the same time, though, those two guys are still in each other's toes, so they can actually still catch up to the back of him. These three are still almost inseparable as they're on the ragged edge, nearly losing it coming through. You might think, well, some of these guys might spin, but no, they still kept it under control.
And behind them, Jaden Liao has cut within 1 second. So while those front 3 have been racing, here is Jaden Liao. He is in P4 at the moment, winner of race number 1, and he's got the front 3 in his sights. It's going to be Bhima who leads from Jeff Tam. Neil Harris in P3. Harris, though, might have the drag off the back of Jeff Tan. Harris might try to make a move here. Tan has defended on the track side. Harris won't have a chance this time. Oh, he's trying to go through on the inside.
He is. He's actually going to go for it here. Jeff's on the outside. He's not going to hold it. Or Kazi, he's squeezing Neil onto the apex, but Jeff has to yield because Neil had a better second phase of that corner and get second place. How did he recover from that one? I thought for a second Jeff might have had a better run.
And the view we get is Jaden Liao, who has got right up on the tail of these front 3. This is now a 4-part sprint to the line. 3:07 left. That's going to be 2 laps of the circuit.
Wow, this is a quad fact up in front right now, and it is anybody's game. In fact, if all 4 of them were fighting, it's going to be a quintet up in front because Aiden Tan is not that far off either.
You're quite right. He's within a second, but he's not quite there. Let's see. Wow, yeah, there's a little bit of work to do. A lot of work to do there for Aiden Tan.
Oh, just so much momentum can be lost. If you try to correct the car mid-corner and go wide, it will lose time. But having said that, because of the 4 guys in front fighting closely, he's actually reeling them in.
Well, he is. He's running out of time, though. The front 4, no changes there. Nobody's made a ridiculous maneuver for over half a lap. What's going on, boys?
I think it's okay. Oh, no, somebody gone off. It's Jeremy. Jeremy's actually gone to the gravel.
Jeremy Yo drops down into P9.
Oh, that's a real shame because, again, for the second straight race, we see a Quenzo car going off in the closing stages. We saw Neil doing it in the first race. Jeremy did that in the second one. Meanwhile, Neil's actually make a break for it, and he is now right off the back of Bhima Surya. Look as though the battle between the 4 of them is going to split into 2 groups.
Jaden Liao is right on the tail there of Jeff Tam. Jeff was leading for so long. He's under real pressure now. Harris and Bhima are 1 and 2 at the moment. What line do you take? What line do you take coming here?
You might be on the inside because look at that. That's Neil's line going into through, and he is leading, but he loses it mid-corner. There's a slight touch, and Bhima gets up back in front.
Well done, Bhima. Really arms out, elbows, maximum use there. But they will have lost just a little bit of time there to Jeff Tan and Jaden. Jaden, will he have a chance here? Here's your race leader, Bhima Surya. On the inside is Neil Harris. Again, turn 1, so pivotal. Harris has the lead, but does he have the velocity to get through? The answer is no. Beamer is there, and Jeff Tan comes through. And look at that, 4 abreast. And Beamer Soraya holds on to the lead from Neil Harris.
And amazingly, all 3 manufacturers represented. We have 3 cars here, a Hyundai, an Audi, and a Cupra right up for good measure. This is a great battle for the win, and it's still anybody's game.
Certainly is. We are on the final lap, just to add a little bit of extra pressure to the boys. Beamer Soraya, second in race number 1, leads here and has got a little bit of a gap there. Jeff Tan is on the tail of Neil Harris. Jaden Liao's not giving this one up, and neither's Aiden Tan for that matter.
Yep, and look at that. Jaden's also just off the track for good measure. That's how much he's pushing. In fact, I don't know whose view we're going to look at right now because everyone's fighting for position everywhere.
Oh, and the limits just do not count.
You'll love to see it.
Beamer Soraya has the lead. He's the man in control, if you could call her. Harris goes up on the inside. Harris has now got the lead now and has got the drive out. Beamer under pressure. We're going to come down to a sprint down the final 2. Long straights. Beamer pushed wide. He could lose another place here. He gets a little bit of a push there from Jeff Tam. Harris is the lead. Beamer 2, Tan 3. Jaden Liao 4, Aiden Tan is in P5. Harris then comes around the outside. It's a sprint for home with Neil Harris in pole position.
Oh, wow, he is in the box seat right now. He is such a good position. He's made a beeline for it just at the right time. And what a way to avenge that first race loss with an immediate payback here.
It was exactly that corner, and Neil Harris, you get this right, Harris, and you have got the win of your life. Harris takes a beautiful tight line. Harris goes through. Harris over Beamer, over Jeff Tan, and behind them, Aiden Tan ahead of Jaden Liao. Fantastic.
Wow, touring car racing at its finest, and we were treated to an absolute banger. We could not have asked for a better way to end the bronze class today. We normally say that bronze delivers, but this is delivering and then some.
Wow. Neil Harris, what cojones to go for that exact same move at exactly the place where he lost it in race number 1.
That's good mental strength. You do not have to really think too much about how Neil was doing. He wanted to just get it over with and try to win it. And look at that, Jeremy Yao, his teammate, celebrating with him for good measure. They know what it feels. And look at that, the cars are going at it. Well, yeah, you have to get a room for that one, though. Okay, get a room.
I like that one, but fair play, Neil. You deserve a bit of TLC. And Beamer Soraya, well, promotion. Yeah, there's a good reason why you're up at the bronze level class, and I don't think we'll be seeing you in this class for much longer.
No, he's going to get back-to-back promotions like Wrexham if this is the case.
You love your football, don't you? What a sensational race. What a sensational race. And let's not forget Jeff Tan as well. He was leading for so often. I didn't think he was in that same category, that same class as your Harrison and your Beamers, but he really showed up beautifully there. And Aiden Tan getting the better of Jeremy Yeo to pick up P4 right at the end.
Yeah, indeed. And the fact that for Neil, we have to go back to that, how he lost that third position from a very ill-advised move because he tried to dive on the inside when he could have played it safe. To come back the next time by and take that win, that's good mental strength to recover from what could have been much worse to now he's smelling like a rose.
Well, what a way to get the season up and running. We've had a terrific women's debut. We've had an excellent copper class, and that was sensational. The gold and silver boys have got an awful lot to live up to. The season is only round 1 of season 19. We've got another 3 rounds to come. But coming up next, we have got the gold and silver. I'm Des Corker alongside Amo Hazik. And we've got gold and silver coming up in a very short time. But that was quality.
Pewter is about possibilities. It is an idea made real. Crafted with precision. It can make tradition timeless. Pewter evolves. When allowed to be free, it can captivate you. Pewter is our legacy, and we're keeping the legacy alive. Royal Selangor, since 1885.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the eRacing GP. We just witnessed what a banger of a bronze class race,
Wow.
battling all the way into the final turn. That's crazy stuff. It's already setting up a lot of expectations for me
Yes.
coming into this gold and silver class, because we're going to be running into new cars into
Yes.
this one here. Some new faces, some very familiar faces we're going to be having here. But oh man, it's been a great night here for our season opener of G8-19.
What a way to get kicked off, isn't it? Because we
Yeah.
thought the women's class, tremendous success, good racing there. Copper, we saw that it actually was more or less disciplined there. Maybe some RGBG here and there. But really, the one that stole the headlines so far has to be that bronze class race where it went all the way right to the line on both races.
Yeah, crazy stuff. But now, let's go ahead and focus on the elite class here, or the two elite classes in the eRacing GP. This is, of course, the gold and silver race. This is going to be the one to end the evening with for all of us here at eRGP. So let's go ahead and recap a little bit of what happened last season in G8-18, where Mama Tasbi by far was the leader in the gold class here, leading Kaizani Ramdani and Rajamil Shaukat. So Tasbi, again, from all the way from Singapore, is doing a really good job here. We'll see how whether he's going to be in this list here. I don't actually see his name. Yeah, so in any case, we'll see who's going to be the new champion coming into GE19.
Certainly. And the rest of the field, though, you can see how close that was Sai Sudaka from getting a trophy of his own.
Yeah.
He will be, knowing him, he will definitely be fired up to actually get back up to that podium positions after that. Imarayan 5th, the young Bruneian, he definitely has a future in sim racing internationally. We'll see how he fares in a different class of cars, and I think, because what we can say from practice so far, he is loving these and he'll be one to watch out for.
Indeed, you will. So let's have a look at the silver class here, where Denzel Weitan from the Philippines leads his own fellow countryman in Chester Elok here to take the overall champion here in the silver class. Ethan Lowe, of course, in third place there, the only Malaysian in the top 3 here, and also very close championship fight as well for the silver class.
Yes, indeed. And in fact, it was Elog and Weitan taking it all the way to that final round of the season, where it could easily have been either driver taking it, but it was Denzel who just kept his powder dry and his wits about him to just sneak it in the end in front of Elog. But make no mistake, for those guys who were competing that close last season, coming up to gold, they will find the proposition even more daunting.
Yep. So let's go ahead and jump onto the track now, or rather another 4 minutes before we get started qualifying. But here we get to see the Formula cars out on track here. So we got two different mod packs being used here. One of which is the RSS version of the FIA Formula 3 cars, and we also have another mod here, the Formula Regional ones. They're going to be used by the Silver class.
Yep, and difference in manufacturers, of course. This one is made by Tatus, a very known constructor maker from Italy that have been making Formula cars since around the 80s and have been quite successful in very different formulas. But most notably right now, they are making the Formula Regional cars, and to a certain extent, a lot of the other Formula cars that are in that particular ladder too, like GB3 Championship, which is the British Formula 3 Championship in essence nowadays. They make cars in there as well. And the Lara, which is their Italian cousins from up north, are the ones that make the FIA Formula 3 car that's still being used to this day with the chassis, at least, not the chassis manufacturer, not the car itself. This car is an older version, the 2019 version. They have recently made a 2025 car, but regardless of that, this is the sort of car that makes you think, well, a Formula 3 car can't be that fast. But trust me, when you saw them race at Macau a few years back, and they were hitting 280 on the straights with the DRS, you know that these are tremendous piece of kits.
Yeah, they're super super twitchy actually when I tried to drive them personally as well. So certainly going to be a bit of a challenge. But you can see even from the lap times just how much quicker these like open wheel cars are compared to the touring cars that we just and the GT4 cars that we just had earlier on this evening. So on board right now, Francis Angelo Gonzalez. He's going to be on a pusher, and man, I just love this view here.
And in fact, that you say it's twitchy, but for me, I feel that these are more slippery at the rear end because the way that the tires are designed on these cars is to go off quickly because they want drivers to manage their tires more. So it gets hot so quickly that when you spin it, it's not because of lack of aero, it's just the tires overheat and you step out. So they have this sort of lazy slide as opposed to being a bit overly twitchy, as you mentioned. But I think it's different experience from different drivers. But
probably like my driving style as well, because I tend to like chuck it into the corner sometimes. So probably that's why. Yeah, but yeah, to your point, yeah, the rear end does lose grip very easily in these cars. So that's something that these drivers have to keep an eye out for, especially here at the it's actually also called the Sunway Lagoon corner.
Yes.
I tend to call it the penultimate corner here, but it's also delivers such exciting racing instead of previous classes.
Yeah, but in fact, we saw the bronze class, how that one was the difference maker between the winners of both races. Sunway Lagoon corner, because it does look like a slide that you have at Sunway. Turn 13 and 14. It just dips and then sloshes around like as if you're in those buoys to just go at the bottom of the pool. So really exciting track, and glad to see that it has delivered on really good racing. Sadly, Formula 1 will never come back, but hopefully, since Super GT made a return last year, we will see more international racing series come over, and especially hypercars coming this year, at the end of this year, for Asia Le Mans.
Yeah, the Asia Le Mans coming into Sepang. That's going to be exciting to see later on this year. But for now, though, we'll be enjoying the virtual version of Sepang. Formula cars back out on track once more. And we're on board now with Mohammed Zikri.
And our broadcast director is getting excited because it's a car that he has personally seen in real life. Because it is an actual team. Even though he's not running a livery, this is the livery that's come with the car. Evans GP is a well-known operation that's been running successfully in Asia Pacific.
Yeah. So, and our producer is really enjoying it right now, having a little bit of love with the cameras here. Still a little bit ways away here, actually, from getting to qualifying right now, apparently. So we'll still just enjoy watching these cars and these drivers at work here. So driving these Formula cars is going to be very different compared to driving TCRs, isn't it? I mean, for one, it's a lighter car, so you can certainly maximize like the amount of grip you have in the high-speed parts. But even like the approach you take to the corner is going to be very different, regardless, just because it's a different layout and the car just reacts so differently.
Indeed, and the fact that you can see right now, I think Zikri is not probably going to show the best example of that, but that's a good save in the end. It's just that I was about to say, you can run the curb along the outside because these cars have aero much more than what the previous cars have. So you can literally run along the outside and then cut across to just get a good exit onto the back straight.
Yeah, but if you mess it up just like what Zikri did in the Sunway Lagoon corner, then yeah, you're just going to lose a lot of time as a result. So Right now, what is apparently overtime here for practice. We'll be getting started with about 10-minute qualifying. We got two different classes that are going to be racing here today. So you can see on your timing tower here, you got in the yellow here is all the gold class drivers. So you got Iman Ryan, Russell Reyes, Javier. It's Javier, right?
Yeah, actually, yeah, because I know the guy personally. That's
Yeah.
how he pronounces his name, Javier.
Okay, so Javier Lai, Chester Elog coming back once more. Ayman Akeem bin Abbas. We have got Muhammad Shakir Fitri Fatri, as well as Francis Angelo Gonzalez, who we are on board right now. Aldo Balagulan also in the gold class. Then we started to see some of the drivers in the silver class as well. Those are denoted with the white line right next to the name. So on the top of the list here is Enzo Isan. If you can remember him from previous seasons past, as well as Muhammad Zikri. As we have a look on that now, up close and personal, these cars. Just love the detail, the
Yeah.
level of detail that RSS goes into their mods here.
Indeed. And if no, this is actually the first studio race
Oh, yeah,
mod
that's the first studio, yeah.
for the Tactus car. But for the Dalaras, again, top of the line modding.
Yeah.
In fact, this is pretty much made with consultation from somebody at Dalara in mind. So
Exactly.
that's why these cars are as accurate as they could be. In fact, you'll be hard pressed to find the actual Formula 3 guys practice with these cars before going to races. In fact, even as evidenced by Max Verstappen, he says you think that he'd be an iRacing head because of how he actually goes into races in competition like that when he wants to race online people. But when he wants to do testing on his own, he does it with Assetto Corsa because there's so many infinite number of mods he can do, and he has his own dedicated modder making the cars for him. So that's why he prefers Assetto Corsa because of how easily moddable it is.
Exactly. I mean, it still continues. I mean, especially with this new broadcast graphics, it's been such a boon for us here. I mean, getting so much more information on our fingertips, and even the PIP as well. Although, unfortunately, it's not working 100% here because we don't get to see the track inside the PIP, but we still get to see the cars in position, so we can also use that to keep track of different battles here. So, all in all, like, it's great to see all these new improvements coming in 2026.
Indeed. And the World Cup here, as we call it, it's just a time of having a little bit more changes. And in fact, speaking of changes, the session will click over very soon, I think, because right now we're still pretty much waiting for qualifying to start.
Yeah, I mean, most of everyone who is like been out of practice is already inside the pits, just waiting for the transition. You got a few more guys still outside here, still trying to put in their last-minute laps in here before the start of qualifying. But yeah, this is going to be interesting because, you know, previously we used to run like with the GD3s and also the LMP cars, or rather the LMDH cars as well for gold and silver. But this time around, you know, using these Formula cars is going to be completely different kind of battlefield this time around. And yeah, as you were pointing out just now, these cars also have DRS enabled, so that's going to make things a little bit interesting later on when we see the actual battles happening during race 1.
There's a case in point. Now then, we will be going into qualifying as we speak. So, took a bit of time, I think, because the server just wants to have everyone in. Because look at the amount of drivers on the grid.
Yeah,
I
mean,
even though we did pre-qualifying prior to that, we still have a quite oversubscribed grid, if anything.
yeah, that's the thing. I mean, it's to the point where like we are really struggling to even try to find like track mods that have enough pit slots, you know, to accommodate everyone. And thankfully, Sepang is one of those tracks that allows us to have the full grid on board. But yeah, I mean, it just goes to show how extremely like coveted, you know, the championship is here at eRGP. That so many people are just vying for you know, a place in there. So
Yeah.
it's great. It's really great to see that like eRGP continues to keep growing season after season.
Indeed, and it's highly coveted now, as you said, by a lot of up-and-comers and those who are looking to return, with the likes of Russell Reyes. In
Yeah.
fact, just want to point that out, that's a familiar name. He has won a title before in Endurance Edition as part of JMX Phantom, but how he would love to have personal honors as well, given the fact that he has a good rapport in the Formula cars. So let's see how he goes on this one. Can't wait to see how he goes. And we talked about Iman Ryan. Well, he is the fastest in practice by about 0.4 of a second. So, well, he is taking to these cars like a duck to water.
I mean, yeah, it's going to be very interesting to see later on whether he'll be able to keep up this pace here. But very clearly from practice itself, it's looking like he's already on the pace in these cars. So we'll still have to wait until the actual qualifying before we actually see where they end up. So again, we're running two different classes here. So we got Enzo Ison here. He's a ninth fastest overall here, and actually I think might be the fastest actually out of all the silver class drivers here.
Indeed, and in fact, he's only about a tenth up from Mohamed Zikri. So Zikri then, a returning Mohamed Zikri, he will have to have a win on the board as well. As you can see, this is the F3 car in question. Well, as you can see on the side, it says F3 Asia before it was called Formula Regional. Just because FIA wanted to separate the International Formula 3 to the regional F3s.
Yep.
It was called F3 Regional, but then they just went to Formula Regional. Much to the chagrin of some of us who are a bit more liking a simple name. Yeah, yours included as well. Yours truly, and our producer behind the scenes, Imran Zahili, who had to explain to people that Formula Regional is not Formula One.
It's kind of like one of the ways going up into that position there, but seriously though, like really beautiful liveries we're seeing here. I mean, some of them are still running the default liveries, but the custom liveries as well are allowed in this one here, and it's great to see the representation from all these different groups all over Southeast Asia who are taking part here. This is one of the Red Bull Alpine liveries here.
Alpine, yeah, because Formula Regional Europe was it had Alpine as an engine supplier. I think still is, if not mistaken, for this year. It's just that they decided to have a full FIA accreditation now, so it's not called FRECA, it's FIA FRECA.
Okay. So yeah, that's going to be in the hands of Joshua Ivan Moliono, who, if you remember as well, in the bronze class. Now he's up in the silver class here. Here's Fitri.
Yep, Shake Fitri.
Yeah, just sporting, I think this looks a lot like a Prima.
It is a Prima livery,
Yeah.
yes. In fact, the only thing missing right now is some stickers from Hong Kong because if you know Theodore Racing, Teddy Yip, the guy who ran Formula One cars back in the 70s under his own name, a Hong Kong base, but then he ran under British license because reasons. But yeah, that's a team with a lot of pedigree over in Asia Pacific, especially in Macau Grand Prix. They won so many times with partnership with Prema, so it's just a shame that the livery doesn't come with that. But luckily though, it is still recognizable as a Prema car, though the news that came out this morning wasn't so positive because of they had to sell the IndyCar team.
Oh yeah.
Because of the Rosin family, who have been in for such a long time, have actually dropped out of the patronage of the team. So right now it's open season of who wants to buy the best bits from the IndyCar project. As who is that going around? That's Adam Arif. Murdoch, don't be mad eye Murdoch, please.
Murdoch.
Okay, now he's back. He's back
Yeah,
in his
he's
box.
back. He's back in his box. I think there's a little bit of a delay right now getting into qualifying here, so everyone's just waiting for the session to switch over before we can actually see who's going to be on pole position across both classes here. But yeah, this is the final race of the night here, so thank you all actually who are watching back home for sticking with us throughout the night here. It's been incredible racing that we've seen from the women's class to copper and bronze, especially with the finish that they had there. Oh boy, setting up a lot of expectations for me coming to this gold and silver class.
Indeed. And in fact, that we can also jump around to some of the other drivers to highlight. Case in point, Justin Roldev. That's another driver who is coming off a highest of highs at this very circuit because he's the Rookies champion.
Yeah, Rookies champion in the Toyota Gazoo Racing Vios Challenge that's just concluded last weekend here, and he did it really well in spite of the fact he carried a lot of weight. Still was able to score enough points to maintain his championship lead by the end of the final round. So coming off of that, the high of the win, now he's going to be jumping into qualifying. 10 minutes here for both our gold and silver classes.
And you can see that the gaggle of cars coming through. It will be clear and evident that which car is the fastest of the two classes because they will just power their way through. So the Tatus cars may look quick on the straights, but they have an even faster cousin that's going to blow past them after this. Oh, a bit of a touch there. There you go. Case in point. What's what to say? The faster cars coming through. There we go. Category names showing by. Quite on cue as well. We didn't even have to prompt that. It shows us which category is this. There's the gold and silver classes. You can see by the tags on the left-hand side of the screen to denote which class is which, and it's easier to follow in terms of category now this season. Right then.
Easy to follow for you guys at home and easy to follow for us as well. This new broadcast package has been quite the boon so far in the GE19. So leading the pack here is Russell Reyes. We'll be seeing their times as soon as they come across the line and go for their flying lap. But for now, we're on board with Russell Reyes. He's going to be negotiating his way past. I think with these Formula cars, I think overtaking is going to be a lot trickier, compared to what we've seen in previous seasons, isn't it? I mean, naturally, like these open wheel cars, not really designed for that sort of like body-to-body contact that we normally come to expect, you know, racing the GT3s and even the LMDHs.
Yes, indeed. And the fact that Formula cars as well, they have a tendency for not being so sturdy when you're getting into contact. So they have to be a bit more circumspect as opposed to just GT cars, touring cars, and heck, even prototypes. They can take slightly more than what Formula cars can do. So let's see then. It's a big field. It's a 37 car field right now. And how are they going to negotiate out turn one? Beyond me right now. We just hope that everyone can get through safely.
That's the thing, like even in real life races, we don't have this big of a grid, you know, normally for Formula car races. So this is certainly going to be unprecedented, even for us here in eRGP. So, I mean, we'll have to see later on once we actually get to the racing how things would go. But looks like we're going to be getting started now with the flying laps. So let's stay on board now with Russell Reyes. He's won title before here in ARGB. Can he make it another one this time in the Premier class here at the Gold for the Global Edition 19? Taking it nice and tidy through these corners. Again, so much grip in these cars because of the aerodynamics of the open wheelers. Really helping the drivers here in order to stay themselves planted, glued practically on that racing line.
Indeed, and you can see not much histrionics into his driving. It's just smooth inputs needed, as opposed to what we saw just now in the GT4 cars and in the touring cars. They just yank through the corners, but this one requires some surgeon level precision.
Yeah, it's more about finesse, you know, rather than bravery. And, you know, the smooth drivers, kind of like Jensen Button,
Yes.
champion 2009, like that smooth driving style really helps a lot in these Formula cars because it's more about the precision, you know, rather than just purely being on that ragged edge all the time. I mean, you still are, you know, practically, you know, getting that feeling of lost control whenever you're in these cars pushing the limits, but it, you know, it's so much more controllable just because you have that extra level of grip thanks to the huge amount of downforce produced by the front and rear wings.
Indeed. And given the fact that these Formula 3 cars are meant to be a few steps lower than Formula 1, they still produce enough aero to just keep it planted in the fast stuff. And dare I say it, if you really want to be flat out ballsy, you just go 5 and 6, almost pinned to the floor. But not that possible, but if you really want it, you can, because that's how much aero these cars have.
So Russell Reyes so far still purple sector 1s and sector 2. Kind of like been talking so much we completely missed that he's been on a flyer of a lap right now. Chung Jin-bin holding pole position provisionally, but I think Russell may beat him to the punch here. No, actually does not. Loses out time in the final sector here to lose out on pole position. Chung Jin-bin, sporting the McLaren colors, will be on pole for now.
Yep, as meanwhile, that's the gold class times out of the way. Let's see what the silver class guys have, and that's the good beauty of this graphic. We can actually just change it between the two different classes to see where they are.
Yeah, Louis Xia currently holding that pole position here for the silver class. Gets overtaken by Mohamed Zikri, who's inching closer to break under 157 here. 157.066 here for Zikri.
And he was second fastest in the practice session just now in the silver class, so he wants to get it out of the way. But no, Luke Morales come through, 300s ahead. So, game on then. 0.2 of a second separating the top 3. Make that top 4.
Wow, this is looking very competitive now. But yes, qualifying is pretty much where these guys are going to be, like, very much on point. Yep, Chung Jin-bin is going to be teleporting to the pits. It's still 5 minutes, so he could possibly come out once again. But Russell opts to stay out. So he's going to try to chase after. I mean, again, he's only, what, 13 milliseconds. Got second, fastest sector 2 again, but his sector 1 is actually pretty bad. So I'm doubtful he's going to be able to improve on Chung Jin-bin's time for now, but still have a bit of time. Still have another lap or 2 in him here, I hope, for Russell Reyes.
Yep. Well, look at that. That's Reyes on the camera right now. Look at those guns. He's definitely worked his fitness up a lot, because given the fact that he does Toyota Gazoo Racing Philippines, incidentally. Yeah. So he is a champion there as well, and he knows what it's like to drive in real life. But his bread and butter and forte, how he made it up to this far, was through sim racing, and he would dearly love to win this one, as he actually sets. Again, we saw just now, the second fastest sector now. Across the line he goes. Can it be a 47? He goes faster. 48.1.
Wow.
That third sector was amazing. That was really fast. And JV Light, we were focusing on his lap time earlier. Nope, just back to pits. He's still at a 49.4. But Jin Bin now is back out on track on his out lap. ready to actually respond back to what Russell had to say.
Yep, so wow. I mean, that was a third sector he was looking for in his previous banker lap. Finally got it together here, but I think if he pairs that up with a purple sector 1 again, that's going to certainly keep him ahead. But Enzo Isan, in the meantime, still in the lead for the silver class here for qualifying, still a tenth of a second faster than Yash Kayu, and we're on board with him now.
Yep, in fact, we're going to bring up Yash's sector times as well, because he is just behind him on the road.
Yeah.
There's a couple of cars coming through. You can see Adam Harif just now passing by in the HSM car, in gold as well to pass by. Enzo sets the fastest sector 1 in his class for this one. Let's see what Yash has to offer as he comes by here. Really close, but unfortunately, look at the back marker. Look at the back marker behind. That's Russell. Russell's going to come back, and he's going to take him at the worst possible time. That is going to be painful for him. Now he has to wait for yet another lap to come by.
Yeah, that's gonna lose him time for sure, especially on that particular section of the track there. That's where you can gain a lot of time actually if you really keep the lines tight. But not for Yash Kayum, unfortunately. He's gonna have to look for it in the next lap, but still has plenty of time to get around from sector 2 onwards. As we continue, I mean, again, Russell Reyes is still trying to gun for that pole position now, so we'll see whether or not be able to do it. Fastest sector 2 set by Louis Sia here in the silver class.
And in fact, Yash is going faster through sector 2 as well. So this is actually even matches here. We're waiting for what Louis Sia is going to do after this, as Enzo Easton, big fly. You can see on the camera as well. He had to really put a lot of opposite lock there just to keep the car going. And if he was in a front-wheel drive car, he would have flat-footed there and just got out. But unfortunately, he has to save it and save it while in a big slide, losing time.
Yep, so Enzo Isan coming around the final corner now. I think he should, well...
No, I don't think he's going to...
Yeah, I don't think it's going to be improving too much, but he still has the purple sector 1 though, so that could help him in his case. Let's see if he's going to be able to improve on his time. Nope, still going to be maintained at the same time. Yash Kayum is going to be coming across the line now. Has he found it though? No purples in his first sector or second sector, and a yellow for sector 3, keeping him in P2.
And Louis Sia has actually jumped back to the pits, so we thought just now there's improvement, but there is improvement. Zeph Yuen 6,000s behind Enzo Isan, so that's a turn up for the books for the silver class. Meanwhile then, all the while up in front, Iman Ryan has actually gotten a 40-1 ahead of Russell Reyes. Whoa, this is too close to call. We have to keep a focus on this.
Yeah, we got to keep a focus on this now. I mean, we saw Russell earlier on passing Yash Kayum, and he was on a flying lap there, no doubt trying to beat Iman Ryan's own time, but that doesn't seem to have come to pass here. Unfortunately, he's going to have to try to get around the track here in order to get through. But Russell Reyes has purple sector 1 here for the gold class, but oh, this is Iman Ryan getting into a bit of traffic here. That's going to affect his ability to keep the challenge up with Russell.
Oh, wow. That will actually have hurt a bit. And in fact, Enzo as well, for the second straight lap, gets bogged a bit. That's unfortunate because that's what multi-class racing entails. You get that kind of thing, but look at that menacing. It is absolutely frightening to see 2 consecutive purple sectors for Russell. He knows for a fact that he wants to get pole position in the first 5 points of the season just to give that psychological blow to the rest of the field. Yeah,
49 milliseconds separates both him and Iman Ryan, and at this rate, I think Russell might just be able to overcome this, especially with Iman having lost quite a bit of time stuck behind traffic. Oh boy, Russell already very much on fire here, needs to be able to keep this sector 3 nice and clean, just like he did with his second fastest lap. Let's see whether or not this will be the fastest for the session here as the timer comes down to the last 10 seconds. He's going to come across the line and does improve the time. Breaks under the 148s to make it 147.788.
Wow, and he'll say to the rest of the field, beat that.
Yeah, that's going to be a challenge indeed now for Iman Ryan. He's going to have a clear track for him now. So he's going to try to maximize this final shot that he has here. We're in overtime here for qualifying. So as soon as Iman Ryan comes across the line, that will be his final lap.
Yeah, in fact, he managed to just sneak it in before the timer ran out. So somehow, amazingly, he actually managed to get it against all the odds. So he has to make this lap count. Unfortunately, our timer cannot be seen right now, as it seems to have gone dead for a bit. That kind of thing happens because, you know, new tools, just a bit of bugs to iron out.
Well, hopefully the notification faster sector will come up if Iman Ryan does successfully beat Russell Reyes' sectors, but very wide coming out of turn 6 there, so that's going to lose him a bit of time. Try to keep it together here with turn 7 and 8. Still keeping it very wide. Yeah, I think this is already scuffed.
Yeah, And in fact, no wonder the time didn't come out because he probably... No, he did cross the line in time, but nope.
Nope.
Out he goes and into the abyss.
Yep, so that's going to put an end in there, and Russell Reyes will reign in the pole position here. Well done to him, putting together what an incredible qualifying performance here for Russell Reyes. Will be starting in the front here. Alongside Eamon Ryan on the front row. Ayman Akeem makes it up to the second row alongside Chong Jin Bin, who we saw come back out but didn't seem to have improved too much, still remains in P4. Roy Numer Ruparip will be in the 5th position in the 3rd row there alongside Chester Elog, also from the Philippines. Javier Lai in 7th place. Adam Hari from HSM in 3rd place here, and this is for the gold class. Francis Angelo Gonzalez and Shakir Fitri Farti Anwar will be in 9th and 10th respectively. Now let's have a look at how the silver class are doing here. And Enzo Ison still on pole position for them, and wow, he's the only one who has broken under 156 here for the silver class. So just like Russell puts a really incredible lap here to keep that pole position. Ahmad Jusmin is going to be 2nd place. Zeth Yen, gotta have to watch out for him though, because it seems like he does have quite a bit of pace even in this qualifying here. So Yash Kayum, who's starting alongside him in the 2nd row, is going to have quite a bit of work for him. Azib Shabi Mokhtar and Goyong Jen going to be in that 3rd row. Luis Xia and Justin Raul Dev in the 4th row, and then Fahim Hatta and Luke Morales in the 5th row.
Yeah, just now we saw a bit of Aziz Jami. He looks a little bit disconsolate. Slightly, but I think the pace is there. There he is. He's just probably chatting right now. Yeah, G'ing himself up, ready to go.
He's trying to get himself into the mental zone, as it were. You know, full focus is going to be needed, especially in these Formula cars, like trying to do all those kind of like bumping and grinding like you do with the touring cars doesn't really work in these Formula cars though. And you know, of course, damage is still on. Assetto Corsa doesn't really model stuff like, you know, wheels falling off. So
Thank
even
God for that.
yeah, which we will make things like really interesting, but then again, in AC, no, the wheels still stay with the car, even if you take a lot of damage. So that could be a bit of saving grace for some of these guys. I mean,
Yes.
we know how much contact does happen, and we got what, almost 40 cars here on track here. Like very rare to have a Formula race with this many cars on track at the same time.
Yeah, in fact, our graphics table is cycling through those cars all the way to the back. You can see the disparity in times because of different classes, as you can see by the yellow and silver tags on the side. But look at that, it just keeps going on and on and on. In fact, we have more cars here than the Indianapolis 500. Normally, they have 33 for a start. We have more than that. We have 36. In fact, a couple of drivers exited and re-entered the server, but more than 30 cars? Wow. That's actually quite a nice return for the amount of drivers on the grid. Really good for optics.
Yeah, I mean, wow, it just goes to show like how many people are really vying for the title here, both in the gold and silver, and even more so like the bronze, copper classes. Lots of people really want in on the action here. So, you know, if you guys at home, you know, are aspiring, you know, to get your start in motorsports, this could be one of the best places to get things started here. You know, start your climb from the copper class into bronze, and from bronze into silver, and then eventually onto gold. It's one really good way there to not only get like you know, results on your sim racing resume, but also like the experience you can gain, you know, from learning the racecraft. It's so important, especially, you know, if you're starting out in motorsports.
And case in point, was someone who did start out from sim racing, Russell Reyes, who's gone on to bigger things. In fact, this one in terms of sim racing competition is big as well, but it has complemented well for him to go all the way to the real world, and that's exactly what we have actually on offer. For those who just want to look like they want to come in and have a career out of it, some of us have actually achieved that.
Exactly. So here we go, lining up onto the grid. We've got 40 seconds before the start of race number 1 here for both gold and silver classes. This is the view from the very back of the grid here, on board with Joseph Flores, who unfortunately can barely see the gantry up in front there. This is what it's like more or less in the middle with Azib Shahmi Mokhtar, who is in the silver class. Has got a lot of the gold classes ahead of him here. In fact, Russell Reyes still on pole position. Very impressive qualifying lap. Let's see whether or not he can keep that lead going into the race. 10 seconds to the start. Gantry is getting lit up right about now. Gold and silver kicking things off for 2026. Lights are on the gantry. And we're off for race number 1. Let's see, Russell Reyes, good start so far, keeps himself ahead of Iman Ryan, but watch out, Chesa Elok got an even better start, now breaking in between both Iman Ryan as well as Russell Reyes. He's going to try to cut around the outside of the race leader. He's got a lot of speed, very late on the brakes, does cut ahead and takes the lead of the race right from turn 1.
Wow, he means business there because remember, we alluded to earlier in the silver class, he just lost out by a handful of points to his fellow countryman Denzel Waitan. Well, he wants to actually start his gold journey by a big way, and he just take the lead out of Russell Reyes. I think Russell didn't probably expect that to happen.
Dude, it feels like it's a much lighter car compared to everyone, given how fast he's going through into turn 4. Now, Russell Reyes having to defend against Iman Ryan here, still keeps himself in second place. Ayman Hakim and Chong Jinbin just behind him, trying to battle it out here, while Russell Reyes holding off Iman Ryan through the very fast coil. Look at how much faster these cars are compared to the touring cars we saw earlier. We're already now into turn 7 and 8. Iman Ryan still hanging on closely here to Russell Reyes. Ooh, goes way too wide though. That's going to lose him time.
Yeah, that's unfortunate for him. But again, that sort of happens because of the aero wash. Because these cars, of course, aero dependent, dirty air. That's what happens when you follow too close. You don't have enough purchase on the front tires, and they just wash out.
Yeah, they wash out, and of course, if you...
Oh!
That's another one there.
Speaking of washing out completely.
Speaking of washing out indeed here, but good save nevertheless here for Iman Ryan. Still stays in the chase here, and still on the podium. Meantime, teammate on teammate here, Ayman Hakim. Alright, wait, actually, I did...
Same color cars.
Same color cars,
Yeah.
basically, but
Yeah.
Chong Jinbin gets himself ahead of Ayman Hakim, going up into 4th place.
And look at how close his face is to the steering wheel. He is leaning on it like a carter, just trying to get the arrow in, and it has worked out. You can see DRS is open on every single car, and you can tell when it's open when there's a slight opening in the gap. In fact, we can probably just highlight it about right there. You can see the little wing coming on.
Yep, there, right there. So DRS is open, you know, for this race here. So that's going to allow some of the close cars, or rather the faster cars behind, to try to close in the gap here on the side-by-side situations. And speaking of which, one behind the other here. This is Enzo Isan right now in the chase here, together with Ahmad Jusmin. This is a battle in the silver class for the lead. Ahmad Jusmin tries to cut himself into the inside of turn 1. Seems to have gotten the position, keeps it through the exit, and does keep it through turn 2. Enzo Isan now having to fight Yash Kayyum, who's himself being Jusmin is trying to hold off Yash Kayyum right now, and trying to hold on because Yash Kayyum himself is trying to hold off Zevgen, who's following his way around the outside of turn 4. Yash will have the apex first, but well, Zevgen couldn't quite find momentum on exit. Still will have the inside though, going to turn 5.
Yep, they can go side by side. In fact, we saw that in every single class. It is possible to do it. It's enough space through 5 and 6, but once you get around the outside of 6, you have to hold your line there, because otherwise you will be caught short. And for Yash Kayyum, he just couldn't get enough momentum, so had to concede the position.
Yep, so here we go. Zefyan moves up into the podium places here, and that's for the silver class. Justin Rauldev in 5th position, quite far off where Yash Kayyum is, so he's going to have to close that gap here before he can start joining in this two-way battle.
Yep, and this is he's taking it easy. P5, not too much of a worry right now. Still has side of leaders. He will probably love to get much closer here and get away from Luisia and the rest of that pack of 23 drivers in the silver class behind him.
Yep, so let's go back to see what's going on with the gold class. Chester Elok still in the leader race, has widened it up to nearly 1.5 seconds, or more than 1.5 seconds. Meantime, Iman Ryan now making full use of that DRS. Russell Reyes also has his wing open as well, trying to maximize his top speed here, but Iman Ryan fighting around the outside, slides a little bit, but still keeps it around the outside of Russell Reyes throughout turn 1 and beats him to the punch going to turn 2.
Well, that's a psychological beating and a half if I've ever seen one, because Iman, of course, qualifying, he would have loved to have been higher, but how he would love to pull that overtake off early in the season to show he missed business. But then, having said that, Russell's getting bang on the inside and gets him through at turn 4.
Yeah, but on the exit here, can he keep it though? He still has a momentum, so this is looking good now. Russell Reyes back up into P2. Iman Ryan in an iridescent car still could not keep that position even after having beaten him in turn 1.
Oh, but then Iman loses even more because of the aero wash and just lost ground there. But mercifully for him, he's still within that DRS range, so he can still get back at him later in the lap.
Yeah, later on in the lap, I think it's going to be that back straight is going to be looking out for to see whether or not he can make it past Russell Reyes again. I mean, they're very close and they're coming to blows here even early on into this race. So this is a good sign, in terms of both of their pace. But the whole time they're fighting, Chester is just building and building and building at lead. 2.5 seconds now between him and Russell Reyes.
Indeed. Yep, that's what Chester wanted. If these two started fighting, that's going to give him the space to make a beeline for it up in the front. Now then, let's just look at what's happening in the silver class, because I think Yash and the rest of that gang behind Zeph, Jusmin, and Isan are very close. Oh, someone's actually gone! No, that's it. That's internet connection. That's definitely lag spine. And that was not even one of the Tatus cars. That was an FIEF 3 car that went by. So I'm not sure who's that exited the race.
Yeah, Netcode's really showing up this first round here. I mean, we saw a bit of that early on in the bronze race, and even in the copper class as well. Ooh, Zeph again lock up as he comes through Summer Lagoon corner. That's going to lose him a bit of momentum, but I think Yash also had to react as well. Couldn't quite capitalize on it, unfortunately.
Yep, and in fact that the momentum was stalled because Zeph got the line back and he had to back it off. So not the most ideal way to do it, but he can still come around the outside here. Very, very close.
Yeah, it's too close for comfort there. And again, these Formula cars, not really designed for, really just bumping into... They're not bumper cars, that's basically what I'm trying to say here. So you have to be very careful not to run into your opponent.
And it's certainly a case in point that once you get a little bit of aero damage, you will have to babysit the car all the way to the finish. It's just not possible to keep it on the road.
Boy, it's still going to come to blows, though. He's going to have a good run on the inside of turn 2, but Zeph will have the inside of turn 3, so he's still in a good position to defend his position from Yas Kayyum. And the whole time, Justin is also hoping that they continue fighting because he's actually caught up within half a second. Zeph again on the inside of turn 4, tries to block off. Yas Kayyum loses control. Justin Rahul Dev almost clatters into the back of him, but manages thankfully to keep control and takes a position from Yash Kayyum.
Good opportunistic driving there from Justin. He knew for a fact that just give a bit of space to the guy in front, but keep tabs on them, not to be too far off, and take the opportunity. And certainly, the opportunity that he took, he did.
Yeah, Fahim Hatta is also getting alongside Yash Kayyum through turn 7 and into 8. He will be ahead of Yash Kayyum by the exit of 8. So already, this is going from bad to worse here. Yash Kayyum, who at one point was on the podium.
Wow, it's quite sad that it can drop off a bit, but the race can still come back to him later on. So we'll see first if Yash can actually just claw his way back up to the podium positions. Now, we look back at the battle in front, and what's happened to Chester Elong? In fact, Chester's in the pits!
Chester's in the pits!
Oh no! What has happened to Chester Elong? He says the fastest lap of the race while in the pit lane for good measure, but I think we know why his car was light. He didn't fuel it up.
He didn't fuel it up. That's why I thought early on in the race he was having incredible pace at the start, and that looked so weird because everyone else in comparison looked like they were sandbagged. So it does seem like he had not fueled up enough to finish the race, and as a result, he's going to be out of the top 10.
Yeah, he will still get points regardless because remember, the top 15 scored points in the first race and there's 13 cars in the gold class. Though that's not the best way to start it because he punched his way through. We thought that, well, that's going to be a dark horse for the win. Now that's gone out of the window.
That's a shame, but that's good news actually for Eamon Ryan because he's still ahead of Russell Reyes when Chester went in the pit, so he will inherit the lead. So, okay, so I just got a message from Race Control that there might be a possible jump start for Chester, but
he actually stopped because normally it's a drive-through penalty.
Yeah, that's the thing. So, well, we'll see. That will be something for our Race Control to figure it out. But as of right now, Eamon Ryan is now your race leader here in the gold class. Russell Reyes still hanging on closely here within half a second of Eamon Ryan, so this battle could still go on to the end.
Indeed, and well, sadly for him, sadly for Chester Elong, not the best way to start off because we thought, that's going to be a punchy way to start his goal endeavors, and unfortunately, it's a baptism of fire. Yep,
so it's going to be a lesson learned here, unfortunately, for Chester Elong. And again, it's not his first rodeo, to be fair. But then again, it's a brand new year, brand new season, so might have just slipped his mind or just made a mistake at the start of this race. But that mistake has unfortunately come to bite him hard here, being out of the top 10 for gold class. So, in the meantime, let's see what's going on in silver. The battle's still heating up between Fahim Hatta and Justin Raul-Dev here. Justin still on that podium step, has not really closed the gap between himself and Zeth Yen. So Fahim Hatta is now actually gaining on him, it seems. Although a bit of a lockup there from Fahim Hatta going through some of the goon corners, so he would not be able to get the draft off of Justin Raul-Dev's car.
Yep. And in fact, this onboard tells you how much time he lost there, trying to regain it back. He is in that slipstream, so within about 0.3 of a second there until the final corner. Gets it back at him, but Justin gets a better drive once again and pulls away. Though he's trying to break the toe by going the snake, or the dragon, whatever you want to call it, because they really want to break the toe that way.
Yeah, but it's not working. I think Fahim Hatta is still reeling him in, though, as he's now going to be swinging around to the outside, trying to get a clean cut across Justin Raul-Dev's front. Couldn't quite make it through, though. Goes wide and allows Justin to come back and take his position by the time we get through turn 2, but he's still very close. Coming through turn 3, almost a bit of a touch in the back there, almost unsettling Justin Raul-Dev's car, but Justin is still ahead of him, still in that 3rd place for silver.
Yep, but then can he hold it on the inside? Yes, he does. But
no, he doesn't.
Hatta actually going again. He takes a double dip at that one, trying to spook Justin into a mistake. Well, Justin actually was averse to that and keeps 3rd place just for the time being.
Yeah, he's keeping his eyes very much in the front of him here rather than in his rearview mirror there. In that instance, I expect, because he's really trying to keep it nice and tidy. Osman Jusmin, though, has gone a little bit wide off there, but he's actually caught up both to Fahim Hatta. Fahim's gone a little bit wide, though. Oh! And clatters into the side of Go Young Jin, I think.
No, that wasn't it. That was actually a Formula 3 car. I don't know who's that. Because that was a gold car that was taken out there. Is JV alive?
JV alive, unfortunately. Caught up in that and now is dropped all the way down to P27, and Fahim Hatta rejoins the race in 30th place here. Oh my goodness.
30th place, and I think about 18th in the silver class.
That is going to be painful here for Fahim Hatta.
Oh, wow. And again, it's all because he tried to come back on the racing line. He didn't see that there was a faster car coming, and a second collision just to add salt to the wound.
Yeah, this is what happens when you go side by side, wheel to wheel in open wheel cars. Once you bump, it's so easy to get the car unsettled and completely slide out, just like with Aulia here. Very unfortunate for him. Ahmad Jusmin was the one who went wide, tried to rejoin, and clattered in the side of Fahim Hatta, dropping him all the way down to 30th.
Wow, 30th overall and 18th in class, so not the best way to start off the new season. As meanwhile, there's a bit of side-by-side action in the midfield of that particular top 10. This is Ethan Lowe and Ngo Yeon-jan, teammates in Papega, and they're working together quite well here. In fact, bomb drafting, not really recommended in a Formula car, but they're doing it there right now.
Hell, I mean, all points to them for trying. It's I don't know, like, if that's going to be a sustainable long-term strategy, but it's only 2 minutes left, so I guess they're just going for broke here, trying to keep their car ahead of Yash Kayyum, who is, by the way, all the way down in 7th for the silver class here. Russell Reyes,
he's in
back in the lead. Iman Ryan down in the 5th.
Yeah, unfortunately, because we were caught up by that battle for the silver class, guys, that Iman Ryan's dropped it, and you can see, I think, evidence why.
He lost, he's losing grip here on his rear, I think.
What's worse, I think, is damage. He might have actually gotten damage into that rear wing because if the car's oversteering, that means he might have taken a collision from Russell, and he was leading. So we'll wait and see by Stewart's report later whether or not that was the case, but it's sad that we missed it because we had to focus on what was happening up in front of the silver class.
But this has absolutely delivered a huge lead now to Russell Reyes, because Chong Jin Bin is like almost 5 seconds behind here. So Russell very much in command of this here. Now let's see whether or not Iman Ryan will be at risk of losing another spot here, because Shakir Fitri is now on the outside of turn 1, trying to keep up together with Iman Ryan to try to cut him to turn 2. But no, Iman still is going to be ahead here going to turn 2, so he still keeps himself in 5th place.
But he is walking wounded right now because that car doesn't look as healthy as he was at the start of the race. So Iman now just trying to probably nurse it all the way back home. About a minute and 30 left to go. So he's got about another lap after this to just make it work.
Yeah, so we'll see how his lap times were. Oh, this is the sector times.
No, the last lap. Right? Yeah, you can see last lap 57.
Yeah, last lap was a 57. So
it was a collision. It was a collision that actually took him out of there. So that's why he's now dropped into the clutches of Shakir Victory. But I don't know how that collision might have happened. It might have been, again, we're just speculating right now. It was he might have actually taken a hit from Russell, and that's why he spun out. Or the tires were probably a bit soiled because he actually spun out by himself.
Yeah, so who knows? We'll have to find out after the race for this one here, unfortunately. But regardless, it does mean that Russell is in the lead of the race here after having qualified on pole briefly. And, well, looks like it's going to be all about the finish here for him as he comes around the corner. I think he might even beat the clock. It's only like 40 seconds. Maybe about 1 second.
No, one lap.
One lap.
Ago.
Yeah, maybe one lap.
Because these cars are much faster than the earlier classes. So when we see them being 30 seconds out, we think, no, it might not be enough, but it is. Because look, he crossed the line. This is the last lap.
Yeah, now this is going to be the actual last lap. So Roy the Mayor Rip can see Ayman Hakim. That's going to be the marker for third place here on this track. And he's trying to close up, but he's only got one more lap to go. I don't think he's going to be close enough to even try to fight for that. In fact, it's not even close enough to actually enjoy the slipstream on that main straight, so that's going to pose a bit of a problem. Chong Jin Bin, in the meantime, doing a good job of staying ahead of Ayman Hakim here to keep that second place. Russell Reyes very much far ahead, is already close to breaking into turn 4 as Chong Jin Bin just came out of turn 3.
Yep, and it looks like though there's a bit of a disparity in the gaps right now. So I think the battles have cooled off just for a bit. Maybe we're going to get a crazy one towards the end. But nothing's going to stop this guy right now. We know that he wants to come out of the woodwork fighting, and he has done so in spades. Literally, pole position, to currently holding the fastest lap of the race, and leading the way.
Yep. He's really putting those big guns to use. Just love the low camera angle to really show off his biceps there. But, yep, leader of the race now just needs to bring it home in this final sector here, and he will be the winner of round number 1. So we'll see how Russell Reyes is going to try to pull it through.
Yep, all the while then, there is a slight battle in the silver class further behind, in fact. We're probably going to focus on Russell crossing line first. But again, this is a statement win, isn't it? Because look at how big the gap is to Jin Bin. He knows full well that this season is probably finally he gets a personal honor on the table.
Yeah, still no idea exactly what transpired between him and Aaron Ryan, but on track at least he'll be the one to see that checkered flag first. Coming through the final corner and to the line now, Russell Reyes wins race number 1 of round 1.
He gives a thumbs up to the camera at the bottom there, so he is happy with that. Russell then our pole sitter wins it. Second is Jin Bin. Third will be Ayman, and fourth will be Roy Rip. Your first top 5 of the season will be rounded off by Iman Ryan, just about across the line in front of Shakir Fitri. So that was a close one. Now we go to the battle for silver. In fact, silver's still about halfway through the lap. This is turn 9. We're going to see Enzo Isan commandingly in front of Zeph Yuen.
Even bigger lead compared to what Russell has onto Chong Jin Bin here. So very impressive for Enzo, keeping it nice and metronomic, it seems, through the final bits of this race here. So very clearly going to be the winner in the silver class for race 1. Zeph Yuen right now not under big threat though, because Justin is still 1.3 seconds behind, so he should be able to keep that second place no problem whatsoever. Yash Kayum seems to be getting closer to Ngoyong Jen, so we have to see who's going to be finishing in 6th position of that, but Enzo clearly will be the one to see the checkered flag first for the silver class.
Yep, coming across the line now, Enzo will be delighted that when the LOR driver has had some ups and some low moments, but he's weaving across the line, just like Daniela in the women's class. Across the line, Vettel-style victory, 2013. And he takes the victory in silver class for the first round of the season. Second place will be Zeph Yuen, and it might be a close one between Justin and Jusmin, but Justin holds on to it by 4/10, and 5th will be Ethan Lau. Rest of the field will cross by pretty soon, pretty sure of that, whereas the gold class, I think most of the drivers have crossed the line early, including the likes of JV Lai, who will be a bit disappointed by the fact that he got caught up incidents.
Yeah, so that is it. Going to be for our first race for the gold and silver class. We'll be resetting into race number 2. A bit later on, there's going to be reverse grid, of course, applied for the top 10. So we'll see whether or not Lowy Kid. Oh, I forgot that he's actually in this race here. Yeah. Haven't quite seen him much throughout race number 1 here. Seems like, I think he's actually finished in 11th place because Chester Elok seems to be in 10th right now.
Yep.
So Chester most likely will be the one to start on the front row here for the reverse grid race number 2.
That'll be a saving grace, but in fact, that is the class tally. Let's see where he is overall. Oh, P10 as well.
Still P10 as well.
So he's lucky that the gaff in qualifying, because he forgot to fill off for the race, didn't really turn into something detrimental. He will still be right at the front, and this time he will make doubly sure that he has enough fuel to go to the end.
Yeah, he better do that this time around. So hopefully he'll be able to actually convert into a win. I mean, he's going to have supreme position to do so for race number 2. But he's going to have Kanzani Ramdhani, who's also a very strong fighter, all the way from Indonesia as well, beside him. So he's going to have his work cut out for him. Aldo Balagulan as well is going to be up next to, right in the row in front of him, right next to Francis Angelo Gonzalez, who finished in P7. And Iman Ryan, he really beat Shakir Fitri to the line there. So hopefully he'll be able to actually get a cleaner race number 2 here, because he was almost on for the race win. Must have been either an incident with Russell Reyes, or maybe even spun out himself that's dropped him down to P5. But he's certainly looking to try to regain some good points here for race 2.
Yep. And then Roy Rip just out of the podium places. But again, the champion before in a couple of seasons back, he would love to actually win this in Formula Cars, because that's pretty much his alma mater, shall we say, or his modus operandi, because he loves Formula Cars. In fact, one of the photos he gave us for use for the champions photos is him superimposed with Red Bull colors.
Yeah, hence why he's sporting the Red Bull livery here in this race.
Well, that's Elok, sorry, yeah.
Oh, sorry, sorry, that's Elok. But yeah, so let's see whether or not Roy Numer, who's going to be starting from 7th place, will be able to make up some places here, but he's got quite the work ahead of him here. So then, of course, got Ayman Hakim, Chong Jin Bin, who finish in 3rd and 2nd respectively. Then Russell Reyes is going to be starting from 10th here. So we're getting ourselves 15 seconds to the start. Lights in the gantry getting warmed up now. Chester Elok and Kanzani Ramdhani going to be fighting their way into turn 1. Let's see how the start is going to be for them. This is gold and silver. Race number 2, round 1 is go. Let's see. Chester Elok, very good start. Keeps himself nice and tightly in front of Kanzani Ramdhani. As he goes into turn 1, Aldo and Francis are actually battling a little bit in the background there. Look at that, 5 wide practically inside of the top 10 here, as Iman Ryan tries to cut his way through between Aldo Balugan as well as Shakir Fitri. Is he going to be able to get his way through? Roy Minamir unfortunately slides and clatters into his teammate there of Iman Ryan, and both of them lose places.
Oh, wow. When it rains, it pours, isn't it, for Iman Ryan? We thought that he was going to clear that, but unfortunately he gets clattered. All the while then, his main rival from race number 1, Russell Reyes, went through the round of everybody and is now up into the top 5.
Yep, and now fighting with Shakir Fitri around the outside of turn 5 here for the 4th position, trying to get past the other car, but also in the Prima livery, couldn't quite find his way through in the transition between 5 and 6. Now coming into 7 and 8. Russell Reyes still stuck behind Shakir Fitri. He's going to have to find another way to get past.
Yep, on board then with Russell coming out to turn number 9. DRS is already open from the word go, so they don't have to worry about DRS detection zones. They can go anywhere they want, so long as they actually be reasonable of how they can control it, because if you go through DRS open in the corners, the car can easily step out.
Exactly, and we already established how little grip you actually have in the rears of these Formula 3 cars, so that's something the drivers have to keep an eye out for. Russell Reyes, though, keeping up. He's reeling it in, getting into the inside on Sunway Lagoon corner, gets himself in front. Can he keep it, though, on the exit? Yes, he will. Shakir Fitri tucks in behind. Will be enjoying a bit of slipstream here as both DRS is open for these cars. To go side by side now, I think Fitri is able to get himself side by side, reeling him in, going wide here on the entry on the final corner, trying to close it up on the exit, but Russell is still ahead and still remains in 4th place.
That's a good one there. He was nip and tuck between the both of them. In fact, it is still nip and tuck between both of them, +3, because you can see Aldo Balagulin's just minding his own business right there. Russell goes in the inside, Shakir as well, and he just let both of them by.
Yep, just let them let them fight it out, I guess. But Russell Reyes still keeping his car ahead, still blocked him going out of turn number 2, so he keeps himself nicely in front going through turn 3 here. Chester Elok, in the meantime, still being chased hard by Kanzani. He hasn't really pulled that much of a gap to the 2nd place, although the 2 fighters in the lead now are 3 seconds clear of Russell Reyes here, who's currently in 3rd.
Yep. Oh, Jin Bin loses it! Jin Bin was on the grass and loses out. The driver who finished 2nd in that first race has dropped it completely, and hopefully he doesn't get swarmed up by the rest of the Tatus Formula 3 cars coming by.
Yeah, I think I see. Is that Enzo Ison just behind him here? Yeah, I think there could be. Yeah,
no, he could clear it. He clears him.
He still clearing him for now. So thankfully, still I mean, I guess he might be out of the points as far as race 2 is concerned, but he certainly has enough time here to try to catch up. But man, I think there was like a touch on the grass, wasn't it, on his rear tire?
Yep, was enough to just send him completely spinning up, but full 360 no scope manages to keep it going forward again.
No, a no scope implies that you actually score a hit on someone.
Well,
but,
yeah, I know, but he sort of scored a hit on himself. I think that's the best way to put it, isn't it? It was the gun barrel that went backwards.
Yep. Well, very unfortunate for him. In the meantime, in the silver class, Enzo Ison in the lead right now. He's ahead of Ethan Lowe, who is right now being chased by Justin Raudevs. 3/4 of a second behind him now, coming into the penultimate corner. He's only got Eric Sartre behind him with 1.5, so he's not really under threat. This time, Justin Raudev still on the podium here, still trying to fight it out and may be able to get a good haul of points if he can keep this finishing position.
Yep. In fact, I think it went into a bit of a routine for some of these guys because you don't see much fighting apart from this. This is Aziz Shami overtaking Yash Koyum, and Yash will try to retaliate here. Side by side, they go on to the start-finish straight. It looks as though Yash got a better drive out of there, but Azib has the line on the inside and maybe using that to his advantage as they come up to turn number 1.
Yeah, it's all going to be about braking here for Yash Kayu, waiting, almost to the 50-meter board. It comes together to Ajay Shami Mokhtar, who had to lost a bit of control as well as he tries to negotiate his way through turn 1. Still keeps himself ahead of Yash Kayum though, so that's a bit of a saving grace here for Azid.
Yep, miraculously, both of them didn't go completely out of that one because even the slightest touches in Formula cars, no matter what division, is enough to send you spinning.
Yeah, so far they're just keeping it on a razor's edge right now, trying to keep themselves within the touching distance of each other here. So tricky to do, you know, especially with the number of cars here. It just means that, you know, a simple spin out could mean losing 5 places or maybe even more, given how close everyone is. Speaking of close, Iman Ryan now trying to put the moves here onto Ayman Hakim, will be up in 7th. He already moves up to 6th now, just behind Aldo Balagulan.
Yep, and we were talking about how the slightest of touches can actually mean death for some of these cars. Oh, he's gonna touch the grass. He's gonna touch the bit of the AstroTurf, and that's the reason why I was gonna bring it up. Slight difference in surfaces or just a touch is enough to send the cars into haywire, and somehow he manages to keep it going there, even if positions were lost for Iman Ryan.
Yeah, you gotta be very precise in how you handle the inputs, especially that corner there. Very easy to spin out if you're too early on a throttle, or like if you carry too much entry speed, that easily drifts you to the outside, and that's what happened here to Iman Ryan, losing a couple positions. He's down into 8th position on the timing tower here behind Francis and behind Ayman Hakim.
Yep, all the while then we look back up to Russell Reyes, who's hell-bent on actually getting the maximum points possible. He is now on the podium positions, chasing after Kanzani Ramdani, and this will be interesting because these are 2 drivers who are known for their very feisty racecraft. And get a point on the grass goes Reyes, and he bursts his way through. Just a block pass on Ramdani. I did say before, both of them are hard fighters. Well, that was actually a perfect matchup.
Russell's just riding it like a cowboy on a bull there, just staying on 2 wheels on the grass. Still is able to hit the breaking point nicely and still keeps himself ahead of Kanzani Ramdani, who seemed to have lost out a lot of pace compared to earlier in this race here, where he was chasing Chester Elot by half a second. He's already down like by 3 whole seconds here as Russell Reyes overtakes him for 2nd place.
Indeed. But again, that might just be the fact that Russell just has more pace than him anyway. He's actually way faster just getting a handle of these cars. Ramdani is just trying to give him a bit of a challenge, but unfortunately, he found that the fight that Russell had was much more than what he could offer to defend.
Yeah, Jesus, hard to believe we're still like barely even halfway through this race here. We've still got 8 minutes to go of racing. Chester Elot is the leader in the gold class right now. Russell Reyes is trying to close up that 3-second gap. It's already down to 2.8 after he passed Kanzani Ramdani, so he's on a tear right now, trying to chase for the win in race number 2 as well. In the meantime, Mohammad Shakir Fitri Farti Anwar still ahead of Ayman Hakim, who is still ahead of... Oh, Iman Ryan is already coming in very hard, trying to regain a position here. Locks up his brakes somewhat, but still keeps his car ahead of Ayman somewhat. Still keeps it ahead through the Kuala Lumpur Straight.
Yep, and across the start-finish lane now. Let's see then whether or not Ayman behind can actually just get back at him. And the answer is... Well, maybe, but in the end, no. He didn't want to actually get involved with Iman because knowing the fact that Iman might be a bit fired up, that the first race went into a bit of a bin. The second one started poorly as well. So really then, it's a lot of potential in this particular driver. It's just that he needs a little bit more clear room and just the results to prove it.
Yeah, it's got bad luck in race number 1, bad luck as well at the start of race number 2. Now he's trying to fight to try to regain some of these points that he left on the table here. I mean, the 5th position here is pretty much the same as it was for the finishing of race number 1 here. So any improvement he can make from here on out is going to help him in the long run. But as far as we can see is here, Russell Reyes very much going to be ahead of him by the end of round 1. So Iman's going to have quite the season to fight out here going on to the rest of the rounds.
Yep, of course the drop points still apply, so at least if that first round was actually going to be chuckable, he can just put in the bin and bank on the other 2 rounds before we head to round 4.
But for now, at least he needs to be able to finish in the top 5. Then at least he will still have a chance coming into the future rounds here. In the meantime, silver class, where is Luisia at the moment? Still 5th place, half a second behind Eric Sacher, so he might just be reeling the Indonesian in right about now.
Yep.
Let's see whether or not he'll be able to keep it nice and tidy through turn 7, 8. Eric Sacher taking a little bit more of the outside curb there that he would have liked going into Bajaya corner now, braking hard. I think Louis is reeling him in now for setting up for a battle going to sector 3.
Yep, and Eric Sacher, last season's bronze champion, probably found that the switch to much faster Formula cars has been a little bit of a jump up, to put it lightly, because it is different, isn't it, the way they behave. But the dominant driver from last season in the bronze class will probably find the competition really invigorating for him, and he will definitely enjoy that for the rest of the season.
Wow, that's very close now for Louis Xiao. Should be able to make full use of DRS here on the Penang Strait. They're actually reeling in Eric Sacher already, so he's already looking to try to peek on the inside going to the turn. Will be side by side under braking though. Now just needs to keep it tidy through this turn, keeps it very tight indeed, and keeps himself ahead of Eric Sacher through all of that. So 4th place now for Louis Xia.
Yeah, but then Eric might just come back at him here because he's on the front straight behind, and the power of that slipstream. We saw it in Macau Grand Prix last year, how these cars actually were quite raceable for a change, and he is proving here that he can just get back up onto the inside. No DRS needed that time. He just gets it through by pure slipstream alone.
Yeah, nice. This is going to be a bit of a battle right now, but this is just outside the podium. Aziz Syahrini Mokhtar is also lurking in the background there. Watch out for him. He's going to be capitalizing should both either Eric or Louis make a mistake here. So we'll have a nice look on board now in this battle between the two of them. Aziz Syahrini closing in on the Louis. Oh! The control over that curb there. Very tricky. I mean, again, that's why typically even like Max Verstappen uses a wider line through turn 4 normally. But that's the thing, like there's a bit of like a I think like a dip inside that apex of turn 4.
Yeah.
You can very easily unsettle cars if you just clatter into it
Also,
too fast.
Yeah, also the fact that in real life there's no painted curve up there, it's just grass. So the moment you dip your wheels into that, your car will be launched broadside if you were to actually dig up a wrong patch of grass.
So in the meantime, Aziz Syahrini Mokhtar still biding his time here, still keeping it close with the 2 battlers in front of him for 4th place. Eric Sacher, followed by Louis Xia, still going a single file line now off the top of the hill. Yash Qayyum's view here can certainly see the 3 cars battling it out right now, just outside of the podium. And I think Azib might have a little bit more momentum here to work with. Louis Xia is going to take a more defensive line, or rather, actually now thinking about it, it's the same line he did the last lap here, trying to chase out Eric Sacher. It did allow him to get close enough to him to pass him in the final turn. He's already locked into the slipstream here, going into that turn anyway. So let's see if Louis is going to try to make the move here, or he's going to wait until he gets onto the main straight. Not going to make the move this time here. Eric Sacher is still ahead. Aziz Syahrini Mokhtar takes a much tighter line. He's already moved onto the inside and is now side by side with Louis Xia going into the turn. Couldn't quite find a momentum in the exit though, so Louis still remains up in front of him in P4.
Yep, and the fact that Eric out of all this is not the one that lost positions out of this. But he might be now. There's Louis on the inside. Oh! Rams into the side of Azib, and that allows our onboard camera, which is Yash Qayyum, to come by.
Yep, he's already come right onto the back of Louis Xia. What was at first a 2-way battle for 4th place has now turned into a 4-way battle here with Azib as well as Yash Qayyum coming through as well. Yash Qayyum is hanging on behind Louis Xia, who has the inside going into turn 4. He's going to follow him along. In the meantime, I think the battle for the lead is unfolding here as Russell Reyes is side by side with Chester Elok into the final turn. This could be the penultimate lap between the two of them. Russell going a little bit wide on the exit there, tries to take a tighter exit, but still Yeah, I think that might be enough for him. He's closing in onto Chester E-Lock here. He's going to try to cut him onto the inside into turn number 1. Battle for the lead between the two of them. Chester had been enjoying the lead so far in race number 2. Now he's going to have to concede the line here to Russell Reyes. Russell's hanging on tight, but yes, he will be able to stay ahead of him to turn 2. Russell, now the leader in the gold class.
No matter how many ways you spin at it, this is going to be a very commanding win. And the one that is a statement of intent for the rest of the season, isn't it? If anyone wants to beat somebody in gold class, it has to be Russell Reyes.
Oh boy, Kanzani Ramdani as well as Iman Ryan, the two teammates in the battle for the podium position. Teammates, quote unquote. We'll see whether or not Iman Ryan will be able to do it though. Get himself on the podium here to keep the battle for the championship alive for him going into round 2. But Kanzani Ramdani is also a very feisty driver. He's not giving any quarter at all to Iman Ryan.
Yep, no room given that time. And again, we did say earlier about Ramdani being a heck of a defending driver. There's a point there. I don't know how he made that one because he was going very narrow, but yet still manages to make the apex for that corner. So Iman then has his work cut out, and Iman's getting a bit desperate there.
Yeah, I can feel the desperation behind the wheel there from Iman going off on turn 8. Now coming, ooh, bumper to bumper there with Kanzani, giving a bit of a tap in the back actually as he comes out of Berjaya corner. Now we're already coming into that final lap here. I think Russell Reyes is already getting onto the Penang straight. 40 seconds still remaining on the clock. Could be going into the final lap when he gets across the line.
Yes, in fact, there will be enough time for one, unless, of course, Chester's on the green lane. Around the outside goes Iman. Can he make a stake? Can he not be pushed out wide? He has, but he kept it under control. Miraculously saves it, but loses a position.
Yeah, Ayman Hakim swallows him up though, coming out at turn. He had lots of trouble getting around that penultimate corner. Now Iman Ryan's going to have to get through him as well in order to take the fight to Kanzani Ramdani, taking a wider entry into the final turn, using the momentum on exit here to try to catch up to Ayman Hakim. Has his DRS open, as is Ayman as well. Tries and does reel him in somewhat here. Now it's going to be pushing his way into turn 1. Has to take on the outside as Ayman takes a more defensive positioning into the entry. Still keeping it around the outside. Ayman's going to be held back a little bit by Kanzani in front of him, but Iman Ryan snatches away the apex in turn number 2. Still stays side by side with the orange car of Ayman Hakim. Still side by side to turn 3. This battle's going to go on for quite a while now, I feel.
Yep, all the while then, guys in front, we can see the tracker there. Russell has pulled a 1.6 second gap in front of Chester E-Lock, so it was close at one point, but then Russell manages to just hold his own. Oh, Iman, no! Oh, he's gonna lose it, and nearly into the barriers. There you can see the desperation there. He tried to find it, and he's stuck. He's actually beached it. Oh no, Iman, he can't get it out. He's definitely stuck there.
This is the biggest fear, I think, for every driver, is to not only lose control and lose positions, but to completely be out of it here. And it looks like it's going to be the case here for Iman Ryan. Still stuck there. I think he's pretty much done for. And what a shame here for Iman Ryan.
Oh, wow. And all the while, then, we are focusing at the podium battle still going on. Ramdani, though, stout defending. In fact, if anything, if he actually defended harder against Russell, E-Lock would still be out in front, even by a slight margin in some other scenarios.
Yeah, I know some of the scenario, but this scenario right now is to hold on to that final podium position as he comes now. Russell Reyes comes around the final corner now to claim back-to-back wins here in round number 1. Incredible pace, even from qualifying alone, and a checkered flag to boot here for the second time. Russell Reyes wins in round number 1.
And he gives a thumbs up to the camera once again, looking at us. E-Lock across the line second, a valiant effort. And, well, that's not Ayaz Kandoka Abdullah.
Yeah, that's someone else there. So let's have a look back at the gold class.
Yeah, Ramdani vanishes just in front of Ayman.
Just barely.
Yeah, just in front there.
Just barely. Gets himself into podium position. Roy Namir Ripper Rip takes 5th position ahead of Muhammad Shakir Fitri Fatih Anwar, who does get it ahead of Aldo. So we'll see how it is for the silver class here. Enzo Isan, I believe, is actually the one in the lead, even though we have 2 cars who is in the pits ahead of him in the timing tower. But no, the actual winner, I believe, will be Enzo Isan. He's now coming around the Penang straight. He's gotten a nice 6-second lead ahead of Ethan Lowe. Justin Raldev still in 3rd place as well, so it's looking like a good finish for him for round number 1. Certainly going to be helped by the Hyde, his experience from winning the Rookies Championship for TGR last season. So let's see Enzo Isan now coming to celebrate his victory here in race number 2, his second one actually for silver class here. And what a way to kick things off for 2026 here.
And then it comes Ethan Lowe in 2nd place with Justin Raldev on the podium as well. valiant effort as well after a tough fight further behind. Meanwhile, we see, is that Adrian actually in
Yep.
fifth? No, actually, I don't
I think
think
it's further back.
Yeah,
It's
so
Luisia who will be taking 4th position ahead of Zeth Yuan, and we got Azib Shakmi Mokhtar who will take 6th position ahead of Eric Sacha in 7th. Mohammad Shahwan Shafiq will be taking 8th position. Mohammad Zikri finishes in 9th, and Luke Morales rounds up the top 10 here for the silver class.
Yep, as unfortunately our timing tower captures only cars inside the game. Russell
Yeah.
has actually left the server, so that's why it was like Ramdani one, but in fact Russell did. So whatever it is, it was a fantastic round. In fact, all 4 races between 5 classes delivered on very good racing in this new package that we got.
Yeah, I mean, certainly less contact compared to the touring cars, but then again, these are open wheelers. You know, you don't really want to be rubbing tire to tire with some of these guys, especially when you're side by side. But very much well done here to Russell Reyes. Incredible way to kick off his season here. Back-to-back wins in race 1 and race 2. We still have yet to see if he's going to get the bonus points for fastest lap. We'll find that out when the official results are out. But certainly Russell has done more than enough here to take the lead of the championship at the get-go here for GE19.
It's almost a shoe-in, isn't it? Because he had pole in qualifying, and then the 2 races he just stoned his way through. I would hazard to guess the maximum points that he scored, the 49 that are on offer for all the points if you finish first in every session. But likewise as well, Enzo Isan got off to the best of starts in the silver class, also a double. So again, there's a target on their backs, and for race 2, we will certainly be keeping an even closer eye out for these 2 leaders, because this is where the challenge lies.
Yeah, so on that note, we'll be continuing on our brand new season of the Global Edition here at eRGP. This is the end of round number 1. It's been an incredible start to the season here. We'll be coming back yet again for round number 2. Make sure you guys stay following our social medias, where we'll be not only announcing the official results once everything has been tabulated, but also announcing what will be the next track we'll be running on and the continuation of Global Edition 19. This has been an incredible night of racing here, Ammo. It's been incredible to see, especially with our brand new women's class as well, delivering as well at the start of this evening, and Copper class as well, showing new faces who are really, really talented and really gave us some good racing this time. Bronze class as well, incredible finish. And last but not least, the absolute dominance going on here in the gold and silver classes. Back-to-back wins here for both Russell Reyes and Enzo Isan.
Yep.
That has been it for us here tonight. And wow, it's been incredible, isn't it, Ammo?
Yes, indeed. No words to describe anymore, but I can't wait for more of the same next week.
Yeah, so make sure you guys stay tuned. We'll be back again for round number 2 of GE19. My name is Victor Cax. Join me here as Ammo, and we'll see you guys in the next round. Until then, good night and good luck.